but before we went live, you made us all sign the little. Well, you told me not to.
I made you sign it.
You well, you told me not to talk about it, but
Yeah,
I did. So
you'll be
but you
given phone calls later by my law
you had a
guys.
very specific list of topics that I'm allowed to talk about,
Did you get to the
and
forbidden
I
pages about the things you can't talk about?
the sticky one on the back. It was more like a series of sticky notes, which seemed like afterthoughts that you made sure to legally include.
Yeah, I was, you
on
just
it.
gotta make sure, right? Because there's some weird ones on there, but I think you'll
I
understand
would
most of
mention
them.
what they are, but I can't because of the nature of
Then
what
you'll
the
be in super
thing is in there.
jail, and you wouldn't want
Yeah.
that. That's the one where it's
Yo,
perched
Super
on the edge
Jail.
of a
Did you ever
cliff.
see Super Jail?
Is
Did you
there a
watch that show
super? No,
on
I
Adult
didn't.
Swim?
Nope.
It's really good. You'd really like it. Or I think you would. Super Jail. I don't know how many seasons of that show there were. I remember that's a show where I like the pilot's theme song instead of the theme song for the rest of the show that they chose. But I really like the animation and I like the voice acting, and it's very silly and violent. It's
Mhm.
a old Adult Swim show. It's good. I like it. It's about a super jail.
Talking about that
Good
show is on
stuff.
the forbidden list, by the way.
Is it?
Yeah,
You just reached over and put a sticky note as I was talking about that you reached over and you put a sticky note on the sheet.
I am that
And it
long.
has
I
that
just got
word
from
on it.
Britain all the way to America with just my arm.
You reached right over.
You should have left the
Jeez.
window open, buddy.
Is there a clause here that says that this legally binding contract can be amended live?
Perhaps. Oh, sorry, everybody. The balancing isn't quite right. Let me fix that. Now you can hear Rags correctly.
Hooray.
See, there you go.
Rags uses fan instead of mic? I don't know what that means.
And instead of Mike. Nope, I don't know what that means either.
I don't know what that means either.
Instead of Mike.
I wouldn't recommend using a fan as a microphone, honestly. It's kind of fun at first, but it
I
gets
have-
boring pretty quick.
I have both. I have a fan and I have a mic. They are different things that serve different functions.
Did you confuse one for the other on this occasion, and is that why they're saying you're using a fan?
Sometimes I do confuse the two, and boy, it gets windy at the desk.
Well, good one. Anyway, look at the amazing guests we have today. Brooks, Nutsa, Weekend Warrior, and Platoon again. He's downright becoming regular. It's crazy. But yeah, we got a whole selection of basically Star Wars victims I decided to drag in today. Because turns out they were wrong. It makes sense. It all made sense, truly.
Oh, I did it.
What?
Oh,
no
does it?
way.
Isn't that crazy?
Oh, no.
That by the end of this
I don't
stream,
like being wrong.
all of you are going to unlist your Star Wars videos because you'll realize how wrong you were. You fucked up. It's gonna be great.
This is the big
Damn.
character test.
Yep.
Will you
There
take
goes
it all
my
back?
channel.
Could you ever imagine you'd be still fighting the good fight in 2025?
Well, okay.
Yes, I would be
Oh my
surprised if it didn't come up.
This-
We're
Stupid,
still
yeah.
waiting for the 10-year after TLJ moment where everyone releases their TLJ 10 years
A
later.
decade later.
You know, they always do that. And then
What? But
coming.
when was it meant to be that everybody decided
years.
it was great?
10
All of a
years.
10
sudden,
years.
10 years. Okay,
Yeah.
so if by 10 years, still 50% of
10
people...
We
years
are
later,
we're getting scarily
Yeah.
close.
you guys will appreciate
We are
TLJ 10
getting
years from
scarily
now.
close. Yeah, it's only
everyone
a
will
couple
come
years
around.
from now.
I can see the
Not-
pretentious video essay titles now, like underrated masterpiece, or it was always good chuds, or something like
Oh, yeah,
TLJ
wait,
was
uh,
always good bigots.
It's
Or
a fascinating kind of copium, right? You're like,
Yeah.
I can be content knowing that in an indeterminate future, I will be proven right. Like,
Yeah.
And if I'm not
yeah.
proven right, we just haven't waited long enough. It's like
That's
fucking
right,
Jesus
yeah.
coming back. No, it's still
Listen, I've
happening.
always
It just
said,
hasn't
like,
happened yet. Keep waiting.
I can
Isn't it
understand
Nostradamus'
them
prediction.
saying to themselves, like, it's actually a really good film, everyone's wrong, la 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 la. But what they can't deny is it's like the core destructive element that killed
It
Star
was
Wars as a
the
franchise. You
first
can't actually
domino.
argue that, so...
They were gonna have a movie per year like Marvel, and now they've been scared to make a movie for like the last 5 years or whatever it's been.
Is
Yeah.
it that,
Well,
though, or is
they
it
decided
something
it.
like instead of that? Is it that they realized that they made something that was so perfect that it was impossible to trump, and then by the 10-year point at which everyone recognizes how brilliant it was, they won't be able to make any more films because everyone will be looking back and saying, hey, this new thing, this isn't as good as The Last Jedi was, and we now realize that. So
Yes.
why
You know,
even bother?
There was I can't remember which the streamer was, but I remember them talking about how they wanted to move to multiple platforms, and there was some that they did and they committed to a multi-stream on, but they tried streaming to Twitter at some point at the same time as other places. And there were, let's just say for the sake of argument, because I can't actually remember how much they had. Let's say they get 5K viewers on YouTube and they stream at the same time to Twitter, and they had 500, and then they stopped soon after, and they were asked why, and they said it's not that the engagement isn't always just useful. There's an additional 500. It's on a platform that I'm otherwise not on. It's just that I cannot be seen being watched by that few of people because it overall harms me as a brand. That if people see me with a lower viewership, it will encourage them to think that I deserve lower viewership or that I've fallen off. I was listening to all this. I was like, man, do you think that's how they feel about Star Wars movies? Like, we cannot be seen to be having movies that aren't getting box office numbers. That's insane. Like, after Solo and, you know, obviously the critical reception of TLJ, and then Rise of Skywalker being possibly the most humiliating film that anyone would ever want to release, they were just like, we can't keep doing this, guys. We've got to stop until we have the best idea ever. And then someone a few years later walks in and goes, Rey movie. And they go, yes!
That's it. That's brilliant.
There has to be so much ego
Yeah.
involved when you have a franchise this large, you know? And after all the mistakes they've made, and after all these years to not own up to any of them in a reasonable way.
And then they were like,
Did
we gotta
you,
have more than one idea. Mando movie. It's like, fuck, you're so onto this.
On a similar
We
vein,
are
have you
so
guys
back.
heard about? Have you heard about the Rocksteady Wonder Woman game?
I saw a tweet
That's-
about it.
Oh,
That's all I got.
So it's like so Rocksteady's making a Wonder Woman game, and it's already cost like 100.
Monolith is making a Wonder Woman game, right?
I thought it was Rocksteady.
Rocksteady are
the
working
guys who
on-
made Shadow of War, right? Shadow Mordor and Shadow. They're the ones making the Wonder Woman game, right?
Maybe I
on Rocksteady
Oh,
doing
okay,
a
so
Batman game.
Rocksteady's making it. I
apparently
confused
making
it.
a Batman
Yeah,
game.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're making the Batman game, and it's
Years away
Monolith
from completion, apparently.
is
yeah.
making the Wonder Woman game. Yeah, it's already cost them 100 million. It's years away from being completed, and it does remind me when I saw the news come out the other day of the Rey movie. Like,
Mhm.
man, you really thought this was what people like? Now is really the time for this. Now's the time for the big, expensive, hundreds million dollar Wonder Woman game, as it's time for the $100 million Rey movie.
Well,
And I'm like, man, the more things change, the more they stay the same.
the Rey movie's having trouble, though. From what we know, they still haven't moved forward. There still is just like speculation, which it has been. It's in production hell right now. But the Mando
Well,
movie
they've got
is
their
moving
fifth writer,
forward.
right?
Sorry?
They got
Ah.
their fifth writer or something. Wasn't it
I
their fourth or
think
fifth writer?
fourth or fifth writer, yeah, which is terrible news. That just means it's they have no idea what they're doing with that film.
That's good news. That means that they can afford to be picky with their writers, and they know that they're getting the right one. They're
Each of
trying
them
to
are
find the right
redrafting
fit,
and
once
adding
they
their
get
own
'em-
speciality,
And,
adding their own flavor.
You know what they
I guess
say?
in terms of
Too many cooks
comparing-
makes a delicious stew in the kitchen, is what the saying is.
Because comparing the state of those two films, you've got one, that they're on their like fourth or fifth writer, but the Mando movie has already finished principal photography, so like it's coming out. That one is
Well, we got
happening.
that. Sigourney Weaver talked about filming scenes with Grogu because she's in it as well, which is like okie dokie.
What's
Can't
he
wait.
doing in there?
He'll be
Well, get
talking
outta
now.
there.
He's going to be different. I think they've
No, please.
they've
kill
aged
that
old
off.
Grogu up, or at least growth
He needs
spurted
to
him.
die.
He
He
Will he
needs to die.
talk?
Grogu, he should just be a martyr or something. Like, that's the only way.
He'll
you can
never
raise
kill
him
that
as a
freak.
character.
They're
Yeah,
gonna make
he-
as much dolls as possible.
Like, where do you go with Grogu and Rey? They're two just doomed characters, man. Like, I don't know when's the last time you guys watched The Rise of Skywalker, but I watched it last night for the first time in years. And holy shit,
Why?
is that movie terrible? For this,
It
just to,
is.
just to get the references
fair
fresh in
enough.
my head.
No, fair enough.
The
like, why would you
sacrifices you make.
Last time I didn't even read Mahler's message correctly, and I'm like, oh shit, I can't do this Agatha thing. This time, let me do my fucking homework, so at least get prepared for it.
You got him
I can't
backwards. You
believe,
wouldn't have had to rewatch the sequel trilogy for this, but you had to watch Agatha to talk about it. But it's all good.
True. My bad. Yeah, Ray just disappearing and fucking off half the time in the movie, like leaving Finn and Poe. She abandoned them on the when
The water
Kylo was coming,
planet.
she abandoned them on the water
Yeah.
planet. She's just in her own world the entire movie, and like, where do you go with that
The
version of
heroes.
Rey? Like anywhere, like TFA Rey, you can do things with, but like she's
Yeah,
just
yeah.
destroyed, you know? Yeah, I mean, it's yeah, I don't know. Just getting a fresh dose of Rey was just incredible, man. Like what a
Fresh
waste
dose
of
That's
of
dude,
Rey.
because
That's what they that's what they should call the movie.
fresh
Star
dose
Wars,
of
a fresh
Rey.
dose
Or
of
episode
Rey.
9, a fresh dose of Rey.
yeah, man.
Episode 12 or whatever the
You get
fuck.
a complimentary
Yeah.
hazmat suit on the way into the theater.
Because she's legendary at this point, you know, infamously, you know, infamous character, and to go back and really take a look at it, like, wow.
She is legendary.
Well, yeah, there's so much
She's
to
a
say.
Star Wars legend.
Because I was going to say, someone mentioned it, and I was like, oh yeah, I kind of blanked on that. It's only 10 months and a half-ish until the 10-year anniversary of TFA, which we'll probably get some videos saying 10 years later, whatever. But, man, what a film that went from having, like, almost everyone as a fan to nobody, you know?
Well, and now it kind of stands
Yeah.
as the sort of the beginning of the end when it comes to the way that franchises are now handled, like not just film, but in basically all mediums.
Yeah, I think that
You
would
know,
be the
it's
reasonable
it's
pick
one
for...
of the two archetypes, right? We talk about a film can be either a TFA or a TLJ, and it's like you know exactly what that means. TFA is the member berries one, TLJ is the subversive one.
It's
That's
such
the,
a good concept, man. This theory, this nuts. You came up with that, didn't you? I remember that. That's it's perfect. It's perfect. It just fits everything. You know?
Thank you.
What are we getting? What are we getting? And JJ, like watching him trying to like, because you know how Ray basically met Poe at the end of TLJ and trying to like slap a relationship together based off what happened off screen. It's pretty pathetic, man. But what he had to work with after Ryan's fucking disaster movie is just incredible. So it's a trilogy that should be studied even to the end of time. We're still going to be talking about this movie 5 years from now.
They are great conversation
Mhm.
pieces because of the story surrounding them, not the story they tell. It's kind of
Yeah.
amazing
Yeah.
in a way.
Mm.
Yeah.
The
Mhm.
meta story of Star Wars is what Star Wars is about as well now. Like, Star Wars is just constantly churning references into itself. An attempt to actually tell its own story, one could argue, is an example would be Skeleton Crew. And it's just like, yeah, nobody gives a shit.
Yeah,
nobody
now
watched
nobody
it.
cares. Now nobody
mean,
cares.
yeah, of
Imagine they
course nobody
started with
cares.
Andor and Skeleton Crew. Like starting with those two would have changed everyone's perspective because people still cared about the world and like the potential.
I'm not
of the
even,
writing.
like, if I'm being completely fair, I don't think that many people would care that much about Skeleton Crew either way, but they certainly would have had a positive reception to it, I think. People would be like,
Mhm.
yeah, it's cool, it's not really my thing, but I can totally buy that this is real fun for a certain
And it's more
demographic.
that,
Whatever.
like, if that was the baseline level of quality that all the shows had, which, by the way, is not
Yeah.
good. It's just it exists
Yeah.
and it doesn't completely shit itself in every single scene, and that is a marked improvement on everything else they do. So if that
Yeah.
was the Skeleton Crew being the baseline content, the franchise would just be in a healthier place purely by virtue of it not being the worst thing in the world this week.
Yeah, because I've talked about this a lot on Niat's podcast when it comes to Predator, Alien, all these different type of franchises. They've created a concept that is so fascinating that we're willing to watch bad movie after bad movie after bad movie, just hoping that the next one just does something.
Please do the
And
concept
you know,
well.
please do
concept well.
something. Like we're gonna be there for the next Terminator,
Again,
we're gonna be there for the next Predator,
It's the
and
fact
we're
that
gonna
we've
check
seen
out the
it
next
done
Star Wars
well.
just in case. Exactly. And it's like the fact that they can't understand what made that work and why we have such a crazy investment in this franchise or the multiple franchises. It's pretty sad that they can't figure it out after all this
And isn't
time.
that crazy, dude, that we're getting another 2 Predator films and Alien TV shows on the way? We've got Alvarez's
And,
sequel to
Yeah.
Romulus will be on the way
another
as well.
Alien film.
And
It'll be so
Jurassic's getting its movie
good.
soon, too.
No.
Think of all the things you can remember.
The only one I'm wondering
what?
about is Terminator. When are they going to dig that back up again? Because
Oh
Ooh,
no.
that might be in the Indiana
No.
Jones box right now.
I think it actually is
Oh,
further
no.
buried than a lot because of how bad both Genesis and Dark Fate did. It was like, man, I guess Terminator can't make money. Especially
God.
knowing now they're probably never going to get Arnie again. So it's
can't-
Yeah.
probably not going to
Like,
go
that
off
was
his
the
feet.
point that they didn't James Cameron say, like, he thought the problem with Dark Fate was that Arnie was in it. It was your grandfather's Terminator movie, I think he called it. Like, that
No,
was the
that's
problem
not
with
the
that
problem.
movie, according to James Cameron. So I don't think they think not having Arnie is a problem, but that means they've
Needs more
misdiagnosed
naked
the
blue
problems with
people.
that movie.
I don't know.
Yeah,
I would
that was
missed the
assume
intro.
there are plenty of producers that are like, until we get Arnie on board, I don't even want to entertain a script because he's part of Terminator sort of stuff. And then, eventually he won't even be available at all, and then they'll just have to be like, well, Terminator needs a. Because did anyone here watch that that TV show on Netflix, the Terminator one, Terminator Zero? I think.
There.
Oh, I did. Yeah, I did see that. Yeah, which was like interesting in
was
a kind
alright.
of anime profundity kind of way. It was like it did some cool, interesting new things, which I was glad to see it not like repeat the generic Western Terminator movie thing. But there is only so long you can listen to a guy standing in the room with an AI saying, "Are humans good?" Oh, I don't know. Maybe
dunno,
we're a
mate.
bit bad.
And yeah, jury's still out on that one.
And the
Have
time
you
travel
seen
thing
these
did
Terminator
also
movies
fuck
they've been making?
everything up. It's like the time travel thing still has the same problems as time travel in, say, Dark Fate does, in the sense that I think they expanded it. So, like, every time you time travel now in the Terminator universe, you're creating a new branching universe with a new
Oh,
branching
no.
backstory as well, which means that John Connor is still not the savior of humanity. Also creates problems because, like, if one person runs away from the Terminators back in time, and the Terminator then goes back in time after him, by the logic I think Terminator Zero established, the Terminator who's chasing him has gone to a different universe than the one he's gone to. So I don't think it makes a huge amount of sense, but it still had some interesting ideas in it.
Yeah,
I
I'll
can't believe
give you
that franchise has been rebooted like 5 times within my
Over.
lifetime.
And over and over, like just so many different attempts. I was wondering if like, okay, we all know. Look at the Jurassic Park franchise. How much better the first one would be praised if there was only that first movie, and you can apply that to so many other ones. If there's only the first 2 Aliens, first 2 Terminator,
Mhm.
do you think The Thing is like benefited from that? It's one of the only like iconic movies that hasn't been butchered by sequels, and
But-
I think it's part of
The
the
Thing?
reason.
The thing
Yeah,
had
the
a,
first-
Didn't it
They
make
had
a
a-
the
prequel?
2011 film. though.
John Carpenter's
Yeah.
the Thing is the one that everybody refers to as the best one. It's one everyone loves. But they had a 2011 prequel, but it hasn't been butchered by shitty sequels over and over and over again like the other franchises have.
I don't
one
know
of
if
the
I would
things.
use that as an example because the 2011 film does fill
Yeah,
that role.
prequel it's
But it's
pretty
a prequel,
crap,
isn't
and
it?
and
It's
but-
garbage, but
Well, but for all the reasons
but
we
Yes.
would say a sequel sucks are all applicable to that prequel.
mm.
yeah,
It's
the
not
idea
just
of, like,
That's fair.
it happened
story
after or
story that gets
before.
added on
In
that kind of
in some
That's
ways,
true.
canon and changes the way you feel about it.
in some ways, a
I would say
story
if-
that happens before can do more damage. I guess it's really dependent on how you write it, right? But like you can like the fact that the Acolyte, one of the explicit things Leslie Headland said was like, "We're gonna
Oh,
have the
yes, yeah.
first, chosen one, born of a virgin's child." It's like, fuck off.
No.
Like,
Oh
just
yeah,
fuck
yeah.
off.
This is the reason why they were worried about training Anakin. Yeah,
Yeah,
this is
it's-
stupid. You can always do that. I think my bigger point
To
is
be
that
fair,
I think that prequel.
I would be afraid of creating another May as well.
as shit as it was, I don't think that prequel did as much damage to the Thing as all the Jurassic World movies have done to like Jurassic Park
I don't
and all the other ones.
I don't know.
like,
It's
better ones.
it's weird to talk about damage when a lot of the times a really bad sequel can sort of reinvigorate and remind people of why they love the first one a bunch.
Mhm.
So sometimes I think it can have the opposite effect.
Sure.
Sure.
I'm hoping
not
that about
should
Buffy
be
now.
a theory that's not that should be a theory that should be
Ooh.
tested constantly. Let's see if
Yeah.
this one makes the
Should,
first one better in retrospect.
I feel like it should be mentioned. A new Buffy sort of sequel show has been threatened significantly this time, like with Sarah Michelle Gellar
Well,
I mean,
leading
this
it, and
one
has
will
been
be-
convinced over the course of 2 years that she wants to do it, and she's in talks with all of the previous actors, and Chloe Zhao is on board to direct, and it's like
No.
Oh no! Wait,
yeah.
wait.
No.
Chloe Zhao, Eternals lady, is
Yeah.
gonna direct
yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
That's
you know
a
how. Well, yeah.
the
Why are you
action
worried?
pack.
Eternals was
The
great.
It's a dark day for all of us movie
It's a
lovers.
dark day.
No,
And
Buffy
show
has to
love
be a part of it in some
TV
way.
love.
Like if they can't fit
Buffy,
It's a
that in.
sad day.
Buffy got away with
Red
it for way
Day.
too long. To be honest with you, you'd have thought they would have rebooted the fucking and like drained it of its rebootable energy a while ago, which they nearly
I
did.
guess, it's something that's
Dramatically
worth adding, though,
exsanguinated.
because mentioning as a reboot, like it is a sequel series, so
Um,
Yeah.
That means like episode
yeah,
one
it-
begins like we need to find the map to Buffy, and then you go to the island, and there she is, and she's old, and she wants to kill
No.
herself, and then it's the usual way
Yeah.
these things go.
Yeah.
yeah.
The
I was
Slayers.
looking for.
Buffy, go away.
I don't know what the umbrella
What-
term is for prequel, sequel, reboot, requel, sidequel, midquel. Remember,
yeah.
whatever
Many
the
now.
fuck.
I
Yeah,
guess the point being that this one will ostensibly be canon.
yes,
They
and
used to
it
respect-
it has, as Otto would put it, the symbols of legitimacy with all of the.
Buffy then.
Wouldn't it? Like
Uh.
Mola, have you considered the nightmare scenario that the revival series like treats canon the comics.
It won't.
Like it actually, you don't think it will?
It won't. I like
Okay.
that would be. There's too many. All of Buffy's fans don't like certain choices in those comics, and once
can't
they don't want those
physically
certain
happen, I
choices to
think.
become mainstream knowledge. Like it would freak everyone out in terms of like, what the fuck, and you'd be like, yeah, that didn't happen. That's fine. We don't do it. But the thing is, their thing won't have happened either. It'll just be.
Yeah.
It'll be either 1 undone or 1 and 2 undone. Like they'll have signed for 2 to begin with or something. But best of luck. Also not, but that'll be a thing eventually, and maybe it'll I don't know, like Rags was just saying, sort of ignite an interest in actually checking out the other series. So at least there's that, you know.
Well, they used to do it gracefully and like with respect, because I remember like in the Samuel Jackson Shaft I think it was 2000, his mentor in that movie was the original Shaft, like an older version, like retired.
I saw
cop
that
that did
movie. I
the-
thought it was funny,
Yeah.
but I remember some people saying it was shit, and I was like, oh, okay, maybe.
Did you see no, wait, did you see the second one years later, or did you see
I
the one
s-
with Jeffrey Wright playing people?
How many Shafts have you seen lately, Mike?
How many
one with
Shafts have
Christian
I
Bale.
seen?
Christian Bale, Jeffrey Wright, and Samuel Jackson.
There's one joke I remember, and it was the newer one, but Samuel Jackson was in it. But the old Shaft, I think, was in it as well, because he's Samuel Jackson's dad, right?
I haven't seen the second one, but I know in the first one he's a mentor to him that he goes to for like advice and whatnot. And it was
Well,
a respectful way to give respect to the old actor, right?
They
just
were,
did it properly back.
the old Shaft, who's like super old in it, is having a fist fight with some henchman guy, and he's winning, I think. Then the henchman guy backs up and pulls out a knife, and then the Shaft guy just pulls out a gun and shoots him and says "pussy," like because he pulled out the knife. I thought it was funny. Anyway, I suppose we can only delay for so long. That was an invite for anyone to
it's our
delay.
show. As long as we like, we can just.
Oh,
jump on.
Yeah.
No, we signed contracts.
Can I do wait,
Oh,
can I
I
do,
did.
can I delay a little bit? I was wondering
ahead.
what was the
Just
dark
play.
when everyone's talking about Dark Fate. I was trying to remember what was it. Weren't there like two Dark Fate, two reboots where John Connor died and the other
In
one is
Terminator
like
Genesis, he gets turned
Genesis.
into a
Yeah,
Terminator,
there it is.
and in
Yeah.
Dark Fate, he just dies at the beginning of the film.
That
so,
shit was
Yeah.
so fucking rude.
And then
It's
you
Yeah.
had
so-
Salvation of that, and all three
so
of them were in
rude.
attempts at a reboot.
Terminator
Like,
Salvation, is not a good movie, but like Terminator Salvation doesn't exist in the same category as those two films.
Yeah.
Three
and
and
we got
four-
Christian Bale's rant.
3 and
Bale's
4
rant
are
was made it
both.
worth it.
There's pieces that are
3 and
defendable.
3 and 4
Pieces.
are the kind of bad that you used to get in the 90s and the 2000s, where it wasn't like a fucking 1 out of 10.
Psychiatrist cameo
in
in
3
3,
4s
yeah.
out of 10. Like that.
Dr. Silverman, right? In 3,
He's
is
one of
funny
the
as fuck.
all-time great side characters. Like he's legit. Like you want just textbook how you do a side character.
I've always,
perfectly.
when watching T2, I always like find fun in thinking about his POV, what he sees in that hallway, considering everything he's done as work for the past like however many years to do with rehabilitating Sarah Connor. Like, wouldn't that just fucking rock your world? All of that.
Yep.
Yeah,
He's so
when
interesting.
you realize it was all real, that that guy that you interviewed years ago, like he
Dude.
was telling the truth.
When like they
Was he
reunite and everything's chilled and they all turn their heads, the T-1000s at the gate sort of thing,
Yeah.
right? The door. It's
Yeah.
so fucking
dropped his
iconic.
And wasn't there like a Benedict Cumberbatch AI thing? Am I remembering
Yes.
shit correctly?
It,
In
it
one
was
of the
Matt
movies?
Smith.
What?
Was the AI
Matt
in...
Smith, sorry, not Benedict Cumberbatch. I'm sorry.
Yeah, he was Skynet
Yes.
somehow.
Skynet was an
Oh.
app that everyone was going to download, and it's all modernized bullshit. Makes
Wait, are you
cringe.
telling me somehow Skynet returned?
He's like growing up in real time. He's like a little boy, Skynet, and the point is like you can't let him get to adulthood because that's when Skynet's like fully, awake or whatever. And it's just like this is. And then they beat him with
That's like
magnets.
Hitler. Can't let him get to adulthood.
Benedict Cumberbatch as Skynet could have been the thing, I guess. Maybe in the next film.
He'd be better at was he better at being Skynet or being the Grinch?
Ugh. I'll take him as Skynet. At least then he doesn't have
Alright.
to do that much acting, right? Because you could just be like robotic. But the
Or the
Grinch was
Dracula
horrendous.
robotic.
so. Unless you would say that acting robotic is its own.
Well, you know what? I
Yeah.
would defend it because some people say that Arnie can't act whatsoever, despite the fact that he's like
The
amazing as
Raul.
Terminator.
he is very clearly not the same kind of character in many other films that he's in than in the Terminator. I don't know
Sadly.
why we'd be pretending
He's
that that's not the
insanely
case.
he's insanely underrated as a T800 and T2. Like everything, his whole dynamic with John, he nailed it. Like I don't.
You think he's
I think
underrated
people
in that movie?
I think he's
little
extremely
bit, yeah.
underrated in T2. Yeah.
Interesting.
A lot of people
Yeah.
will rate his acting as, well, yeah, he had to play a robot, which is what he usually does. It's like, I disagree.
No,
He's usually over the top as fuck in all of his movies, and that's why he's fun.
Yeah, go look at the montages of him screaming for like 5
Mhm.
minutes from all his
Yeah,
movies.
yeah,
I always do. That's my
Like,
ASMR when I try to sleep. I put that on the
Screaming Arnie, yeah.
speakers. Screaming
he
Arnie.
was much more than just the muscles. I think he nailed T2.
Anyway, anyone else got anything to stop us from doing this? Any other
I'm
subjects?
trying,
Yeah.
but
I can't believe we're still doing these videos after all these
Yeah.
years. That's all I
My
have to say.
better judgment.
This
I
is
said,
evergreen content.
These videos are going to get a huge influx once we get to that TLJ 10-year anniversary. People will be like, oh my god, it's so
Yeah.
good. It changed everything for the better.
Oh
this
no,
is
it
practice
changed
prepare thyself.
everything. Yeah.
Well,
You're right about that.
this video, why the Star Wars sequel trilogy actually makes sense, is coming from Screen Crush, who we've covered every once in a while here and there. They always have
Crush.
wacky opinions. They're one of those, I don't know how, I was almost going to call it a slop channel of like, they're just constantly doing the, 10 things you missed in this film, and then thumbnails are insane and crazy, and the points are usually like off the wall in terms of, that doesn't even line up at all with that. But it makes for good YouTube fodder. But anyway, this is probably another one of those. But you know, it's a 25-minute video, so I'm assuming some passion's gone in here. He's probably going to tell us
That's right.
something that we didn't
That's
know.
right.
This is, you have to contextualize this as essentially 8 years of knowledge since, TFA, and then less so for the others, has come into this video of thought, of consideration, of contemplating with the elders about the nature and the power of the sequels. So, you excited?
I'm very
Good.
excited.
Yeah.
Prepare
Yeah.
your minds to be changed. Yeah.
Hey, welcome back to Screen Crush. I'm Ryan
Oh,
Airy, and
this
I have
guy.
big
Oh,
news. The Star
no.
Wars sequel trilogy is
blockbuster,
actually
man.
better than you think.
No.
Wait.
No, it
Well,
isn't.
it can't be. It surely can't be worse than I think.
Because this is the only
There's
option.
no more room. It's only up from here.
I'm just glad he's like, you're actually wrong, and that's good news. It's like, really, is it? Is it good news?
You know, I almost miss the regular way of speaking. YouTube's fucked everything to try and be original. Instead of, it can't just be, yeah, Rise of Skywalker was good. You have to be like, it's better than you think, and you're wrong, actually. And here's why.
Don't
And
forget
by
to
the
hit
end-
like and subscribe.
Yeah, nobody talks like that. Like,
Do you think he does it though because like he knows what the response to that will be? It's like putting a question in a headline. Like people will
cares.
immediately respond and say, "No, it fucking isn't," and then that's great engagement for his
Well,
channel.
hey, I'm still willing to hear him out because there may be some new arguments that we never even considered.
Is actually
That's right.
better than you think. And by the end of this video, I think you're going to agree with me that it does have a strong central theme that actually reflects the times we live in.
There.
You say central theme?
Sorry?
That doesn't even. He said central theme. Although I would also
Mm.
posit to beginning, having a strong central theme doesn't necessarily mean it's a good theme or that makes the movie good.
Yeah, but that also doesn't make sense in the context of the sequel trilogy because it's a dilapidated shithole.
Yeah, well-
so that
Well, he
doesn't make
did, he
sense.
did then go on to say that it reflects our times. So actually, it being a dilapidated
Our
shithole
times
is
are
useful.
dilapidated.
All right, fair.
You got me there.
Fair.
That's right. The sequel trilogy actually makes sense. Oh, person, are we shilling for Disney right now? When do I get my Disney check? Oh, no. We are not.
No.
Are
He's got a little
Are you
character.
Meatwad? Why did you give the
Oh.
dog Meatwad's voice from Aqua Teen Hunger Force? That's not a
Maybe it
dog's
is.
voice.
Maybe it is Meatwad and he needs a job. so he's like,
I
he got
just-
hired.
He's living
for
off
this
royalties.
fucking role.
He's set for
Yeah.
life.
It's because, especially after last week, it feels like classic YouTube where they had a little character. You don't get as many anymore who just have the.
I do like it.
It's
I do.
cute.
I think they put a blue shirt on him.
Yeah.
The voice is not great, but they dressed him up.
You talking about
he's an-
this
he's an
human that they
employee.
have? They put a little blue shirt on him.
Yeah, the little freaky animal. there.
shilling for Disney. And you guys know, I have made numerous videos blasting the rise of Skywalker. I even created a puppet of J.J. Abrams so I could vent my frustrations to someone. You make bad movies. Nobody likes
Aw.
Aww.
I
JJ
do find
puppet.
this really amusing because
It is
it's
an
just
uncanny
not the way that
resemblance.
anybody felt like nearly 10 years ago, I guess. No, 10 years ago, I guess, when he was doing when he got TFA. There was like, yes, JJ.
Yeah,
Yeah,
people
that
love
guy.
TFA. Everyone
He's
just
good at
blanks on
making
that.
movies.
Mhm.
Yeah, because the deal was made in 2012, right?
Yeah, I'm saying before even TFA came out. That's why he got it. The perspective was, yeah, he's reliable.
Remember
You know, he
the
can
South
come
Park
into these
episode?
old franchises and, what?
the South Park episode where they need him to reboot everything? You don't remember that?
Was there a South Park was that because I remember, didn't they do a joke about I don't actually know.
Yeah, they need to contact J.J. Abrams because they've got I can't remember if they're rebooting like the national anthem or something. They're rebooting something, and they need him, and he's
Oh.
considered the king of rebooting things.
I
Um,
remember
finish
I'm pretty
anything.
sure they made a joke about it in like the fractured butthole, like something
I
like
thought it
there's
was the
nothing
fractured
wrong with.
butthole.
Well, yeah, it's in any case, I think the joke was along the lines of like when they were talking about creating their movie franchise, where Stan said like, "There's nothing wrong with doing the exact same thing over again to start a franchise," and Kyle's like, "Okay, J.J. Abrams." It's like, it's just this is his speciality.
Yeah,
Oh,
but
someone
it
said
worked for
it's not
Disney.
Simpsons Muse. Fringy is a hyper expert on South Park. Okay, he's just
Yeah.
it's just a missing file. That's all.
I think I'm pretty sure. I don't know. It's that one is not ringing a bell.
All I remember, because I don't remember the plot of the episode, but I remember there's a visual where he's in his house and they have like everyone shows up in helicopters and have spotlights on the house and they're like, "We need you to reboot something," and he just pokes out the window, I think, and he's like, "What?"
That is really familiar. I think you're right. I think it is the national anthem. I
It's
think
something
it's
like
been so
that, yeah.
inconsistent, though.
But
Reboot the national anthem. So
God
funny.
damn it!
it's just funny to think of him as like, yeah, we need him to reboot a thing. When these days would be like, keep him the fuck away from rebooting any goddamn
Yeah.
thing.
Where's he been since the Rise of Skywalker? Just hiding. He's completely underground.
He did a bit of a Scrooge
Mm.
McDuck sort of thing with all the deals and money he made, but then he's coming out with something, right? If you look at his shit, he's still producing stuff, maybe.
I don't know that there's anything that he's been involved in that's been released in the last like 5 years.
Direct to jail.
Well, he has a Nepo
He's
daughter.
underground, man.
He
Hiding.
does. Where's his daughter
Yeah.
at? What does she
Gracie
do?
Abrams is a new pop star, I think. His daughter.
Oh,
She's making a
what?
lot of noise in youngsters, I think.
Pop
Oh,
stars
no.
do make a lot of noise.
I was going to say,
I
you're
wish they
saying making a lot of
Yeah.
noise in
Yeah.
terms of,
Well,
coverage,
she's
or
really bad at making
Noise.
no. I mean, she's making a lot of bad noises. I think she's a terrible singer. But those nepo connections are working. She's like at Grammys and stuff like that. Her career is really taking off.
Oh my
Well,
It's
god.
really
She-
funny
she-
to see.
He looks like him.
it's like the Friday girl, but she has connections. Is that a good comparison?
Becca Black.
Yeah, Becca
Yeah,
Black.
maybe. It's really funny because every time she gets called out for being a nepo baby, and it just every time she's like posted or something, everyone in the comments is just shitting on J.J. Abrams and what he did to Star Wars.
what he did.
That is really funny.
You will
It's not
pay.
her fault that she's a nepo baby.
Yeah,
I
but she's
guess.
got the name, man. House Abrams. Like, it's your fault. Like, he's got to take the brunt for that shit movie.
It makes sense, though. Her
Crazy.
dad was
Mhm.
famous for making bad noises and visuals, so he would take on
Mhm.
something, yeah.
Maybe she just needs a rebrand. Get away from
reboot
the
her.
Abrams name.
But
She
then
could
she
be
loses all that nepo benefit, man. Come on.
Yeah,
Mhm.
she just needs to change her style, her aesthetic, maybe a different kind of music, move away from pop. She could become
Mhm.
a like an old classical, like a southern singer.
I'm just picturing
dress
bringing
up really
J.J. Abrams
nice.
in to reboot his own daughter. I mean, I don't think it's going to work very well.
Oh my god.
I'll do for you what I did for your mother.
What is the music equivalent of lens glares? Or lens
Lens
flares,
flares?
or what
Uh,
is he known for?
that thing that
Oh,
singers do when
yeah.
they take control of a song that already exists, but they
Autotune?
like not that when they solo like random shit into a
Vocal
song,
runs.
remix it.
Mm.
The thing they
Like,
always do with the
Yes.
national anthem in
sampling
America.
Yeah.
Oh,
the-
like when
I
they
think
want to
that's called
like
vocal runs,
improvise
right?
and add a whole bunch of random notes and
What's it
shit.
called?
into-
Oh
When you go up
yeah,
and
they go
down,
super
all
high,
But it's
over,
like-
they do the Mariah Carey thing, but not
and they
as
can't
good.
hold it. They can't maintain it.
well,
Like,
when they just start going wacky, they're like,
and it's like calm down. Like there's a way to do that. Like,
Just
but
as
it's,
Francis Scott Key intended.
yeah, you really need talent to be able to get away with those type of notes. And sometimes
Wobbling.
it gets
Oh, no,
overdone.
There's just a time and place for it, and the national
Yeah.
anthem
Normally.
maybe isn't that place.
Just sing normally.
yeah.
Jeez.
You have no friends.
Just,
But the
Damn, he said you have no friends to J.J. Abrams. It's probably true, but
I have a question.
Yeah.
I've
They might not anymore.
I know we've only moved a second in the video, but does he look like one of the McCulkins a little bit?
The brother,
Do you see it?
Oh,
Kieran
I kinda
McCulkin.
see
No,
that.
You kinda see
not
it?
Not really. No.
You don't?
guy?
Okay, it's
Tiny.
fair enough. Fair enough. Figured
Tiny bit.
I'd ask.
The thing is, guys, these are all well-made movies. Arguably,
whoa, whoa,
Um,
He
whoa.
just keeps saying it. He just saying
Define
it over and over
well-made.
again.
I mean, there's the
I know what it
occasional
is.
good
I know
visual.
what it is. Visuals, yeah. The
Yeah.
production design,
This-
yeah. That's well
It looks
made.
expensive, yeah.
Yeah, but that
There's
should
the
never
occasional good
be-
visual.
It should never be that good visuals means well-made movie or well-made film. It's like there's
Yeah.
way more into the statement of a
But-
well-made film than.
But it seriously does feel like I'm sure we've talked about it before, right? That it's almost this funny kind of cognitive dissonance of like I am the movie reviewer who isn't like the plebs. I love cinema and I enjoy the craft of filmmaking, and yet the analysis often boils down to like if the visuals are generally good, that's like all it takes to win them over.
Yeah, it's so artistic.
Well, he might be able to back all of this with heavy argumentation. You have no idea.
all well-made movies.
We'll
Arguably,
see.
they're better films than the prequels.
Okay.
All right.
Whoa,
well,
whoa, calm down,
Well,
calm
he
down.
went straight for the sad line, Rags. Get him.
See, you got to
Wow.
establish some
Listen,
type of criteria
We
of
can talk
quality
about the
before you make
sand
these
line if we
comments.
need to. I'll keep that in my back pocket for now. That's my
Don't like
pocket
sand.
sand.
Straight for the sand.
No!
Going for the sand.
Stop it! The line is fine.
What is this?
Anakin disliking sand doesn't make the prequels bad. It's such a lazy, stupid argument, and for him to address
True.
that and not talk about anything in the prequels is just lame. Like,
Look at
come on, you said
Spider-Man.
40 seconds.
Why is
Chuggins. Spider-Man was late.
Spider-Man.
He had to make his suit from scratch backstage.
Why did they make this? Why did they make the scrawniest, skinniest guy of them all Superman? That's funny.
I think Batman's looking even scrawnier, man. I don't know.
Oh, I
No,
guess so. Maybe
no,
it's just the
Batman would
oh, I
smash
don't know.
Superman there. Look at
Batman's
look at Superman's
Look at the
malnourished.
arms. Look at the arms.
Batman's got those
Oh, James
biceps.
Gunn
He
really
chokes
missed out.
Superman out.
Spider-Man
Batman's a
ate all the
lean,
pizza.
fighting machine.
He didn't let them have any of it. Pizza time.
But maybe they're not better Star Wars films. But before we get rolling, I do want to remind you guys that
Are we doing some weird shit? where,
Yeah,
like,
we-
there's
Oh
different
my
between
God.
it's an ad, is it?
film and a good Star Wars film.
I saw someone say, by the way, he reminds them of Jay Bauman, which I can see more than a Culkin.
A little bit.
I can
Yeah,
see that
yeah.
more.
I see what they mean. Yeah.
you guys that our Screen Crush live show is on tour right now. We just have a few cities
Live
left.
on
We're going to be in
tour?
Philadelphia on February 2nd, and then we have 3 dates
Congratulations.
in March. We're going to be in Atlanta, Charlotte, and Orlando. Guys, the live
They're gonna be in Charlotte. Oh my god, horrifying.
I've been to
shows are-
Charlotte.
been
They've
to
got a good
her is
airport.
fine.
It's a good airport.
Yeah.
Yeah,
She's got a great airport. She's got a really well groomed landing strip.
so much fun. It's Pee-wee's Playhouse for Nerds. We do all sorts of exclusive
That's just Pee
breakdowns.
Wee's Playhouse, just to
that's
be clear.
dude. That's just a funny thumbnail. Hidden meaning. Obi-Wan is like, "Hey, George, what have you done?"
and special guests, and frankly, I'm not even sure where the show's going to go most of the time.
How the did
Oh.
Darcy deal with the duck's corkscrew-shaped
How did they do
penis?
that?
Oh, fair enough.
Oh,
It's a lot
Asking
of
the
fun.
real hard
Ticket links are
questions
below,
here.
and I can't wait to meet you in person. Now, later in the video, I am going to focus on The Rise of Skywalker because that's the Star Wars movie that I like the least.
I'm so glad he ended
That
it.
sentence-
Which means he
that-
likes,
That sentence
which
didn't even
means
really
he
make
likes
sense.
TLJ the most.
no, not like this.
I'm
It
pretty
sounded-
sure
Like
that's
this, homie.
It sounded
Okay,
almost
Abby.
positive, and then he just went, "I like it the least."
Of Skywalker because that's the Star Wars movie that I like the least.
If you're saying
Yeah,
I play
I see what you
favorites,
mean.
you're wrong. I love all my children equally. I don't care for Joe.
Arrested Development, didn't that come out like the early 2000s? Wasn't it on Netflix in 2013?
Sure. Why?
I think it was way back in. I liked it.
It just seems, I'm pretty sure that is, it's just, I don't think it's accurate.
You're saying it's
that's all.
stale as a reference, or?
No, I'm saying, why does it say Arrested Development 2013 Fox when it wasn't on Fox?
Oh, shit.
Maybe Fox.
That kind of fucks the whole argument.
Yeah, I think so.
All right. Luckily, we have a backup video we
when
can
we're
cover
at
instead of
like
this garbage.
20 minutes in, listening to some random argument, make sure to bring that up. Because it'll undermine. This is the guy who got the fucking release date wrong.
So much for
God,
Mr. Research.
Hold on. Oh, I just look, all right? Let's double check. Yeah, because it was 2003.
No, it's good to be thorough. It's good to be thorough.
It was 2003 to 2006 on Fox, but then it was 2013 to 2019 on Netflix. Just
Nailed
to
it.
clarify. So yeah, I don't think that's the 2013 Fox. That is not correct.
No, it's a good catch.
I'm glad we cleared that up.
Because I saw it on Netflix. That's what I know it from.
Last one was the best one. Palpatine came back. They got to kick some butt. It was really cool. Well, you
Is
kind of
that
just
the
proved my
JJ
point.
puppet, or is that a
Yes.
different puppet? Because he didn't have the hair.
He shaved his head. I don't know.
He
Wow.
shaved his
Maybe-
skinhead JJ.
Oh
Maybe
no.
it's DLC. The
Bald
hair is
JJ.
DLC for JJ.
If JJ came back with a shaved head and a full beard and he was like, "It's time for my Punished arc," I'd be like, all right, but don't touch
I
any
mean,
franchises,
yeah.
make your own shit.
Yeah.
Yes, you're an idiot. You don't understand the nuances of how Palpatine came back.
The nuances.
Oh, please tell me about those
What?
nuances.
I
Please tell me
watched
the
both.
Do you
nuances.
remember?
No, he's
I
gonna.
watched Oscar
before
Isaac
he's-
say that line and like almost
He's gonna
vomit in
talk
his
about the
mouth.
Fortnite lore. The
Oh
nuances.
my god, yes.
Oh,
Beautiful.
no.
The
Oh,
Fortnite
yeah.
lore.
Do you remember,
remember
when Rise of Skywalker came out? Red Letter Media, they had their coverage, and one of the first topics they have is about Palpatine, and they all immediately disagree on how he's back. Because they can't figure it out. It's like, yeah, they were deliberately vague on that one, because why the fuck
if
would they want to
knew,
confirm
they
it?
wouldn't
Zombie
have to
Ewok.
have. They wouldn't have to say somehow he returned if they had a reason.
Hey, they said it was Sith magic, cloning, techniques only the
fine, I
Sith knew.
The joke answer that Red Letter Media had was better than the actual answer, where he was down on Endor and he was like sucking the life force out of the Ewoks, and they were like zombie Ewoks and shit. And I'm like, you know what? I'm down for zombie. Yeah, I'm down for zombie Ewoks more than I was for like
Zombie
somehow
Ewoks.
Palpatine return.
There's a movie there. Zombie Ewoks.
Oh man, there's potential there.
You just wanted to have fun at the theater. So the movie worked for, some people. I think all of three of these
Who?
movies
Where are
succeed
they?
in what actually
Show me them.
makes for a
Where-
good movie.
what are
The
their
visuals,
names?
the acting,
Wait,
the storytelling.
no,
Oh,
sorry.
yeah,
Can
we'll roll
we
it back,
play that
yeah.
again?
We gotta pull him back.
So the movie worked for, some people. I think all of three of these movies succeed in what actually makes for a good movie. The visuals, the acting, the
What?
storytelling, and the theme.
Uh,
For
you-
instance,
Oh, hang on, you
Are
really-
you telling you already talked about
No,
this?
I do
All
enjoy
right.
how the grouping there. It's like the visuals. Okay, you're probably not going to find many people fight you on that. The acting, well, yeah, generally.
Yeah.
The storytelling is like,
Lukewarm,
and the theme. No.
It's just, the theme is under storytelling, as far as I'm concerned, as well. Like,
Yeah, I mean, it's weird to say the storytelling and the themes. The story,
Yeah,
the
theme can
story
be
of it.
completely
theme.
emergent.
But like
Part of
at that point, I would be curious. Like, so what do you think it failed at? Just to clarify, the editing or something? Like, you've knocked
No, they
out
were-
all of the writing.
It does sound like he's named all the
No.
categories that a film could
Oh,
have.
remember,
Essentially,
pretty
the
much
soundtrack
gonna
he didn't
be-
mention.
Yeah.
The argument's going to be that they are
Goodness.
bad Star Wars films. It will be for weird, like, really bizarre sort of standards of like, oh, this is what people expect from a Star Wars movie, and they
Yeah,
didn't
like,
do that. And
He's
that's
gonna
why it
invent
might
some
not have
bizarre
succeeded as a Star Wars
esoteric
movie.
sort of
But you have
definition.
to accept that the filmmaking and the storytelling was actually pretty good for what it was.
But the movies quite famously disagree with themselves as to whether they're
Yes.
all good movies. So, like, are they all equally good, even though they hate each other?
Yeah, these movies completely contradict each other, and people talk about it like it's a concise trilogy. It's so
That is the
frustrating. Just like,
They're
Funny as shit.
famously disjointed.
yeah, they don't
I
make any
can't-
sense. They reset
the-
Ray every fucking film. She's
Well,
nuts.
it's just
She's
the
a crazy
director
person.
element gets people to be like, oh yeah, well no wonder it's in they're just jigsaw pieces that don't fit together.
Legitimately can't name another select few movies or a trilogy that is as inconsistent with its themes
Mhm.
as sequels. I can't even if it even no matter how hard I tried, I don't think I can come up with a better example.
Well, and
of
as
those
humans do,
consistent.
no matter what, you can string something together in terms of like something coherent with any three completely incoherent things. You just have to ignore a whole bunch of stuff in all three movies, probably, which is what I imagine we're in for. But yes, as it was seen and as it is, the second movie comes in like, I have opinions about the first movie, and I think it was wrong here, here, here. And then that first movie's like, well, you know what? I have opinions about what you said was wrong, and you're wrong here, here, here. And it's just like, guys, this is like hundreds of millions of dollars. Did you really want to do this with that money? Okay.
Bickering and arguing like kids, because that's what it feels like watching them back to back.
And the
It just
fact,
doesn't connect.
yeah, and the fact that he says that prequels are worse, even though, I mean, comparatively, they have so much more just consistency and in terms of storytelling and themes. It's insane.
New Hope had
They are
Grace-
better movies.
Yeah, just Palpatine's story alone elevates the prequels over anything in the sequels, and there's so much
Yeah.
other things you can talk about.
special effects, 3 charismatic leads.
Whoa. Why are we? What's happening here?
Well, let's.
whoa.
Well, I mean, like just to add to the prequel thing, the one of the reasons that you could probably say just kind of right off the bat why the prequels were better is that the prequels you could keep the idea and execute it better, but when it comes to the sequels, I don't know how you
Toss it all.
improve those
Toss it.
movies without
Exactly.
just completely saying redraft, entirely redraft.
Improve the CGI and the acting in the prequels, and you instantly have better movies just with the same story. You know what I mean? Like just that alone would be a dramatic improvement.
Well, it's kind of
But
interesting
the
to
Rise
think
of
about.
Skywalker, like Rise of Skywalker, literally has fucking Babu Frick and Chewie getting his medal.
Well,
That's
calm
it.
down. Don't drag him. Calm down. Don't
No,
let
no, I'm
Babu
saying
Frick
he's the-
catch strays here. So
He's the best part of the movie. I'm saying
oh, okay,
Babu
I
Frick
got you.
is
All right, yeah, fair enough. Yeah,
Chewie getting his medal and Babu Frick being a legend is like literally the only
Yeah.
salvageable parts of that movie. The rest is ass.
I don't know
prequels
how I
is-
feel
you know?
about Chewie getting the medal. Like that's
He should have got one. It's
He should
no,
have
of course
gotten
he
it in
should
A
have
New Hope.
gotten one. But when you, this reminds me of this when you correct
cheap,
a
but-
problem, it's confirmation there was a problem.
Yeah.
you can sort of headcanon away some things. Like I'm pretty sure a lot of people's different people had positions of like just how integral roles were, or whether or not he was gonna get a medal. As part of the officiation, there was only 2 that was.
didn't he have one
just-
his size?
Well, something stupid, but you're just like, what? Everyone knows. Of course, he's amazing. Yes, but to have Maz Kanata handing him it feels so like, ugh.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like,
get away. She had way
I'd
more than
rather-
power for a
Fixed what a
character.
New
who's
Hope
it wouldn't have
destroyed.
taken him that fucking long to correct that mistake. You know, like I like to believe.
Yeah.
Oh, Han is like, I guess Chewie doesn't get a medal, and then they're like, no, of course he does. It was just someone dropped it. There you go. It's
We didn't
there.
have one his size.
Should have been dealt with that
Honestly,
the same week.
Wookiee culture.
rather-
Blah blah blah. Something.
I'd rather have him in the movie in a significant way and increase his screen time than him getting the
Ray-
medal.
Ray should have
Dude.
killed him.
Was
He
it even
should've
his
died with
medal?
Han.
Or was it Leia's? That she just like had.
Oh.
She just held on to it the
Hold
whole
up.
time. I can't remember.
Because Maz, she does have Han Solo's medal that because he's a crippling
Oh,
alcoholic, he
right.
sold it for drinks, right?
Yeah, he
Yep.
sold his medal for fucking drinks. That's
Yeah, 'cause
that
he's
was
a
the
bum.
law.
An
Ugh.
absolute
'Cause
bum
Han
Han
Solo's a
Solo. Why would they
loser.
do that? And
Wow.
like the fact that they didn't have the balls to commit to Ray killing Chewie, which could have been the most interesting part of the movie. Like I
that's so
couldn't
stupid.
believe that. It's like, you cowards. You have nothing to do with this fucking carpet, and you're just having them wander around growling. Like, at least do something that could be dramatic and give Ray some consequences for once. And nothing. Nobody dies. Nothing happens. It's so stupid.
There's so many fake out deaths only in that
Yeah.
movie. It's insane if you count it. Like
Yeah,
even they have so many like momentary fake outs. Like, oh, did he die? And he emerges
Mhm.
from like a ship that just blew up, and you're like, what the? How?
They blew up the entire fucking planet, and then suddenly, like, Babu Frick shows up with all the people. He's like, hey, and he's just back. Like, how are you
He's
alive?
explosion resistant.
Yeah,
He's like
it's so
a
stupid.
cockroach for radioactivity. It just doesn't bother him.
It's so
Brooks,
dumb.
what did you say? Like this was no what you said actually perfectly encapsulates the sequel trilogy. Nothing matters.
Nothing was gonna be
It's
nice.
like, yeah, it's
So
like,
stupid.
oh, you described the sequel trilogy. Congratulations.
Except for Kylo. I hope this guy's gonna address the fact that his last words were fucking ouch right after like hallucinating and forgiving himself, talking like not even meeting his father, and then he just
Mhm.
fucking dies after force healing Ray, even though she had no consequences whatsoever for hers. It's
And
just
you could
yeah.
that scene with hand forgiving could just so easily be played as comedy. Like just
It's
he says, I forgive you, son. Are you real? No, I'm not. But I forgive you. Okay.
That's what I'm saying. You can fuck with it in so many ways. And like Adam Driver is acting his ass. It's again, I keep having
Yeah.
these cases of like Loki in his show, Adam Driver through the sequels, these situations where an actor is trying so hard to show you his passion on screen, but the material is just so garbage.
Yeah.
Got nothing to work with.
and the theme. For instance, A New Hope had great special effects, 3 charismatic leads, Lucas's faster, more intense style kept the plot moving forward, and most importantly, the movie's theme of rebellion resonated with the counterculture movement of the country and helped the nation heal after the 1960s. It's also interesting, though, to see the backlash against the sequel trilogy and to remember what it was like in the early 2000s when people hated the prequels. I mean,
too many things been said.
Yeah,
I feel like
too much stuff. It's like, where are we going here?
whether or not a film's thematics resonate with a given moment in real time doesn't make the movie better or worse, but it can be an interesting element to analyze why a film was the way it was and inform us as to why those thematics were chosen to be the ones in the movie in the first place. It's not worthy of discounting, but that doesn't mean the movie and the story is better.
No, and in fact, you could argue it makes it worse if you're removed from the zeitgeist and the movie ceases to be approachable to you because you are removed from the zeitgeist. That makes it an incredibly time-limited thing. Whereas, the original Star Wars is still enjoyable today, not because we all remember growing up in the 60s and 70s and Vietnam, etc., but because it's quite universalist in the type of escapism it provides. You can look at that cultural lens if you want to, through that cultural lens if you want to, but it's absolutely not required. Same thing with The Lord of the Rings, comes out in the early 2000s. I don't think it was reminding people of the Iraq War when Return of the King finished. It was just a really good movie with timeless themes, which the original trilogy also had. People overplay the Vietnam comparison in particular, I think.
Well,
Wait. Your grandpas don't show you the movie and say, you know what? Little weekend, this reminds me of a great time when I was in the Vietnam War. Your grandpas didn't tell you that?
Well, I was going to say as well that humans are just compelled to do that no matter what. Like, when you look at when a film comes out and it's like, what was the big thing that was happening then? This film's probably about that. Ask the director, they're like, huh? Oh. Oh, well.
I just wanted to make a fun space movie.
Well, in the case of George Lucas, he's been explicit about Vietnam references,
he has,
but and for Bush references for the prequel trilogy, but especially with this visual, you're like, I feel like he was more successful and less successful at certain points.
Jenny Nicholson with Joker is one of the most fascinating ones. Like, she just couldn't just watch the fucking movie. She had to add all this political shit to it. Just this crazy.
Bro, she never made
a
Joker 2 video,
nuts.
so we couldn't cover it. So
Oh,
unfair.
damn.
And you'd think she would, considering how horrible it was.
Oh, jeez.
Maybe she's drafting it.
Maybe.
Her videos are long.
hated them, like drove Jar Jar actor Amon Best to near suicide hated them. But prequel babies like...
pause.
Do you know...
It's not... I remember this issue. I think he was like not necessarily blaming the fans, but the media coverage around his character, right?
Well,
or am I misremembering?
No,
that?
I think that you're on point with like that's definitely something that reflects a couple of the different stories that relate to this. What I find kind of, especially for such a fleeting point, it feels weird to me that his suicide attempt is constantly brought in as just like, this is definitive proof that the fans went too far. When it's like, I mean, dude, like first of all, it's not. You're not going through any of the context for what is happening to that individual human in that particular circumstance. But anybody, reaching thoughts like that about any given production could be for all kinds of crazy different reasons. Let's be honest, the prequels, they were successful box office wise, and they have a pretty good reputation with a lot of people these days. But they were hyper controversial for a lot of different reasons, and just to go over it all in a really quick way of being like, they were hated at the time. A guy nearly killed himself. Moving on. It's just like...
It's just, it's not...
But they do it with Jake Lloyd as well, don't they? And didn't it turn out that he actually had schizophrenia or something?
This is what I mean.
The argument that fans bullied him into mental ill health is just false.
I think his mother came out and said if it wasn't this, it would have been something else.
But they'll still stick with the narrative that works, where they can actually...
That's what I'm saying. Like, it's
thing. They will do that whenever they can.
I don't like the shorthand that's developed when it's about someone's suicide attempt. It's just like, he committed suicide. There you go. Bad. Fans bad. Moving on. It's just like, dude, Have more
It's because
care.
it's a really convenient cudgel that you can use.
Yeah,
Like, now,
that's
how
what I
dare
don't like
you
about it.
criticize modern Star Wars slop? Don't you know that you almost killed someone the last time you as a collective did this? It's like, well, I was too young to do it at the time, and I don't think I would have done it. And also, I don't trust that narrative, so fuck you. The Acolyte still sucks.
Side
It's
hated them,
illegal
but
to criticize Star Wars from now on, you guys.
Yeah.
People will
No, I
die,
think we should.
literally.
I think we should criticize them harder so that the people that make the bad stuff actually disappear, right? So
I could hear you thinking about how far do I want to go with this joke? Like, where's the line?
Yeah.
Well, I'll just say disappear instead
Disappear.
of
I was
assassinate.
I was thinking of the proper word
Mysteriously.
so that this stream doesn't get demonetized or whatever.
Thank you very much.
You're very
prequel
welcome.
babies like Doug grew up, and all of a sudden, we now have prequel nostalgia. Yeah, you know, I always liked Jar Jar. I can't help it. I think he's funny. Well, I like to say that the
We also just have fucking insane people, and but by that I don't actually mean what you think I mean. I mean the people who are like the sequels are masterpieces and the prequels were absolute dog shit with nothing in them that's worthwhile. It's like that's an insane take. There's plenty of people who still to this day would defend the sequels have like the strongest story than the prequels. It's insane. I know that everyone had the fun hate on the prequels timeline, but like there's a scale here, okay? And there's some honesty to be had about the nature, which I feel like everyone locked the fuck in on that once Rise of Skywalker was out. It was like, oh, okay, yeah, that was really fucking bad.
Jar Jar helped them get in contact with the Gungans, which was essential to the plot towards the end of the movie. He actually played a role. You can't really say that about fucking Poe and Finn and Purple Hair and all this stupid people who did nothing throughout the sequels. As annoying as
Poe
he was,
destroyed Starkiller
you know.
Base.
Well, and
okay, not Poe.
Holdo
Let me
rammed the
remove Poe.
ship.
Let me remove
Like
Poe from that.
these people had a
Poe and TFA is a character, but I'm referring to more so like Rise of Skywalker, where Poe's just running around doing nothing. Like they just didn't really have any roles. That they had no real effect on anything. But Poe is one of the biggest wastes, man. It sucks.
Brooks,
But,
you're telling me that Poe's running around screaming Ray isn't a good character arc?
No,
Finn.
that's Finn. That's Finn.
that's Finn.
Finn.
But it's what I'm saying. It's both of them, though. It's
Yeah.
both of them. He screamed Ray, and Poe did nothing. Like they screwed him up in the third one. Where the
Oh my
first
God,
movie had opportunity for characters.
Finn does
They're
have that really
completely
important moment.
interchangeable. Go on.
Oh no, Finn does have that very, very important moment because he has something very important that he needs to tell Rey.
I never forgot to talk.
Plot important. He just kind
He
of
forgets
forgets
to
to
tell her.
tell it, but he had a role.
It happens.
They turned the Force on and off with him throughout the whole movies, man. Finn. But I was just gonna say everybody liked the Gungans, but everybody hated Jar Jar to the point where we never got to see them again. Like who had a problem with fucking the boss Gungan, dude? Everybody loved him.
Boss Nass? He's
Yeah,
great.
Boss
That's
Nass
Prime
is
Blessed.
great.
You're not gonna have a problem with him, okay? He's great.
Yeah.
prequels were a great story, poorly told, and the sequel trilogy is a bad story, but well told. But
What?
Okay, so
A bad story.
what does that
well
mean?
told.
What
yeah.
does that mean?
I was about
Please
to say,
explain
hold
what
on.
that
Qualify
means.
your statement, sir. Something. Anything.
Bad story,
What-
well
what
told.
would
I'm
you-
trying to think of
bad
any
story,
time I
well
would
told.
ever even say that. It's like,
I
A
think,
bad
I think what he
story, would
means
you
to
say that it
say is
cannot
not
be
a
told
bad
well,
story.
right?
He's
Yeah.
saying ideas. That's what I think he means is the ideas that were turned into the story. Of course, that's not what he said, but I presume that's what he means because it's everybody. It's something that's commonly said about the prequels. There were a lot of great ideas, a lot of really cool ideas informing that series.
You can
the
have like a
concept
simple
of what they
idea.
were trying to go for.
Yeah. Like you can have a simple
I don't
idea,
agree with.
like a simple idea executed like very, very well, like 12 Angry Men, or you can have a complex idea executed horribly, like fucking Loki season 2. You know what I mean? But like you're not gonna just get credit because of how fancy your idea was. You actually the execution.
I'm
is what matters
curious
in the end.
if he's going to hold to it being a bad story throughout the rest of this video, because he seemed to have things he wants to compliment it on. I wonder if that'll match what he's going to end up saying.
It's just I don't think that kind of thing exists in nature. A bad story told
Films?
well.
Yeah.
Well, it
Um,
Yeah, I don't
sounds-
think so either.
Yeah.
Told well.
I think
makes it
that
a
by
good
the
story.
nature of what a bad story is, it cannot be told well because it is a
Yeah.
bad story.
I'm
It's
thinking
like,
of,
can you
wow.
can you
that.
perfect can you have a like what is a disgusting soup cooked excellently?
Yeah.
Like what is like I don't
Well, would that be like
like
Marmite yogurt and noodles with cheese
Mm.
and bacon? But actually, I'm just throwing. That's starting to get more normal the more I went on. But, like
yeah, like
the
could you take a rotten steak but cook it medium rare to perfection? You know, like is that
Yeah,
what we're
that's
talking?
Still
But
a bad dish.
maybe,
Mm.
but it's still a
Y- y-
disgusting steak, so it's a bad steak.
disgusting
Yeah.
loud
Oh,
soup.
there is a dish in the Philippines that's it's called it's a chicken that was the soup base. The base of the chicken is like sinigang. It's a type of soup, but
Like
then
fermented.
you put that in the soup stock. You put that in the stock, then you fry it, and it tastes bad. So it's like you can't really do
Oh,
that. Yeah, it became a
you do all
fad.
this and then it tastes bad.
Yeah. So it's like
All
you
these
can't
steps
do it.
taste like shit.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like you can't do it. It became a fad in the Philippines for a bit because all the restaurants were doing this fried sinigang chicken, and nobody fucking liked it because after like a month of releasing it, it disappeared from
Everyone died,
from
right?
restaurants.
No.
Yeah, everyone died. Yeah, everyone made it
Everyone
die.
Everyone commits
Don't they
suicide.
do it in like Norway though? Isn't it like rotten fish and rotten eggs? I think it is, which is supposed to be a delicacy because tourists always go over there and they try it and they invariably throw up. But apparently, it's like it is a
Them to
delicacy and
stay in
you
the
are
country
supposed to be able
longer.
to
It's
eat
all a
it.
scam.
This is all from him saying something just baffling to us.
Yeah.
We're just
Yeah,
trying to find a way to make it
because
make
it's like,
sense.
and
I-
isn't like telling a bad story in a good way, doesn't that elevate the bad story? I'm
Yeah, that's what I'm
thinking,
saying. If it's told well,
yeah,
it's inherently now a good story. Like, how do you? It
yeah,
doesn't work that way.
yeah. The
Mhm.
premise is flawed.
And this doesn't
I think
excuse all the terrible characters, even if the story was bad but executed well. Like, how do you explain all this shit characters in the
I don't know what it
sequel?
means to have a good story with bad characters.
You
Like that
can't.
doesn't
You
make
can't.
sense to me.
I always say character is king
Like,
because people
doesn't
will
mean
follow a
like the
story. Like,
plot, like maybe like when he says
Yeah, but
story,
like
is
I
he
don't know.
using
The
that to
way
mean
that
the
I see it
plot?
is like I I find that a weird definition of story, but I guess
I
if
mean,
that's the way that he uses it,
I'd
then
say
I
like the
suppose that's
novel for
okay.
Jurassic Park or something like that, which is I'd say a pretty good story, but there aren't really any characters in it. Like you could swap the names of any of them. You could take the names from any other book Michael Crichton ever wrote and stick them in Jurassic Park, and it would basically play out the same. But the story's still coheres. I wouldn't say they're bad characters. I'd just say they're really flat characters. So
Hmm.
you can sort of have a good story without very,
I
very
think
compelling
I
characters.
think
I
a
would.
good story with I would say that I am much more able to accept the idea of a good story with okay characters. But like if they're bad, I feel like that invariably is going to seep into the rest of the story. Because bad
Mhm.
characters is usually you're describing that they're incoherent or they betray the theme or they make
Maybe if
really
they were
bizarre
s-
decisions, these sorts of things
maybe if
that
they were
like will
super
affect the plot.
passive
I mean,
and
like Big
everything just sort of
Lebowski.
happens around them and it makes sense, kind of like what you had a plot like the Big Lebowski where the protagonist and the characters are very passive
I
in
get
that role and they're bad, but the plot just sort of
well, yeah, I
unfolds
was
as
about
it
to
does in a
say
sensical way, maybe.
because of course
Not saying they're
passive
bad
doesn't make
characters, but
yeah,
just
passive
to
doesn't make a character bad, but I guess if you mean
yeah.
like there are certain ways that you can insulate different components of a story from I mean, you know, the Suicide Squad is kind of a go-to example of the characters are inexplicably great even though the plot is a fucking disaster. And the only reason that that's the case is because for whatever reason the characters ended up being insulated from the issues with the plot more or less. But
Mhm.
that's rare. That's really uncommon.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think this is just a very surface level criticism where he goes, basically the story sucks, but what he means, I think, maybe by Oldwell is it's just like in technical sense, like the cinematography is pretty, and it's like technically well delivered film,
That might
stylishly,
be what he
maybe.
means,
Might
sure.
be.
I think so. I do think that he's using storytelling as just another word for plot, and maybe he's not considering the characters' actions and them as being part of the story, I guess, or he makes a distinction between the characters and the story, and just uses story to mean plot, like plot and character
Mm.
distinction.
I think I
But
was
we'll
wrong
see.
about that. As disjointed as this
Oh.
trilogy feels, it does have a common through line. Both J.J. Abrams and Rian Johnson, I believe, felt as if they were finishing the story of Han, Luke, and Leia. Each
The story was
Hmm.
finished, so I don't know why we're
It-
saying that it
it
wasn't
was.
finished.
Come on,
But they
man.
weren't
And if
was
this is
dead,
their idea of a good,
so we
if
gotta
this is their
kill
idea
'em.
of how to, so he's saying they, but even if you're saying that this was what they were trying to do, it's bad. This is really
Yeah,
bad.
even if that was their goal, it's like, so Han gets
Yeah.
killed by his own son and falls into a ditch
What's
on a
more, he
planet that
completely
blows up.
regresses. He completely resets
Um,
as a character.
And then Luke
before they
dies
kill him.
alone, miserable on a barren planet.
Leia has a force
There's nobody
stroke. Like
around.
literally fucking has a stroke. Like what the hell's the point of that?
And
How are we
that's the
supposed to enjoy
demise
it?
of all of the protagonists of the original trilogy. Yes, what a satisfying ending that was.
And the last Skywalker hallucinated his dad forgiving him, and then
Yeah, and then
and
he
then-
died,
and
and
then-
then some
yeah, and then he
rando
died.
stole their
Snitch.
name.
Yeah.
The,
Yeah.
No,
the
Yeah.
last
That's
too
Palpatine.
Army. Like what the hell? No, rest in
Palpatine
peace, Snoke.
literally, yeah, a Palpatine stole the Skywalker legacy.
Mhm.
Like,
That's so fucking.
What a
I don't
great
know, man.
ending! What a great ending for the Skywalker game, right?
I can't
guys?
wait for him to thematically tell me what that's supposed to mean.
It's just a movie about a bunch of schizophrenic people.
Makes
It's about
sense.
family, just Palpatine's family mostly, and how Palpatine's family fucking won, I guess. But whatever.
Well, it's Palpatine's fucking saga now, isn't it? It like
Yeah,
starts and
she
ends with him.
buried Anakin and Luke's lightsabers in the fucking dirt, and then
Isn't
moved
it
on
gross,
to
like,
Palpatine, right? You know what I
You
mean?
think about the first scene of the first film is the trade dispute that Palpatine is puppeteering, and then the final scene is a Palpatine's granddaughter is like stolen the Skywalker name and all of the items that
It
belong
makes
to all
so
the
much
heroes.
more sense. Like if you assume that he won, it's the only thing that would make me kind of interested in the Rey movie is if they took that seriously. Because Palpatine says when he's sitting on that throne, "Kill me so I can inhabit your body." So she kills him, and then we don't see him inhabit her body. Then she goes away, buries the Skywalker legacy, takes their name, presents herself as the hero. If the Rey movie opens and it's just like, oh yeah, actually this is Palpatine in a newer, younger, sexier body, that would be fun. Like that. Very
Whoa,
much.
Sexier?
Daisy Ridley
I don't
isn't
think so.
sexier than.
Sexy.
Whoa, we're gonna have to.
Questionable.
I'll take
Sheev
some umbrage with that.
Sheev is a high 9. I'll give him that. But you know.
Sexier than Creamy Sheev? I don't know, man. We might have to fight on
I'm
this.
somewhat with you on that, by the way. She starts up her own Jedi temple, but is like deliberately training them badly because she's actually Palpatine, and that's the big reveal at the end of the film. And
If
you
they
get-
can pull
Trains him
that
as
off.
Sith. He
Like,
just
that's the
trains
only
him
way to
as Sith.
salvage
Yeah.
Rey. The only way to salvage Rey is fucking. Oh my god!
Like now that the films have established that the Sith is just the superior way to be, he
Yeah.
just trains them all to be Sith now.
Each of these movies focuses on a different character from the original trilogy, and it focuses on that character being redeemed for their mistakes.
What?
So
Yeah, but
Han's
remember,
mistakes
he-
were all fucking stapled to him in the time we hadn't seen
And the
him.
same goes for
Yeah,
Luke.
we didn't see any of
Luke's
them.
Same goes for
mistakes
Luke,
are
yeah.
stapled to him as well.
And then
So-
what was Leia's
If-
mistakes?
Yeah,
Yeah, I
what's
don't know what
Leia's
we'd be
mistake?
pointing to there. Like, yeah, but I do find it funny. It's like it
Loving
completed the
someone
story
like
by
Han was her
inventing,
mistake.
inventing
Slapping
new
Poe.
flaws that they didn't have.
Yeah, it's because I feel like this is already clear where this is going.
So let's start with Force Awakens.
It's
yes,
it's
it
just
is
like
a remake of it.
Sorry, I was just gonna say it's just like fucking Nick Fury, like inventing a wife to make him a bad husband. Like they did all this fucking shit off screen, and we're supposed
That's
to.
true,
Like, not
that's
feel the
literally what they
consequences.
I mean,
you know what
a
I
wife
mean?
to make him a bad husband.
That is true, but I
fucking
would still
terrible.
say inventing a whole history that never happened to take every achievement away from him was probably the bigger insult. But yeah,
Yes, of course. But I'm just saying that mentality of like we need it as layered as possible that we're even gonna fucking make you deal with things that you didn't even fucking see. Like
You know,
this is crazy.
gave a rewatch to Avengers recently, and the more time goes on, the more rewatching those films is a kind of a weird experience. 'Cause it's just like fuck, we're so
Knowing
far
where
away.
it all ends up and where it goes.
Well, there's that, but
where
there's
all these
also just
people-
not especially
We're
with this
very
video, but
lucky that
the filmmaking on display is
Yeah.
alien at this point.
It really is. The
Mhm.
quality. It's shocking that it was that good at one point.
and it's
Character
so funny
dynamics.
that people are talking about it like it's a terrible looking movie when it looks way better than all the new ones. All the new Marvel movies look really crap.
The
and it
Avenger,
doesn't.
the first Avenger movie is like permanent top 5 Marvel film. It's so good. So many things they achieved in the movie.
I mean, at this rate, it'll be a permanent top 5.
Yeah, it's got nothing to worry about.
Yeah, I think it'll be A-okay.
A New Hope. But they did that on purpose for a specific reason.
Yes, to appeal to the audience. If you copy as
Yeah,
much of A New Hope as possible,
exactly.
and JJ was
this,
very
remember this,
clear about
remember
this.
that.
Same with Kasdan. It's like we got to get that feeling in the audience back. That's what they want. Move away from the prequels and get them back. There's nothing I would call substantive or creative or even meaningful in there, other than it's all like cold strategy, and it created something shitty.
They wanted Rey to be like a blank slate for the audience to project
Yeah,
themselves onto.
she's
So it's
supposed
like,
to
you're
be
the one who's in there. You're the one driving the Millennium Falcon. You're like meeting
Yeah,
Han
for lack of
Solo.
a
You're gonna go
better way to put it,
you
she
know?
is the seat in the roller coaster that you are supposed to sit on.
Yes,
Like,
yes, 100%.
And
It's
I
so
think
crazy.
I've
I wish
seen.
Creamy She
yeah.
was my seat.
I think I've seen like not that I think I've seen bunch of JJ interviews where he basically admits to that. Like me and Kathleen wanted to create someone through whom we would experience the stuff that we wanted to experience this whole time while watching the originals and stuff like that. It's kind of insane to listen
Childish.
Well,
strange
frustratingly, it
mentality.
worked, but it didn't work for very long. It wasn't a
to.
very
Yeah.
because like at first
That's
everyone was feeling what they wanted. That's why
you just
it was-
described
it was
JJ's
very
whole career. It works, but doesn't work for very long.
Yeah.
Well, it goes to show that it wasn't very well constructed if everybody very quickly realized that your character had just such a huge meta role to play,
Yeah.
and that kind of overshadowed everything else about her in-universe character.
Mm-hmm.
And
Well,
it's
and you know what? There's some characters that act as meta characters. A few films that do that, but that's like a secondary element to their character.
Yeah.
And secondly, it's not supposed to be a meta that fucking runs out of juice, like that stops being relevant once you've watched one movie. And it's just like, well, that's it for that. It's done now. Like, oh.
Even the OT has that role, but that role is played principally by Luke. But there's a difference between saying we're going to have an empty character so everyone can imprint upon it, basically, or project themselves into it, and saying we have identified the universal thing that people will relate to. One of those is a creative endeavor. One of those is making a character which is popular, and the other one is just making a husk in the hopes that people will do all of the work for you. Luke serves the Rey function perfectly well, and they just didn't think that it was worth even trying to replicate that. Beyond like the bare minimum aesthetic of young orphan person on desert-ish planet leaves for adventure.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
They could have taken the time. Like everyone agrees, Rey's best scenes are her opening scenes before we just get the visual storytelling.
They're from
And,
like a film
that,
almost, you know?
Yeah.
That's how it
There's
feels.
I love the shot of the old lady. She's looking at the old lady cleaning the thing and like kind of seeing what her future is gonna be, and it's just like this is how you do this, and then it all falls apart like immediately. And I don't know, Rey. It's just strange that it's such an important character. They didn't put a little bit more
There's
care
something
into her
that
story.
actually bugged me was, you know, as much as I don't care about Rey that much anyway, but how much they forgot that like a core character trait that they established but dropped was how much she wanted to escape Jakku, like and
She
see
was
the
shocked
world.
when she saw Rain for the first time in TLJ, and when
Yeah,
she
that's
saw
the
the forest for
one
the first
thing they
time.
kept, and it was like,
There's
hey,
a deleted scene of Kyle Reese seeing the forest for the first time in Terminator, and it's really really cool to see because he grew up. It's like he's never seen anything like this, and like learn from these things. Like Rey could have had
It's
so many of those moments where she breaks down and like, holy shit. And then what do they do in the Rise of Skywalker? She's fucking like captain of the high seas, taking the boat over to the fucking stupid Death Star. I couldn't believe that. She was shocked to
It's
see
kind
water.
of,
Now you're navigating a boat. Get out of here.
it's sort of like the opposite problem that I'll use Fallout 4 as an example of where the protagonist is introduced to this crazy new apocalyptic world that they don't recognize, and they by all rights should be entirely focused 100% on the main quest, when what the player wants to do is do everything else and explore and see the world and pick up duct tape. And it's the reverse issue in the sequel trilogy where Rey finally escapes Jakku and she is sucked entirely into the main plot of the Star War when she should want to be doing all of these other things instead.
Yes, yeah, she should be so good. Like, why does she give a fuck about the resistance or any of these things going on? She should have so many other questions. Like her, yeah. There's Rey. Rey could have been an interesting character if she stuck to that. Like, she actually genuinely doesn't give a fuck about any other things, and it's more so about exploration for her and the eventually bringing back the parents thing and making that meaningful. Like, it's been years and years of talking about it, but it's because it's true. Rey could have been great. She could have been interesting, even with Daisy's limited ability as an actress. Rey could have been so much
Mhm.
better.
Yeah, it's very interesting. It's again, we like come across the communication between the movies and its writers and creators, because again, Rey was already like conceptually a flawed idea, and her kind of being a Mary Sue-ish character that is just perfect at everything from the get-go, and even in The Force Awakens, was kind of like people were willing to I guess that was even the problem even when the movie came out, and everyone was complaining about like, why is she so good with the lightsaber? Why can she fly the Millennium Falcon? Like, why can she talk to Chewie so easy? She has lived her
She can
entire
speak
life
Wookiee. She can
on
speak
Jakku, right?
Oh yeah,
And I feel like
Wookiee.
I still know
Speak
all the
Wookiee.
defenses for all of those. It's like, oh, they set up all of it's all in
Yeah.
there. Blah blah blah.
You're
And-
roboting a tiny bit though.
We're more cutting out.
She's
if
not
anything.
roboting. She's
Sorry.
cutting out for me a
Oh.
little
Yeah.
bit. We
this
get
is
you,
a
but
problem. It's
I got
let me know if it gets too bad. But I feel like it's sort of the sequel trilogy, as it does with a lot of things, it got very insecure about that. And when it kind of came to The Last Jedi, Ryan came in like, okay, let's completely scrap that from the character. Instead of, which would be a better idea, let's take that concept and try to explore that, try
Well-
to understand that, and fix it. They were like, okay, let's disregard that. We'll rewrite what she's about.
The confusing part is Ryan did add one scene that acknowledged like basically her history, where she was looking at the rain and like amazed by the water. So he didn't completely forget about it, but he didn't incorporate it
this
after that.
Staggeringly
And
little amount in that film that has anything to do
Yeah.
with that aspect of the character. And yeah, his
Nothing.
focus seemed to be almost exclusively on Rey realizing, the situation with Kylo killing her father figure that she had known for about 5 minutes is a little more
Minutes, yeah.
complicated than she first understood, because Kylo's complicated too.
She cared more about Kylo killing Han than anything. Not her whole past, not the fact that not these new discoveries, not her life, not what's going on. Like it was a complete her storyline got hijacked by that. And
Well, again,
what
it
the
makes
fuck
more
Ryan
sense
said.
once you view her from the perspective that she's supposed to be the audience, right? That's our reaction to Han Solo dying. It's not hers.
Yeah.
Mm.
What's funny is if you watch that scene, Finn's reaction is kind of what Rey's should have been, which is like, whoa, oh shit,
Ooh.
that guy just got killed. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Which is normal, because, you wouldn't fucking break into tears and screaming. She barely knew him.
The reaction they had to Chewie to C-3PO dying in The Rise of Skywalker. That's how they should have reacted to fucking Han.
Oh no!
They didn't even care.
Anyway,
Saying,
Oh,
taking
the
one last
guy.
look at my friends. Anyway, they just leave.
That's such a meme.
Oh, I also still can't believe they put that in like straight out. Like what the fuck are you talking about? They're barely interacted throughout this whole thing, and
They almost
funny.
cracked up when he said that. They're like,
Yeah.
completely. It's such a stupid scene.
Well, there's this the joke that his brain is melting and he's seeing pictures of like the OT in his head, and he's like, all of
Yep.
my friends. Yep.
that makes
Oh,
it
that
sad.
fixes it.
It
That
is
makes really
sad.
It's
Oh,
They
man.
fucking
really
didn't care at all that they were killing C-3PO, but it's like,
Did not give a
whatever.
shit. And again, him like he's does all the calculations throughout the series, and him making the calculation that the best possible move. It's actually pretty cool. He's like one of the only slightly decent parts of the movie, C-3PO, and they still shit on
funniest
him.
part.
Yeah.
Mm.
After the prequels, they were trying to win
Oh, yeah, and someone just highlighted, I completely forgot. You can tell Ryan was really inconsistent on it, because she does then fall into the pool and swim, even though she's apparently never even seen
Yeah.
water before. You're like,
I was thinking about that.
So-
She swims and then they teleport her out of there. They never see how she gets out of that pool.
Yeah.
on purpose for a specific reason. After the prequels, they were trying to win fans back, fans of the original trilogy. That's
the fans were fucking raring to go. The idea that it's like, we need to repair Star Wars. It's like, this is the one thing. It's almost the reverse for the prequels. As much as everyone seems to agree they're bad films, the one thing no one can disagree with is the health of the franchise during the prequel era was strong. It was like multimedia fucking giant. And a lot of people's love for like the gaming side of Star Wars came from the prequel era specifically.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
So
Games, cosplay references. Everyone in my neighborhood had Saber. I had that shit too. It was huge. All the fucking
Regard-
toys. Yeah.
Regardless of what you thought about the quality of the prequel trilogy, there's
Mhm.
no denying that it essentially just it created a new renaissance of Star Wars content and
Mm-hmm.
eras and video games and books and
Mitch.
movies and comics, and it was a huge deal what it did. So it should be appreciated a great deal for that alone.
Yeah,
And
I
it
guess where I'm
expands so much of the galaxy in ways that make you want to go and explore more stories that are kind of implied from the fringes of the story that it actually tried to tell. Which is
Yeah.
one of the major differences between the prequels and the sequels, is the complete absence of any kind of enthusiasm to explore whatever worlds the sequels have attempted to give us. Like,
Yeah,
I was
more
so
Canto Bight.
Well, here's a
incredibly
microcosm
the
of that.
overwhelming response in Outlaws to waking up on fucking Canto Bight was, what, here? Really?
No!
You wake up and you're like, oh no, I can't so believe this. We're
Oh my
back.
god. Canto Bight.
Well, let's put
Or-
it this way to what you said. Would you rather go and eat at Dexter Jettster's diner or Maz Kanata's cantina? And you're like, well, the answer's obvious.
I would
Obviously,
talk
I want to
to
go to
Dexter
Coruscant
Jester
to
for
Dexter
hours
Jettster.
about
Yeah.
Camino Saber darts. I would.
100%.
That would be amazing. The fuck
That's
am I going
such
to
a
talk
good
to
point,
Maz about?
He's so much better than everyone in the sequels, and he just has this tiny little role. It's crazy.
I wasn't there, but I'm curious. So I think the way I would suspect it, sort of audience, how do I say it? Sort of investment and liking with prequels only increased, I assume, with each of the movie, right?
Yeah.
Sure, yeah, well,
wait,
because
Attack of the Clones kind of was a bit of a setback, but everybody came back for Revenge of the Sith.
well,
from
the
what
the
I-
trailer
Oh, yeah.
for Revenge of the Sith was
That got
hype as
people hyped.
fuck, and
that got people hyped.
everyone knowing that Vader was arriving was like
This
huge.
is the bridge between the old
Yes.
and the new, and
This is the
what was going to
one.
happen.
Okay, that's a
how it would
huge
play out.
contrast between the trilogies.
Yeah, nobody.
Well, yeah,
gave
it's
a
like I
shit
said, just
about Rise of
financially
Skywalker.
speaking, the Revenge of the Sith made about as much money as the Phantom Menace, and when it comes to the sequel trilogy, even though the Force Awakens made about $2 billion, the Rise of Skywalker only made half that. So the massive, staggering drop off just in earnings
Yeah.
is
Dude.
not something to be ignored when it comes to hype and how people were looking forward to.
Well, I was
these
just
movies.
thinking, I'm almost certain there's a sequence in the trailer that shows Mace Windu and 3 Jedi Masters trying to arrest Palpatine, and like we know
Yep.
who he is, so it's like,
Yep.
holy fuck, because
How will this get
Which-
discovered?
Going
you know?
down.
it's super interesting to think about in terms of like the power level they had for something that, you know, it's like, who's Mace Windu? And you're like, well, I mean, you know, he's Samuel Jackson, he's pretty cool, he was in the Clone Wars stuff, he's doing he's a Jedi Master, and he's not in the OT, so I mean, we're gonna see two old guys fucking kill each other with some lightsabers. Fuck yeah, I'll watch that. Like, I want to see how this all turns
Oh
out.
goodness.
Well, look at the merchandise. Like, not to get a little capitalist here for a second, but no one gives a shit about the merchandise and the toys and the figurines and the Lego sets from the sequel trilogy. But you go down to Target or Toys R Us if they're still around or whatever now, and it's all like Clone Wars stuff and it's all original trilogy stuff. People were
The
just super into all that because it was cool. All the Clone Wars stuff.
One thing
It
about,
was just really cool.
The
The-
Reva lightsaber didn't even get funded, if you remember that.
Yeah. So think about like putting that in a trailer. You know, like Mace Windu versus Palpatine, or the Kashyyyk War with the droids and stuff. There's all these different events. So you're like, oh, I wonder how that's going to turn out. Obi-Wan and Anakin. It's like, holy shit, that's huge. What was it for Rise of Skywalker? It was like Kylo and Rey are gonna fight again. You're like, oh boy.
The horses on the spaceship running across.
Yeah,
that was in the
it's-
fucking trailer.
Ugh.
They have nothing, and it's like, what the fuck would be in a trailer for 10? You know, like, oh, now Rey is gonna fight Goombo Boomplo, and he's gonna get her with his new triple edge
Goombo
lightsaber,
Boomplo.
and you're like, okay.
There'll
Damn,
be
like,
some
No, I can see-
evil,
no, I-
shadowy guy who lights up a red lightsaber, and you won't see his face, and that'll be
It's
like the way
red.
the trailer closes. But you
No,
know,
yeah,
oh shit,
yeah.
the Sith are back! Hooray,
Mhm.
we're doing it again.
Somehow, no, this is gonna be somehow Kylo Ren returned. I can see them doing it. Yeah.
Adam Driver was nothing to do with Kylo Ren. He's never coming back.
I just like the sentiment. It's like they're gonna fuck up Goombo Bloombo. He's not. They're gonna do. Not gonna do it right.
Nothing is safe. No
They,
one
they
is
put
safe.
Nothing
Plagueis in
is
a
safe.
fucking cave. He was in a cave being a fucking weirdo. Like, if they did that with him, everybody's screwed. Like,
Fucking
There's
Plagueis. Just thinking you could just take Plagueis and be like, I'm gonna tell his story. It's like, fuck off. Good God.
fuck out of here.
We hate you.
Why do you think you can do this?
That's why Hux dismisses a clone army.
Perhaps Leader Snoke should consider using a clone army.
My men are exceptionally trained, programmed from birth.
That aged horribly.
Not well.
The First Order are almost the stupidest behind, I guess, the Final Order troopers, who might be the stupidest across the entire universe. Can't even look up.
100%.
Why is there a distinction between those two? They're the same thing.
Well, because the Final Order ones have red outfits, so they're different.
Ah,
They're Sith troopers or something. I don't fucking know.
They're very different.
Very different. But yes, they're not even he's not even necessarily wrong with this. Like trying to distance themselves in the prequels, like no clones in this one, as if people didn't like clone troopers.
We like everyone liked the clones are cool.
The clones are cool.
That's a cool idea. It's a cool concept. If anything, our complaint going forwards after that was how they just seemed to disappear from all of everything. And that should be a major issue.
Well, that story wasn't told necessarily, right, in the movies.
Yeah,
it's the transition.
This is where we should got it. The exposition we could have got from a proper dynamic between Kylo and Hux, understanding the whole change from the Empire to the First Order. Even before introducing Snoke, if they were going to do it properly in TLJ, we should have gotten so much of the premise and the little pieces and the components that we needed to understand the gap between the trilogies from these two. But they wasted this dynamic. It's one of the least talked about wasted things. Kylo versus Hux could have been way more interesting, but they just made him a joke in the second movie. Hate that shit.
And why the very first words spoken in this trilogy are...
This will begin to make things right.
JJ.
Yes, that is a meta reference to correcting from the prequels, but again, aged like fucking milk.
Aged like fucking piss, man.
Yeah.
Watching
Can't
The
believe
Force
that.
Awakens back is an absolute cringe fest.
Mm-hmm.
Especially that introduction.
Who wants to talk first? You talk first? I talk first? The map.
Mm.
It's just...
I can't.
Yeah,
think
Phil,
that,
that's the Marvel humor, I suppose you'd say. But
I can't help but hear this this actor's voice. Who's this actor? He's
Max von Sydow.
Max von Sydow. He did Esperon's voice in Skyrim, and I think those were the only two video game voice roles he had, because he probably did voices for some of the, like, it was in the Lego Star Wars stuff. So it's interesting to, I guess, think about that. No, oh well, fair enough.
Kind of
distinctive voice. He's got.
Mahler, you pointed this point out. I fucking love this point that Kylo killing him is so unbelievably stupid because he just got the map.
Yep.
It's completely poiltless. It makes no sense. Like, the
it's
film's
just shock.
broken from
It's
the
just
first
supposed
scene.
the audience goes, "Ooh, he killed an old innocent
Oh,
man."
that
He's
guy
evil."
killed someone.
It's just, where's the map? You used to be a part of the fucking inside. Where's the map? It's like he says he doesn't say anything fucking like unreasonable. Kylo just kills it for absolutely no reason. Stupid.
He
That's
mentioned
scary.
his family and he got mad. I wonder who his family is.
But dude, that part where Snoke says she's on the Millennium Falcon, the ship piloted by Han Solo, your father.
Yes. Goodness.
Whoa!
In the Star Wars franchise, owned by
Yeah.
Disney,
It's
from
one
the
of the
planet
worst.
Earth.
Probably if you want to teach someone exposition, like introduce them to the concept, that might be the scene. It's so fucking terrible, man. Like, just that's not how you do it, man. We fucking know.
I was like, "Whoa, really?" He's like, "Yes."
Did the same thing with the Star Trek movies. After the boring, plotting wreck of Star Trek Nemesis, he stripped down the franchise to what general fans...
He stripped down the franchise and killed it, just like he did with Star Wars.
Strips it down, reboots it, puts a bunch of young hot people in it, and then dips. Say fuck off, like deal with the rest. You guys figure it out. Like,
Right,
it's
so
such
the story of Star Trek is, I would argue, way more complicated than Star Wars, from what I understand of it. Right, like in terms of just where the damage is, how it's happening, how much meta there. Like the fact that they don't want anything to do with Kirk broadly in like a meta sense. I don't think Star Wars has this, where it's like the current producers of the show or movies, whichever have you, like have a hatred for what is essentially the most
opposite
iconic
is the
character.
case.
Yeah,
They
that's
would.
true.
They want to inject Luke in as much as possible.
Yes, and so and Vader, right? Like the two
And
boys who have to
Vader,
keep
of
getting put
course,
in.
Vader is
Meanwhile,
everything.
William Shatner is alive and well enough to be a part of it, but they want nothing to do with him, and they don't want him in any of the marketing as well. It's just like,
Why?
okay.
Do you know why?
There's-
Do I know? Well, I'm sure Gary's explained this to me before, but I remember it being like it almost doesn't make any sense. Like I can't remember what exactly makes him so controversial, but like they'll do a thing of Star Trek captains, and they'll have every fucking one from the entire history, but not Kirk. It's just like what? Like, is this getting a little conspicuous? Like you might want to avoid highlighting just how much you don't like him. It's a bit weird.
Knew about it. Kirk and Spock. Hell, even the scene where Kirk sleeps with a green woman is probably just a reference to this.
Then Kirk will anybody. I seen him beam down the planet. Ever see the episode he this green?
Now, this is not the direction I wanted to see the Star Wars franchise go, but this actual movie works great. The cast is out.
Wait, is he saying? Is he saying he didn't want it to go the direction of Star Trek, but he likes that it did? And
But it worked out great.
The criticism of the Star Trek movies, the 2000, well, the Abrams ones, all of them, was that they were trying to be Star Wars, which is not what Star Trek is supposed to be. So the idea that it's like, I didn't want Star Wars to try and be a thing that was trying to be Star Wars. It's like, huh? I don't even know what we're supposed to make of that. Just the fact that JJ was making them, I guess.
Actual movie works great. The cast is outstanding. I think this is actually the best assembled.
Was it?
Calm down. Like like the best. Like really.
I mean, they got back all the people you'd expect them to, and then like Domhnall Gleeson. Like I think he's an excellent actor at his best, but what does he get to do as Hux?
Shout a bit.
Nothing.
He gets to
get slammed onto the floor and made fun of. Your mama jokes from Poe.
Lupita Nyong'o is an excellent actress as well, and as Maz Kanata, what does she get to do? It's like some exposition about it.
General Pride in the third movie. What's his name again?
Oh, now that time.
Richard E. Grant, right?
Yes, fantastic actor. How what's the what was the point of that? I think Oscar Isaac is a really good actor too, and him as Poe.
Even better guy.
I don't know what it means to say. Like they assembled a bunch of talented actors and gave them nothing to do.
Whoa! Wasn't Poe supposed to die, and then they begged to get brought back? Like, get the hell out of here!
He regrets begging to come back.
Well, he got a lot of money, and it hasn't harmed his career seemingly. So
yeah, that's true.
I'd say he got out of it pretty good. All things
he's the
considered.
biggest.
He won't be coming back.
He's the biggest winner out of all of them.
He
definitely didn't damage. 100%. Adam Driver got damaged for sure, but he's probably the second biggest winner.
I'd say that he's still a winner in terms of like getting out of it. I'd say
people still like
his talent was on display. Too. Yeah, his talent was definitely.
He got the most to work with.
I feel like Adam Driver can survive almost any bad film because of just how much he's convinced everybody he's an excellent actor.
Exactly.
No one ever blames the badness of a film on him.
No.
Meanwhile, I would say that Daisy Ridley is going to struggle outside of Star Wars.
100%. Her coming back to Rey is probably the best play. Like I don't blame her. Like make that money and disappear.
That's like the best decision she could make. Probably is to just do more Star Wars stuff.
It's either that or hopefully you get lucky and you land a role that really lets you show off your acting chops and that goes well, because if you don't, then you might just end up coasting on a negative reputation you have from Star Wars.
I think that was the problem she had, because she was probably the least experienced of all the main cast. She hadn't got much of a career to speak of beforehand, so this was the first big thing that she was known for, and they gave her basically nothing with which to work. So like at least with someone like Adam Driver, you can look at films he'd done previously and say, well, okay, the Star Wars thing, that was a bit of a blip, but you're still worth something. Whereas Daisy Ridley did not have that advantage.
Even Brie Larson had Room or whatever that thing was.
Well, Room got her Captain Marvel.
Oh yeah,
that's what I'm saying.
An Oscar.
Having a base of at least people know that you're a quality actor and actress beforehand. It's massive, but Daisy Ridley is Rey to the end of time. She is Rey Palpatine. Like it's stuck.
Yeah.
It is like it's over for her, and I feel terrible.
It's actually I just remembered something. It was really rough for her, this movie, because I mean I did a lot of research when I was starting the Force Awakens video, and damn, like I think J.J. Abrams like made her cry the first like few days of shooting. He was like, "You're bad, you're terrible." And
he was
I
very
don't remember that being
brutal
the
to her.
context of it. I thought it was just a test of whether she could cry on cue.
No. He was legitimately. He told her like, "You're bad. You need to step up."
Wait,
and made her
but
cry.
didn't they pick her? I'm
They
confused here.
handpicked Daisy Ridley. Like that was the one.
Yeah.
That's so strange. Or maybe
Yeah,
Hmm.
he picked her, and then he was like, I think she told this story. She was like, he was second guessing his choice, and I think he told that to her. He was like, I might have messed up there.
Damn.
Yeah.
That must be tough to deal with as a performer.
Yeah, it's
Like,
terrible.
really,
It's terrible for the first acting job ever. It's insane.
Believe
pretty
actor
brutal.
ever put together for a Star Wars film. J.J. Abrams also gave us the best.
That's such a like
Oh,
irrelevant
no,
thing
is he
to say,
about
though.
He gave us the best lightsaber battle. Is he about to say
Well,
that?
rolling back,
Oh,
it's just the end of the point here was just this is the best cast that's like ever been assembled for a film. It's like that doesn't mean anything.
If
And
anything, it's
it's
even
also not
worse
true.
considering that
That
what
is
was
not.
done with this amazing cast.
Yeah.
Actors ever
Funny to say that, like, you know, Mark Hamill was among the assembled cast when he doesn't even have a line.
Yeah.
put together for a Star Wars film. J.J. Abrams also gave us the best blend of CGI and practical effects we've seen since the movie Titanic. I mean,
That's a statement to make. Holy shit!
That
Let's
is
just
oh,
throwing
really?
shit out there.
Throw that one out there.
Throw it out there, see what sticks,
Um,
right? This fucking
wow.
guy. Like, ugh. I will give JJ this. The best duel in the trilogy, in my opinion, was the brief moment of Finn versus Kylo. Because the idea of like this dude who doesn't even know how to use a lightsaber facing an injured Jedi made it believable for half a second, and then he loses, and suddenly Rey can use the Force stick the lightsaber, and the movie's over. Like I went from being invested to like this whole trilogy is over in like a matter of 30 seconds.
Even
It's
that,
so
like, I
bad.
wouldn't cite that fight as an example of the point he's trying to make if he's saying it's the best blend
No.
of what's it,
No,
CGI
no.
and practical since Titanic. Like
No,
every
I don't agree
movie
with that
that's
at
come
all.
out since then.
It's a bold
No,
statement.
There's so
It's a
many
bold
films
statement,
that
my
would
friend.
flatten The Force Awakens in that sort of,
100%. Yeah.
you know, aspect. It's such a weird thing to say, but all right, you know, it's fine.
I mean, seriously, you look at a lot of the work churned out by overworked post houses, and this movie's effects are immaculate. Now,
That is
Oh
not.
wait,
It looks
wait.
It looks
This
that's
is-
first off, that's different than the combination
Yeah, that's
of
just CG.
practical and digital. That's
Yeah.
just CG. It
Mhm.
looks expensive because it's a very expensive movie. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't
They
see, like,
threw a lot of money at the CG effects.
It's
and it looks like they
convincing that
did.
it comes across like a bunch of planets getting blown up, but I mean, I don't know that this is any more impressive than the, you know, most mainstream high budget movie that came out
I
the
mean,
previous
you
year
know,
or the
like,
previous year to that.
I mean, Jurassic World came out this year, 2015, and like, it's not a bad looking film.
No.
Shit writing, but
No, it's good.
you know what I mean? It's like this was before the shit era that we're in, where films actually do look like garbage despite costing so much money. Like back in 2015, a lot of these really expensive films still actually looked pretty good in terms of the visual effects work.
Well,
Iron Man
Avatar
looked best
came
in
out
his first
2010
movie.
or
A lot of people looked
Yeah.
Avatar came out in 2009, and it's
Yeah.
like, yeah.
And
King
Iron Man
Kong
came out
came
2008, even before then.
yeah,
Oh, King
Iron Man,
Kong,
which
that's
has
a good one.
practical. That's emerging a practical. King Kong's also got. It has a lot of visual effects, but it's
It's
also got.
Yeah, we were
practical
praising
as well.
his emoting. That was one of the things.
Yeah,
His
The
Andy
Lord
Serkis
of the
performance with
Rings
CGI.
is, you know, more new than
Yeah,
Titanic, so.
yeah.
Yeah, so I
what do
don't
we
Oh, yeah,
say?
that is
understand.
true. Yeah.
This is just
I don't
a
understand his
stupid thing
point.
to say.
Yeah, I agree with Frankie because
Just so casually tossed out there.
like the point
much
he's making
confidence.
doesn't make sense to the period he's talking about because that overworked CGI thing that was fairly recent, right?
Well, the thing
That's
is that CGI artists have been overworked forever,
And
but,
they will
like, it hasn't
continue to be
been
overworked. The
And they
fucking
will be continued to be overworked. Yeah.
the page of names that always comes up for every single movie that's above like 50 million as a budget, or even below that, to be honest with you, you'll see the
Even below that,
hundreds
even
of
below it.
names. It's all those victims.
God, that's just
It's no, it's always been a thing, but like it being noted as wow, these films look bad because it's clear that the visual effects artists didn't get enough time to work on it. That is like a last 5 years observation. It's not
Yeah,
something that
'cause-
anybody was saying in 2015.
Part of the reality is they've mostly cracked making things look good. That's like a thing everyone knows how to do in these big, huge studios. It's just a matter of if they have the time to do it.
Clearly
Yeah, but it's the
they
things that
can
they
because they've done it
prioritize.
before with lesser technology. And then you've got films that, you know, Avatar 2, again, terrible script, but like that film looks incredible.
Yeah.
And it's like, yeah, how was that coming out the same year as or rather months apart from Quantumania? It's like, well, and they cost a similar amount of money. Not as, you know, Avatar costs more, but they both cost an absurd amount of money. It's like, what's
Yeah.
happening? It must be because they're overworked. But I don't know why we're bringing this up for the sequel trilogy
Oh,
when
and
this is a recent thing.
as someone's just brought up, it
As
should be
a-
mentioned. Pirates of the Caribbean, that blend of physical and CG.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Oh,
any,
yeah.
any
Dude,
scene with
no,
Davy
hell
Jones in
yeah.
it.
There you go.
There's so
Nothing
many
could top
movies.
that.
There's so many movies that at first you almost don't even know where to begin with. Like, which film do I point to as having really good visual and practical effects since Titanic? There's so many.
Mhm.
But I think one of the things that like balloons the budget the most is what they prioritize with CGI rather than keeping it sparing for, using it
Yeah.
sparingly for the things that they really need. Like there's that scene in Civil War where after the explosion and T'Challa's dad is killed, Black Widow, they forgot to put like the dirt on Black Widow, like the soot from the explosion, and they had to CGI that onto her or something afterwards, like that. Like that type of fuck up where they just fix it in post mentality, and that's what balloons the budget, I think, the most. Because
They're
if they
so
actually put in it's crazy. They're so lazy. Just slap some CGI paste on whatever problems we have.
That is interesting, because that's my story that I got from a family member. Like, that's how I know that. Like, but to be fair, the way I told that is the way that he told it, which is not a notation of as much. I think like the problem for him was he was saying he had to make 100+ variations of the markings on your face so that they could choose what they considered the perfect one, which he thought was wasteful, right? Like
Crazy.
It's just something they forgot that when she was in the explosion, she would likely have something on her face, soot-wise. But
the fact that they forgot that, it just like wrapped their head around that. How do you forget something in terms of it just shows their mentality. Like,
well, I was
forget
just
something
shocked by
that
the fact that there would have been like 99% of his work would have been thrown away. It's like, damn.
Yeah.
It's so it speaks so much of how they look at this, because like CGI artists are people that they can easily sort of throw around and make them do whatever they want and throw money at and lock them in the dungeons or something, when for a basic like little continuation thing, while a single writer can't even have like a sense or is just too lazy to like write things consistently.
Yeah.
They just abuse whatever power they can abuse while they don't even stick to that standards themselves at all.
I think the fundamental problem is it's a problem that writing has, which is that a lot of people don't think that there are standards that can really be applied to it. They have weird standards like the character must be active, or you got to have a 3-act structure, like weird shit like that, but not some notion of the idea that internal consistency is actually like relevant. Some writers have that attitude, but it's not universal. Compared to if something looks bad, it just looks bad in a way that people will, even if they can't necessarily explain it to you, it's just like, oh, I don't like the way that looks. Like, something about that is just off. Or when you hear something and you're like, that doesn't sound right. Like these sort of things.
There's a level of base intuition
that
you
can't convince somebody that MODOK looks good. You're not going to be able to do that, even if you explain all of the work that went into it and all of the technology and all of the work that was put into it. Someone will just be like, "Yeah, cool," but like it looks shit, man.
Exactly.
Like
it's like trying to convince someone, no, this meal does taste good actually, because of the ingredients and the chef who made it and the kind of preparation that was used in it. It actually does taste really good. You actually do love it.
Yeah, like that's not going to work. Compared to if you say, well, I don't think this makes much sense. It's like, we have to understand that we're trying to, this is the hero's journey, and we're trying to create like an archetype that's going to be really inspiring to people, and we're following the 3-act structure. Like you can overwhelm somebody with these sorts of things where it's like, okay, yeah, I guess it doesn't matter if it doesn't really make that much sense, compared to if something is just very apparently off-putting.
But it's like it doesn't work in the other direction quite so often, because most people, I think, know that if they hear someone say, "Oh, I can't watch old film because it looks bad," that they're missing the key important point, which is that like the effects are one thing that might be really good for their day, but what matters more than that is the purpose to which they're being put. So most people know to criticize it when someone says, "Oh, old film looks shit, therefore bad." But we're quite often hearing the argument, as we've just heard, well, new film looks good, ergo good, which doesn't work for the same reasons. Looking at the frame on screen right now, okay, yes, it looks quite impressive. Yes, for the reasons we've already stated, this should probably be the baseline rather than the exception. But then you think about it for more than 5 seconds and you realize that those lasers are coming through hyperspace from a station that was created out of a planet that eats suns but can somehow travel. And it's like, this is fucking awful. And yet it looks superficially impressive.
Hey, it's
I
not a
don't
science
think
lesson,
that it will
okay,
hold
buddy?
up over time. Oh, yeah,
That's
okay.
right.
Yeah.
Star Wars is not. That's
It's
nice
science
lesson.
fiction,
That
not
quote-
science. Okay.
That quote. Oh, fuck
Heavy
you,
emphasis on
JJ.
the fiction.
Yeah.
Oh
It's
my
a brilliant
God.
quote because he
comment
only
on
ever
that?
brought it
Quote.
out when he didn't have an answer to a question. It's kind of funny how that works, isn't it?
It's
Mm.
unbelievable quote.
It's great because, like, as soon as the weapon fires and eats the sun, all the people on the weapon die of the cold. It's a really, really practical device that everyone should use.
You know what's funny as well? That notion of explaining away someone's feeling about a thing looking retarded. It's like James Gunn had to learn that lesson recently. Like, I can explain to you exactly why you shouldn't find Superman flying to be problematic in any
find
way.
that so funny. Like, there was
Good
no
luck.
CG. It's like, I mean, it still looks crap. So that doesn't
Also, I don't
really,
believe you,
like,
liar Gunn.
No, I don't believe that at all. Not
So the
no.
dude was just
The
flying, like
idea that there
real
Yeah,
life.
thank
Fuck?
you.
Like, what the fuck you talking about?
There's no way. There's no
What you want
way.
me to do?
Like, there's a
Which
huge
is-
amount of that that wouldn't be
We're
real.
at the point where if James
There's
Gunn
a lot of
says
Interesting when you
if James Gunn says
when you
anything,
compare it to-
generally
go ahead.
speaking, it's the opposite that's true at this point.
Yeah.
Well, he's
Either
got
that or Flesh
so
is
much
a
writing on
masterpiece.
this.
So much, man. And everything we've seen so far, like everyone's just kind of lukewarm on it. Just like, I don't even know.
There seems to be some people who are genuinely excited about it, like to a degree that I would consider kind of funny. I was thinking about this the other day. It's like I've seen people like trying to hype up. Oh man, July you got Jurassic World, you got Fantastic Four and Superbad. It's like so you got another Jurassic World movie, and they've all been shit. You've got another Marvel movie, and they've been shit for the last 5 years, every single one except for one, and all the TV shows as well. And then you've got a new DC movie, and DC has also been really bad for a long time. Like, oh yeah, no, it's a really exciting time. I hope they're good.
Jurassic World Dominion made them reevaluate their approach, even though it made money. That's how bad that fucking movie.
Well, that's the
Like,
same
they
as Rise of
actually had to,
Skywalker,
like,
isn't
reach
it?
out to that, you know?
Like,
It
made money,
yeah, it made
but
considerably less.
everyone
$1
knows
billion,
the truth, you
but
know?
2
Yeah.
movies ago we were making $2 billion.
Those are
and
actually
people
both very
aren't liking it.
comparable. Yeah, it's
Well, and this movie's
it's
like
crazy, man.
fucking the whole aspect is going to be getting to that third act. How are they going to beat the Rancor Rex? That's going to be like the big deal. Who the fuck cares? It's going to be. How have they done it before? It's just like, oh, in Jurassic World, it was the Mosasaurus that ate the Indominus Rex, right?
Yeah.
It's like, oh, there you go. In Fallen Kingdom, what defeat? It was he got impaled on the skeleton of a Stegosaurus or something, right?
The glass
Yeah.
broke on the roof and then fell on it. Yeah.
When he got impaled.
And I don't know about Dominion.
But like, it's just going to be some
You guys remember
environmental
this one?
death. Yes, because I have
How
a
could you
passionate
forget
hatred
it?
for what they've done to Jurassic Park over the years. I can fit plenty of franchises into my heart, and they've destroyed all
keep
of
saying
them.
it. I'm gonna
They're
say
like
it over and
Horcruxes.
over and
They're gonna
over.
kill me.
I'll just be. They can't get worse than Dominion. Like it's like impossible. You just can't. If you,
I do
No.
viscerally
Yeah.
hate that movie more than most other bad movies that have come
Yeah.
out recently. I think Jurassic Park was probably the first movie I saw in my life, and so
Yeah,
like to see because it's such a perfect microcosm of everything that's wrong in every other franchise as well. I hated the first Jurassic World for this reason. It's like big battle against stupid mutant active Camosaurus, and then let's have a hero shot with the T-Rex because you remember him, he was good. Also the Velociraptor because they're tameable now, so he's also is also a hero. And the characters being laughably shallow pieces of absolute cancer. It's just bad, and it only gets worse over time. And then Dominion comes out, giant fire locusts, random fucking Massivosaurus, which I don't even give a fuck about. It's just
treating Alan Grant like an idiot, literally
Yes,
erasing
yeah.
Alan Grant's character. Like
Hey,
the Alan
remember
Grant from
all the
Jurassic
old
Park
guys
1
you
does not
like?
exist.
We brought them all back to do nothing. Hey, remember
gets
Dodgson?
Kenobi'd, man.
The thing everyone remembers about Dodgson in the first movie is the meme when nobody cares that he's there. Well, he's the villain now, so enjoy Dodgson. He's back.
That's everybody. Nobody
Oh
cares.
my god! And the Charlotte retcon, like that fucking retcon, pissed me off, man. There's so many fucking things they did in that film.
Clone
that
Girl
you just-
releases dinosaurs onto the world because
Clone
she's
Girl.
also a clone. Jesus.
Clone Girl's
no.
mom. Clone
What?
Oh
How
my
is it
god,
thing?
it's so fucked in the locusts. It's so retarded. And then the
Oh,
the
wow.
pilot with the heart of gold, the fucking the clearest diversity hire you'll ever see. Just shove a black person in there so nobody complains. Like that's what they fucking do every single time. Like there's nothing they
Yeah.
can do in this next movie to piss people off any more than they did. No more.
Don't
damage
challenge
can be
them.
done.
Yeah,
they
they'll
don't.
take that. They will take that as a challenge, like you're throwing the gauntlet, man. Don't
Oh man.
do that.
Shite finds a way. They will do it somehow.
Shite finds a way.
movie's effects are immaculate. Now, one thing we're always careful about here on Screen Crush is to make sure that we double check our sources, and we always make sure that we're giving you the real facts.
Then how
because,
come you
let's
got
face
the
it,
rest of development wrong?
You got that? Oh,
See?
it
That's
came back,
coming up to
everyone.
bite ya. He did
It
remember.
came back.
Yeah, that's right.
No, wait. Also, like, what's his source for graphics good? It's just like a stupid
That's an
statement to
opinion.
make.
It doesn't need a
Source.
source.
Yeah, like what?
That's a
is he
subjective
talking about?
opinion. Therefore, he could say it with complete and total impunity.
And
It's just a
abandoned
weird
with
time to say
fucking
it.
ignoring the
Like,
past like
oh.
10 years of films. It's fine. We just do it. 20 years.
We check our sources. Me. It's so stupid.
Just
The
ignored
internet-
every single movie ever between
Yeah.
Titanic and The Force Awakens.
Oh no, it's The Boys season 2.
Oh, this
Internet
is
is
an
filled with
ad,
fake
isn't it?
news because the media's profit bias has divided us up
Ground
into separate
News.
camps.
Yeah,
This
Ground
video
News
is
one.
sponsored by Ground News. You can look at
Camps.
the
And the
biases
real
of
news
all
is-
of the news sources. For instance, look at this news story where it was reported on this
No.
way by left-wing sources, and
The
reported
thing-
on this way by right-wing sources.
The thing they all do is pretend as though it's a novel aspect of the ad read. So they'll be like, me personally, I actually quite like the tab whatever that tells you the stories that aren't covered by both sides equally. And it's like super interesting because I read about and then reads generic storyline from the and it's like the right wing covered that a lot, but the left wing didn't. And then the same thing again, but with the reverse. And it's a really great way to find out how people are lying to you. Stick with this thing. I've seen, and there's more than one of these, right? What's the one that Shoe on Head does? Is it Ground News or is it something else?
I think she's done Ground News one.
There's a damn. I feel like I'm mixing. There's isn't there like Morning Brew? That's another one, isn't it? That's for like finance stuff. I think.
Let me check.
I think. God, I can't remember. I can't remember all of these.
Yeah, it is Ground News for
ads.
Shoe as well. But
Pop it up.
yeah, no, I've seen them around, and I just like, excuse me while I don't trust recommendations for news sources. I don't know, especially when you're paid to do it. You know, it's like that's all right. You go ahead.
It's often hidden behind an algorithm, and that's why I've been using Straight Arrow News.
Oh, Straight Arrow
God.
News.
Straight Arrow.
Yes.
Man.
Wow.
Dude,
Oh,
eventually there's
goodness.
just going to be loads of news networks that all claim to tell the truth. It's like, all right.
We are the honest one, not like all the dishonest
should-
ones
you know what?
over there.
They should form a ministry. And,
I
talk
could
only
not
about the
be
truth.
blackmailed into being sponsored by this.
Sponsor of this video.
Definitely
Straight
what I would
Arrow News
avoid.
is an app and website that shows you all the stories with facts
Tell us about your novel experience, Mr. Screen Crush.
free of bias. Plus, it's free, so there's no paywall to stay informed. Their journalists are separating themselves from any other news organization by not only highlighting left and right-leaning opinions, but also giving an unbiased view of stories and events across all sides of the aisle.
Sure.
That's when it all
I'm
falls
sure.
down.
I
That's like
do
the
enjoy
double
that.
fall
It's
down
like-
thing.
Integrity News.
Yes.
Bias distribution?
Dude, I mean, like, isn't Fox News's tagline fair and balanced? Like, every news
Yeah.
organization
Everyone
claims
claims they're fair and balanced,
Fair
of
and
course.
balanced.
They all do that. I mean, like the New York Times advertises itself as being, you know, the objective home of news, all the news. If it,
Yeah.
every news organization will try and sell itself on its own credibility. I think that there's value in the aggregation services because they allow you still to basically make your own mind up. But it's when I always get very antsy when I hear, oh, it's going to tell you what left and right is, and we have journalists who will give you the unbiased version in the middle. So, well, that sort of defeats the object of having the aggregation service that just lets you get information about where it's being reported and who
Well,
owns
yeah.
it and shit like that. Because then
I
what
don't-
you're
I don't-
doing is you're editorializing in the end. As soon as you start editorializing, that perception of objectivity will die sooner or
He's
later. on the
paid
quality
to
of
do
the
this
level
as
of
well. It's so awkward. It's like, you can trust me that you can trust these people you've never met. And I'm just like, they paid you. Like, what do you mean?
They're giving you money for this ad read. That's right. And also, if you tell me beforehand that your objective is to end up in the center, you're already tarnished. You have decided beforehand where it is you will end up on the news spectrum instead of telling me what you
And
actually,
of course,
what the actual
remember,
truth is.
you know, there's more than one middle. There's more than one center. Like, not everybody even agrees on what that means.
It's almost like
So,
gamifying the whole thing, isn't it?
yeah, kind of. Yeah, it's like, see, look, this is the news. This is how the blue people reported on it. Here's how the red people
And then the
reported
yellow
on it.
people.
Go figure out for yourselves what is fucking true. Like, there you go.
stories have
Ugh.
a gauge
Weird
that
to
show
me.
you the story's media landscape reporting, so you can
So
see
it
which
is
way your
okay.
story's
So
bias is leaning.
it is
Straight arrow
ground news then.
Same thing,
It
yeah.
is. It's
Which
the
means
same idea.
it is quite lucrative. There's probably more of these that pop up over time.
News keeps you informed with the real news in real time.
Like, how do you not have that moment as a news source being like, we're the real news? Like, yeah? Really? Like,
Everybody believes they're the. How many people are like, yes, we are the fake news.
we are the fake news.
We're actually very biased.
It's
Especially
also
love their
like
medium mystery.
it says there right at the top: discover reporting you're not seeing from biased mainstream media outlets. How are you? But you're just pointing us to those outlets.
I need a
So
ground
it's slightly
news
hard to
that
tell.
shows me what ground news isn't telling me. You
Wait,
know,
it's
we gotta
funny
find
also,
out.
like they trademarked mediumist, so they trademarked the thing that says, "Oh, the mainstream aren't covering this." Like it's so stupid.
Well, yeah, because then you've got that as well as like, isn't there?
Yeah.
There's an editorializing to the things that you choose to report on. Like
And
what
they're
you choose to
moneta-
focus on is you could report on anything. There's like there's more going on in the world every day than anybody could reasonably be paying attention to. There's always choices being made, and it's not. I don't know. I just find this almost kind of farcical. Like, yeah, we are the unbiased news source, and we're going to do this by aggregating and
But,
just
like, the
saying, yep, they're the
primary
blue ones, they're the red
issue
ones.
that comes with all kind of news reporting is follow the money sort of stuff. And the irony of being like, I can advocate for their integrity. All they did was pay me. You're like, that's really not working, pal.
Yeah, no, it's really no, but I'm you know, I love this particular feature, and I'm not just saying that because I was introduced to it because I'm doing an ad for this particular service. I use it every day.
Allows me to discover what stories are being underreported in the media. For instance, I had no idea that the Justice Department leaked investigation details before the election, or that allegedly Trump's team were fed questions before an interview that was conducted by Fox News during the election. These are major news stories that get buried underneath the media algorithms that are just trying to pit us against each other. You see, I'm tired of media organizations using wedge issues to divide us, to drive
we get to this midpoint.
No, the Bieber.
Yes, they're pitting you against each other. That's right, but we can come together by using this particular service.
Yeah, we here at Screen Rant, we're all one big
If
family.
you sign up
We
now,
want-
I get more money.
Pearson will constantly tune in. Straight Arrow News cuts through all of that bias and fear-mongering and gives you the straight
by just telling you what the bias is from their perspective.
Yeah, I mean, the matter on this is fun.
facts, the sources, and just lets you stay informed. I also love their video stories. They're well edited, straight to the point, and a great way to summarize news if I'm cleaning up or getting ready in the morning. So go
You're
to
not reading from
nowhere
title
else-
cards.
Yeah.
There was nowhere else where you could find the news that is straight to the point. Also, maybe that's not a good thing. Maybe it's not a good thing if the news is only like a minute per story.
We're
No,
lucky
he's
that
a Blinkist man. Okay.
we're lucky that YouTubers don't select for like good actors in this. Like there are some out there, but like a lot of these reads are so obvious in terms of like I like to watch this when I am getting ready in the morning or I am making my breakfast.
It's
Like,
so phony, man. You can read ads in a genuine
my day, being informed.
Like some of the channels that I watch, like try to actually advertise products that you're actually going to use, so you can be genuine when you're describing.
You would tell
Just
he
so it
does
sound
use
like
this.
You can tell the difference. You can tell the
Yeah.
difference right away. We're here. We've been hearing ads our whole life, and like your eyes, you just roll your eyes and just wait for it to finish, or you can see when someone's being real with you. And I don't know, it's the fact that we're still having these phony ads at this stage.
Oh,
It's
dude,
just so frustrating to see.
fucking legendary meme. This is my favorite part. that was part of an ad read that we covered. That's the lamest fucking delivery of that line ever.
So go to san.com/screencrush to check it out for yourself. You can visit by
Yeah.
clicking my link in the description or download the app by searching Straight Arrow News. When you download, you not only
So what's better, Straight Arrow or Ground News, and which
Well, it
one's
said
opinion
in
of the
the ad
other?
thing-
You know, what's their
Oh
opinion?
yeah,
of
what do
each
they think
other?
about the other?
Screen,
If I
but
go
this
to
thing is
Gra-
actually
yeah.
powered by Ground News. It said in the description. So it's all it's doing. It's using Ground News as the base for its aggregation service, which is the thing I think
It's like a
can
ghost
be useful.
kitchen, but for
And all it's
news.
doing is it's adding on top of that objective opinions. In other words, where Ground News is aggregating, this is still editorializing on top of that. So it's replicating all of
Right.
the flaws of the things that
They're
Ground News is
expanding.
supposed to be not doing, basically.
That's a shame too, because I was looking forward to the war between the two, where Ground News says, "Oh, what? Straight Arrow News? They suck. They're super biased." And Straight Arrow News says, no, we did a fact check on Ground News. They actually suck. They're super biased. We're the most non-biased of them all. It's like, no, we're the most non-biased of them all. And there's this terrible news war happening in the background.
Wow.
Support our channel, but you're also supporting a free platform created by a group of journalists that are diligent and
If it's free, how do they make money?
He's still going.
If it's free, how do they make money? And how do they pay you for this ad? Don't tell me
Yeah,
it's free.
I wonder if there'll be a
This is
data
such an
collection
unethical
controversy eventually. Who
I'm
knows?
just saying, they got to get that money to pay you somehow.
vigilant about fact-based news and focusing on serving you the truth. Now back to what I was saying. But I also love
How awkward.
It's so unnatural.
Oh,
my
anyway,
God.
back to
You
Star Wars.
couldn't even incorporate it into your video. It's just a
Smooth
random
as silk.
template you could shit into any video you want. Oh, back to whatever I was saying.
Whatever the hell it was.
Whatever. I got paid. Fuck you.
It's
Back
also
to
the look
Star
in his
Wars.
eyes when he knows that
No, he
his
didn't
ad
even
read
say
has
back
gone
to
on
Star
way
Wars.
too long as well. So it's just like, how do I possibly segue and make this not a fuck it? Back to what I was saying.
Fuck it.
I'm sorry implicitly
undecided.
about what I've
I'm
just done.
sorry.
I think I'm undecided on whether or not I prefer that to the sneaky ones where it's like, sometimes it's like, oh, here we go. Like it's, that they're transitioning into the ad because some of them are real. It's just like, oh, they sneak up on you out of nowhere.
Well, I mean,
And
there's
I don't know whether
a
I
moral
appreciate that more or less.
or the ethical aspect of like it should be clear and loud when you're doing an ad read versus.
Well, if Total Biscuit did
Yeah,
it,
don't
he would be
trick
like,
me.
okay, this is the ad, and then he would just do the ad, and then say that the ad is over, and then get to whatever he's doing. If he was doing an ad read like this,
Mhm.
which I don't think he ever did. Well, he might have done it sometime somewhere, but still.
If he did, I would trust that whatever he was.
He took sponsors, he was just
showing
careful
was
about
something
it.
Good.
He would just be incredibly transparent about it. That's that
Yeah.
was his superpower, was integrity.
But I also love the design aesthetic of the movie and how it fits into the Star Wars saga. You see, the prequels are a metaphor about the fall of the Roman Republic. The original trilogy was about the fall of the Roman Empire. And, historically, after the Roman Empire fell, next
is
came the
sequels
Dark
about?
Ages.
Things went to
I wonder.
shit.
I don't even know where he's going with it.
Bring
that
it back.
medieval period when we think of knights and castles and wizards. And we see this concept permeate the production design of The
I think of
Force
wizards.
Awakens.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think of wizards all the time.
When
I
the
think
Roman
of-
Empire
What?
fell, that's when all the wizards came out.
Fucking
The only
wizards,
thing
dude.
keeping them in check was the Roman Empire. The
Where is
great
he going?
emperors of old kept the wizards in their place, and now they were running amok, casting spells, enchanting objects.
Lightning bolt everywhere.
Oh,
You know what?
things went to
You know-
shit.
You know Sam Hyde meme where he goes, "What's going on, big guy?" This is like that part of the video. Like, what's happening here, Chief? What are you
Well, a
talking
lot of people don't know
about?
this, but the weather, that's actually the wizards constantly casting spells.
And their
Crazy.
glow sticks.
Yeah.
We love
Kylo Ren
casting
leads the Knights of
spells.
Ren. He wears a medieval tunic and he carries
Yeah, but they're called Jedi
No,
Knights.
but-
So how do you account
Yeah,
for
I was
that?
gonna say.
They were called Jedi Knights as far back as in the prequels and earlier than that. So doesn't this kind of fuck with
Whatever,
the
the Knights
analogy
of
of
the
it being
old
Middle
Republic.
Ages?
Yeah.
The Knights of Ren were nothing. Like, I don't care about
Absolutely
this like
nothing.
surface
Yeah,
level
but
analysis.
The Knights of Ren were meant to make you think of the medieval period. That was the point of them being called knights. Not
And
like
the
those
fact-
Jedi Knights that were meant to make you think of the Legionnaires from
Oh,
Rome, I
Lord.
guess.
Do you see his lightsaber? It's a stand-in for a cross or something.
Ooh.
Oh, he's getting. Oh no, please don't.
a crossguard saber like a
Oh,
medieval
come
sword.
on! Come on!
Also, Maz Kanata's castle with its medieval banners. Luke, at the end,
What?
takes on the
What are
appearance
we
of a
talking
knight.
about? Like,
Dude,
Wait,
This
is
is
Why
Space
like-
didn't you
Wizard
show
now?
the banners?
Is
Where?
Space
What
Wizard?
banners?
Is that where we're going?
they were banners, but like
What the hell?
Maz Kanata's
He's crushing.
sequence is fucking tiny in the film. Like, you haven't got
Yeah.
more than that.
Old wizard, like Merlin.
he's like
and we
crushing the
even see
rock
Rey.
to try to get some water from it or some
Again,
shit. Like this is like,
How? Sorry, how are you saying like, oh yeah, see, Luke looks like a wizard, Middle Ages? It's like what for wearing the attire that the Jedi have always worn in all the films that were meant to be based on Rome. This is stupid.
This is what I mean about
analogy.
surface level. There's nothing interesting happening here. He's just sort of picking and choosing
Say
at
this about
random shit.
anything.
It works way
Yeah.
better for the prequels because the prequels do borrow basically from the Jedi and the role of the Praetorians, and then the basic sequence of events is exactly the sequence of events that leads to the Emperor dissolving them after a probably faked coup that they were supposed to stage. Lucas is obviously drawing heavily on classical influences and telling this story of the fall of a republic. One of the things that makes the sequel so uninteresting by comparison is that they don't have the kind of thing he's talking about. There isn't really a grand sort of story that it's harking back to. There aren't these epic themes that have redounded through history that it's trying to recreate. It's empty in the way that the prequel trilogy wasn't. So like he could be making that point, but not about these movies.
How does Unkar Plutt fit into all this?
Oh my
He
god.
is like come back to me.
He's a
Alright,
slave owner.
Oh
Right?
no!
He's just one of those
He's
fat
he's
emperors who
also-
just was
This is a
beat up
reminder, the
portions.
most influential figure in Ray's life.
In Ray's
that
life, yeah, we never got to see anything from him. Like he's such an important. Him and Snoke.
he
just got
defined who
shafted.
she is, and he's not even mentioned when she's gone.
Rey pulled the sword from the snow like Arthur pulling Excalibur.
Oh, fuck
Oh,
off.
shut
And
up!
no,
Shut
she
up!
picked
Shut up!
up. In no
Shut up.
way is that even close.
Oh,
Well, it kind of
Holy,
it
he's just-
rhymes. Stone,
he's re-
snow.
No,
That's
stone is
as close as you
close.
got.
If you had a
Stone
list,
and
they
snow.
sound similar. Yeah.
This is
Reach
Halo
of the
Reach.
stars.
Jesus fuck! Like,
Holy
You know
shit.
how Ray picks up an object? She's basically King Arthur.
And yes, it is really stupid that the Empire is just
no,
bad
you could
now.
just
Why are
no,
you
no,
here?
wait,
But-
wait. He could have just said, "I know it's really stupid," and you can cut the video. It's
Well, that's that's a central plot. That's the emergence of the villains of the entire trilogy, and you're like, well, I guess they're back now. And we
He
just
needs to
like,
skip
oh, you're
over it
just gonna
quickly.
throw that out there. Yeah, he does. We
And
have to
he's-
dismiss this as something.
You sense the hostility in his voice. Like he's like, "Oh, the people about this. Okay, yes, it makes no. Let's talk about why it makes no sense." And so many
Yeah.
fucking things are fucked because Snoke is he's everything. He fucking is the key to everything, and we didn't explain a single thing about him.
It almost
And he ended
feels
up being a
like-
test dude, maybe.
An old criticism, doesn't it? Because of all the crazy, specific, and nonsense things that have happened since. But yes, the revival, the full revival of the Empire was a huge, like, excuse me. What the fuck are you doing, universe? And it's like, shut up. Okay.
Pulling Excalibur from the stone. And yes, it is really stupid that the Empire is just back now.
Why are you here?
But J.J. Abrams and Lawrence Kasdan said that their premise was, what if the Nazis hid out in Argentina and then returned? Now, yes, this
I don't care
That's-
what they said.
First of all,
That
that's
doesn't make
that's
any-
not
Explain it.
gives a
that's not
shit.
even analogous at
That
all. In terms of what happened,
Yeah.
they come back bigger and stronger than ever.
Exactly.
Yes, like
If
what
we
if the
s- if
Nazis
this-
hit out in Argentina and built a Death Star planet and then came back
They-
with a bigger army than they had when they
Yeah.
left Germany?
The powers should have been reversed. We should have seen the dark side with like as small as the rebellion, and the rebellion should have been like it like amassed a lot of power by now. We should have seen them.
It's like, what if they were 10 times
attempting to
stronger
come
than when
back.
they were at their peak? You're like, how? You're just like,
It's
Sith
just, instead,
magic.
they're just magically stronger than ever. It makes no sense. Just to
Well,
skip all
that's
that.
what they said, right? That I think there's additional lore you can find that the Emperor was conjuring the Star Destroyers. Conjuring.
Okay. All right.
Excuse me? Yeah, it
From
makes
the
sense.
Star Destroyer universe, it's like the poop dimension. There's
Mhm.
just a whole
Wow.
dimension full of Star Destroyers, and he can just bring them in. Summon
And for
them.
the record, Death Star Destroyers. That's what they could do. They'd blow up
Death Star
planets.
Destroyers.
This does take away from the victory in Return of the Jedi. But that's life, isn't it? I mean, the political
What?
That's life, isn't
Alright.
it?
Oh
party
yeah,
you
this thing
hate
in the
always
movie
gets
doesn't
back-
make sense, but c'est la vie.
wait, this is the guy. This is the guy protecting the validity of the sequel trilogy's existence, right? And
Yeah.
he just goes, "Just
Well-
happens, guys. Just shut up and deal with it."
Well, that's life
Yeah.
is like the notion of sometimes things come back. It's like that does not cover what we're looking at.
back into office,
know.
just like night always follows day. The trilogy's
Night always follows day. What?
It's like
What?
Um,
Are we trying to be poetic here?
I think,
What do I
think
do
this
with
is
this?
But if you're saying that the fall of Rome was the fall of the empire, where is Rome now? You know?
yeah.
I don't
Well,
know.
and
This
on
is
top of that-
confusing to me.
What is? There's got to be a difference between it comes back eventually and it comes back bigger,
Yeah,
better,
so-
and faster and stronger than
And
could
then
ever be
takes over the
conceived.
world.
Exactly.
So I guess Ripperooty. That's.
I think
just it.
everybody
You're
was
fucked.
interested in the idea of a remnant empire. That's cool. That's interesting, but not what the fuck they did. First.
The
they had
movie
to be
skips over the
underpowered.
bit where they actually make the story about how evil always comes back. It just had evil back already, so it didn't bother with the interesting storytelling elements. It's one of the only I think it is the only half decent episode of Mando season 3, isn't it? The one when they're on Coruscant under the New Republic, and you sort of see the way the administrative state is recreating some of the worst features of the old Imperial rule. That's kind of interesting, and I'd have liked to see more of that. But then the rest of Mando season 3 happened. But that's categorically not what any of the sequel films did. It was just, hey, here's an interesting story that happened way back, so we're just running with it now.
That episode's like a fever dream. It's like someone like randomly cares about.
What if I had a story? What if we explored the lore of this world?
It's
and we
bizarre,
had some characters and some interesting interactions,
crazy
and
and
also it has
happening?
nothing to do with fucking Mando.
They just hijacked the writing room or something. I don't know. But yeah, we see little glimpses, like as also like we did in Andor. The fact that they just skip over it in the sequel trilogy where it matters most is a disaster.
We wouldn't want to
That's where
bore
we are
people
now.
with politics now, would we?
Yeah, no, it's stupid.
Pay no attention to Game of Thrones and its cultural domination for almost a decade.
That fell worse than Rome.
That fell worse than Rome. Look, the fall of Rome gave birth to other things. Game of Thrones just died and burnt to a crisp, and everyone hates it.
Geez.
People want the Roman Empire to come back. People don't want Game of Thrones to come
Stay in the fucking grave.
His premise here is that evil is cyclical, and if we're not careful, that evil we thought we defeated is going to come back.
Why the hell did you show Darth Vader for the evil we thought we defeated? That was after he'd fucking
And if we're
killed
not
the
careful,
Emperor.
that evil we thought.
That wrong visual, pal. That's...
He doesn't know what he's talking about.
Abort.
Yeah, and
They do a
it's
lot of
like-
research on this channel. He said so.
Yeah.
Like he says it's cyclical, but he doesn't explain or he doesn't even bother to set up how the cycle restarted. He just said, just happens, it disappears. You fucking deal with it.
I'm sorry.
Many things are cyclical, and they are for a reason. We can explore the reasons. Not everything is probably cyclical. We just notice the ones that tend to be.
He doesn't like his theory would have worked if like in the first sequel movie we saw the Empire like we've been discussing now, like how the Remnant Empire tried to go back to the ashes. This is just like a fucking. You remember that scene in the Force Awakens where there's like a fucking Nazi group. There's a Nazi battalion shot, and there's a building, and they're like, oh, "Let's defeat these fucking guys," and then this stormtroopers were cheering. It's not so much a cycle as you missed this big base or like this big part of the Empire. Like the cycle. It's not a cycle. It's so wrong. Like the statement is so wrong.
I wish to rant more about this choice of visual.
It's like if you're exploring a cycle, you should show it's a circle. It's like a circle, right? Show how it developed. This is like just we're here. Fucking deal with us.
It's like we're doing a cycle because cycles happen. That's our cycle.
Yeah.
Like that's not a cycle.
You know how cycles happen, right? Boom, story done.
Boom, boom, we're back. Good job, idiot.
Context here is Luke is like doing a funeral for his father as a celebration, and an honoring of the person he believed him to be and proved himself to be in the end. And this guy's commentary of the scene would be like, Luke is burning the evil and he's hoping it'll never return. It's like, what?
You watch the scene, you fucking idiot. Like, Jesus. Tell your sister you were right. Like this is like a legit father and son moment.
It's a really good fucking scene. And he's said it's like get rid of the evil. Like no.
And if we're
It's
not
going
careful,
for like a visual storytelling of you see Darth Vader is burning, and then we have someone that looks like Darth Vader and he's resurrected again.
Yeah, well, the problem with that,
of
course, was that they reveal in the third film that it was the Emperor that was speaking to Kylo with Vader's voice. It was like, so where the fuck was Anakin this whole time?
Where's Anakin?
Yep. He's too busy teaching Ahsoka how to stare into the Middle Distance again.
Yeah. Oh my god, that made it so much worse. The fact that he's spending time with Ahsoka, but he won't talk to his son. Like, what the fuck?
Well, I mean, have you considered that maybe she's more important?
Oh boy, is she. Her and Rey need to team up and make the worst fucking Star Wars movie in history.
Anakin was talking to Rey at the end to give her power.
The real chosen one.
He won't actually help Kylo.
Have Rey and Ahsoka fight over who's the real chosen one out of those two. That'd be funny.
It'll be like a trial by combat. The gods will decide which one of them is actually the OCest of them all.
And it'll never end because neither of them can die.
No. Ahsoka wins because she has the weeaboo katana, so she wins, right?
Well, I mean, I was about to say,
Rey's Rey. What are you talking about? It's Rey.
It is, yeah. Rey's one of the most invincible because you would argue is like Rey has died and come back to life. It's like, yes, so's Ahsoka. Like, fuck.
Who's the more
Multiverse
special
time
one?
travel horse shit.
Rey will like phase the weapon out of her hand and another dimension or something, or whatever the fuck she did to pass her weapon to Kylo. Like those two are
When
just you can't do that.
Mhm. When Rey hears all those like Jedi voices, is Anakin one of them? That's so
That's what
embarrassing for
so,
him.
that's what I'm saying. So he's willing to help Rey, but he ignores Kylo.
Yeah, when he
Yeah.
saw everything collapsing with his son and grandson, he was like, day and night cycles, whatever.
Whatever.
It was
The
inevitable.
entire
Yeah.
story could have just been prevented if he turned up and say, "That voice in your head, that's not me." It's identity
And he's like,
theft.
"Oh my god,
I've been-
Grandpa, can you talk to me?" But he's like, "No, you're weird, dude." Like, I'm just
No.
Yeah.
Yeah, cut your hair, bro.
Or just going to
Damn.
Luke and saying, just
your shirt on.
before you go and try and kill your nephew, consider that there might be a more adult way of dealing with this problem. It's like so many. It's just Anakin being on the scene as a
Yeah.
Force Ghost solves everything, but fuck it.
Single
He's
time.
like, "Where have you been, Dad?" He's like, "I thought you had this. I thought you had it. I was gonna leave you be. I was gonna let you live your life, but I come back and look at all this fucking insane shit, man. Crazy." Then you're like, "What about Yoda? Why did he turn up?" It's like, well,
You know how Yoda is. He's a crazy guy.
he's so nutty, that Yoda. You never know what he's up to.
Oh, he's a wacky dude. Boy, let me tell you about the first time I met Yoda.
He stole my little sausage. It's true. Go watch the scene.
That evil we
Told me
thought
about
we
the
defeated
seagulls.
is going to come back. See, this is why Han has such a central role in this film. He believes that he failed as a father, so he reverts back to his old pre-father lifestyle.
Yeah, his whole
Gee,
pre-father
thanks.
lifestyle of being an awful human being who just fails at everything, including his job that he's amazing at.
And sells his
Thanks
medal
so much for that,
fucking booze or whatever
JJ.
it was.
I really appreciate it.
Someone did send a correction in. Apparently, he didn't sell his medal for booze. He sold Luke's medal for booze.
Dang, that's even worse.
Oh,
At least
even
That's
his
why
worse.
Luke went into it.
That's
Yeah.
worse.
It
His
is what
medal
it is.
was technically his to sell. My goodness.
That's oh
I
my
hate
god.
it. I hate it all.
I despise the he went back to what he knew. It's like being a horrible person to everyone he cares about. I don't think so.
So,
The whole
the
arc,
trifecta,
his
they
whole
made him
arc in
a-
the original trilogy is to get him beyond that point. Like, this could
Yeah.
only work if you go back on the entire growth arc that he went on, from selfish smuggler to hero of rebellion who will sacrifice for the greater good. So, like, his
Reset.
selfish pre-father lifestyle is actually learning how to be a hero. And then he doesn't even fuck up with his son because Luke does that.
Yep.
And then he decides, sod it, I'm going to go and be an alcoholic. And even though I am an incredibly famous person, smuggling is definitely a job that famous people can do. No one's going to suspect me. That'll work. I won't be arrested and spotted instantly because this isn't how the galaxy works for some reason.
Well, and then he's also terrible at it. He owes everybody in the galaxy money. Apparently, he can't complete any jobs. It's like, when the fuck did that happen?
The one thing he's good at, he wants to go back to. But
And you
then
know what
they
it
show him
is?
he's crap.
One
They were
thing
like,
you
oh, well,
reverted
if,
back to and they made you shit at
It's
it.
like, if you watch
Yeah.
that film called Star War, you'll find he was actually indebted to Jabba. So we put him back to what he just gets in debt with everyone. That's what he does. That's his thing. You're like,
It's a
Wow.
cycle. It's one of those cycles we were talking about.
Oh my
Oh
god.
God, and
No,
he
they-
also
they-
happens to lose Millennium Falcon.
oh yeah,
like-
misplaced
What
that.
did that
Lost
happen?
it
He
in
just lost it.
space.
He just lost the keys. Dropped. It's like it's so stupid, man.
Fucking
They
happened
made him
to
a bad
be
father,
in-
a bad husband, and then now a bad friend with the whole Luke thing. Like, why would?
Well,
They do
that's
all
why
that?
it all got stupider and stupider. It's like fucking Palpatine's granddaughter happens to live right next to a scrapyard that the Millennium Falcon was fucking dropped into. It's like, really? That's great. Nothing about that. That's retarded in every way, shape, and
Yeah,
form.
and the story doesn't happen because she is next to the Millennium Falcon, and that happens to be who the story is about. That's just completely coincidence.
Dude,
It's
yeah,
like winning the
Wow.
lottery right when you need a whole bunch of money for the plot to
Mhm.
happen.
someone just mentioned this, there's no one left in the galaxy for you to swindle. It's like, he wasn't a swindler, he was a smuggler. The jobs would be completed. What the fuck are you talking about? It's not like he tricked Luke, Leia, and Obi-Wan when he did the job for them. It's like, aha, I swindled you. It's like, no. I mean, obviously, he thought he was getting
Because I'm a
a
swindler,
good
it's
deal
what I
out of
do.
it. But the fact is that what they were doing was saving the world, so...
It's like they treat his whole character based off the first couple scenes of. They ignore. It's like
Yeah, he's
weird.
sitting in a bar in the cantina. That is
That's
Han
Han.
Solo.
ripping people off.
Hey,
and
we heard it
shooting
from
people,
JJ
so
himself.
that's-
He's
pew 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 pew. He's
man with a
pew pew
gun. He
guy.
shoots the gun. That's what Han Solo does.
Yeah,
Guy with a gun.
pew pew.
Pew pew.
Damn. With this context, Chewie, wow. I don't even want. I don't. What a loyal doggy.
Yeah, and like, and these guys reconnecting was him just being like, and she's like, and then they hug.
Why would we want to see this? Awkward as hell. Like, see,
It
just
sucks, dude.
destroyed relationship.
This is what I mean.
Destroyed relationship and missing Luke.
I think everybody's
Oh, wait.
good faith was just through the fucking roof, so that anything they were providing in this film that has any of these characters interacting in any way was acceptable to an extent. But then in retrospect, it's horrific, isn't it? Like,
Yeah.
especially after
Oh,
losing all the potential now.
He's gonna cycle the Han death with the Obi-Wan death. I can feel it. I can see it happening.
I mean, other people have
Like,
before, but he might try it, yeah.
Yeah. The narrator guy, host, is gonna say that. I feel it.
I went back to the only thing I was ever any good at.
Han's arc is to realize that he can't leave behind everything he fought for. So
Oh, wow!
Han has an wait. Han has an arc.
He realizes he can't abandon those people he loves. He's like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, that's the same for Luke. Luke realizes he can't abandon everyone he loves.
Just
Also, I'm
suddenly.
really glad that this is the lesson they decided to have Han Solo learn in this movie. Like, gee, thanks, film.
Exactly. It's insane. Nonsense.
Like, you guys know how Han Solo is shit, right? It's like, no, I didn't know that. This is news to me.
comes back to fight the new Death Star and to fight for his son. And as far as the movie being a copy of A New Hope, so is The Phantom Menace. And
By the way, it literally doesn't matter where this sentence goes. Nothing absolves The Force Awakens for anything.
Just there's no human being on planet Earth who thinks that in the same vein as A Force Awakens that Phantom Menace is a clone of A New Hope. No fucking way.
Horseshit.
Yeah.
Complete horseshit.
Nonsense.
New Hope, so is The Phantom Menace, and a lot of people like Doug here love that movie.
That's true. I really do like that movie.
I mean, hell, A New Hope is actually a copy of many different genres and films. The difference is...
Okay.
If it's a copy
means?
of many things simultaneously, it's not a copy.
Can we
It's
see
a
that
new
selection
thing.
you put up on
Many
screen? Look at Dune. Like, like obviously the
Dune,
influence.
actual
We
real
understand that.
history.
But
I feel the headache.
And a medieval painting. It's a copy.
how could you? It's like someone photocopying your work and holding it up as their own, and then going, "Hey, man, every piece of work has influence in it." And you're like, "Yeah, that's so true." God, this is such an irrelevant thing to say.
genres and films. The difference is A New Hope hit it better by combining lots of different things into
Oh, it hit it better. There you go.
Oh.
It hit it better, guys. That's how you explain that.
one very new feeling thing. But look, guys, The Force
So
Awakens
wait,
and
they're all copies in exactly the same way, except that one of them was better because it wasn't.
It hit it better. You said it hit it better. That's the way you explain
it hit
that.
it better by being not a copy.
Like A
in
New
the way
Hope.
that any of the other ones
A
are.
New Hope's originality is only good because it hit it better than Phantom Menace did
Yeah.
when copying A New Hope, and Force Awakens did when copying A New Hope. It makes sense. It hit it better.
new feeling thing. But look, guys, The Force Awakens and all of the sequel trilogy movies are actually Star Wars movies that are about Star Wars movies.
I already knew that. But I say that as a criticism,
Yeah.
though, as in like it's desperately trying to capture like Star Wars fans, the Star Wars feelings. They're not actual like stories. You know, like the whole story of how Rey is used as a audience insert, because the all of it's like commentary on Star Wars as well. At least that's what a lot of the video essays will tell you. It's like the movies are about you. Do you remember we covered Movie Bob's video that said TLJ was a message to the fans of Star Wars about how they need to look at their history, they need to move on, they need to stop like hero worshipping Luke because he's just a man and he could never stand up to. It was like insane nonsense.
Filter too much.
It's an annoying take to try and fix what is clearly broken as fuck. Because that's what you have to do with the sequels every time. It can't be a conventionally well-made, well-executed movie story, etc. It can't be that. We all know it's not that. So it has to be something else. Like, oh, well, it's a really well-made story about Star Wars itself. It's a story about the people who watch Star Wars. Oh, actually, it's a meta-weaving of an inverse of a classical historical story that represents blah, blah, blah. Oh, they're all commentary on each other, each of the movies. Oh, it's blah, blah, blah. It's like, you could have just
It's
admitted
weird
it.
when when a movie's really good, I don't have to go to those sorts of
No, you
reasons
don't,
to
do you?
explain why it's good.
Yeah,
It's just
not
kind of weird. I
necessary.
just talk about the events in the movie and the decisions the characters make and how it all fits together and it makes sense and it's clever and it's interesting. I don't have to go to the meta. The meta, if anything, is just the cherry on the top of an already delicious film.
Yes. It
All
should
I'm
be
hearing-
icing, not cake. Like it needs to be. You have to establish a proper film first, and like there's so much to discuss when it's a quality film. When you have this bullshit, then you have to add all these layers. And
It's what
the
people say
nonsense that
about
he's bringing to it.
The Boys these days. They said about TLJ, it's like, you didn't like it because it was criticizing you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Didn't do a very good job.
That's
Wish
the
it tried
reason.
harder.
About Star Wars movies, especially The Last Jedi. Now look, a lot of digital ink has already been spilled on this movie, and much better film scholars than myself have defended it or torn it down. I, for one, love the movie, but I don't necessarily think it was the right Star Wars movie for its time and place.
It's
When
time and place.
the fuck was the right time for
a
this?
A day that ends in Y is not a good time for this movie.
Yeah.
There's no time for this shit. This stupid shot. Stupid face.
We'll wait for the 10 years after video.
Yeah, that's when they
Personally,
should have
when he
released
said
it.
that. Personally, when he said he liked the LJ, like I'm out, bro. I'm good with the video. Shut the fuck up.
Well, I
Like,
knew
I'm-
he was going to say this because at the beginning he said that that the Rise of Skywalker was his the Force Awakens was his least favorite of the three. So I knew,
yep.
that means your favorite is TLJ.
Automatically, instantly.
Oh,
No,
no.
Because no one's favorite is the third
Skywalker was
one.
the least favorite.
Yeah,
Yeah,
right.
what he
no
said.
one's.
Yeah.
That's no one's favorite.
It's okay to hate on that one. That's the way that people view it almost. But
Yeah.
TLJ is still protected
Kind of, yeah.
to this day.
I'd say TFA's entered that as well, but TLJ is still the controversial one. It's like you'll have half the audience stop listening to you if you say you hate or love TLJ.
It sounds weird to
But we'll listen to you, pal, because we love listening here.
distinguish it this way, but I think there's a difference between the two. I think some movies are good movies and other movies are good Star Wars movies. For instance,
How the
Attack of
fuck do you
Clones-
explain your hatred for Rise of
I've
Skywalker?
never
idiot?
liked
Like-
this dichotomy. Like,
A differentiation between a
This
film can be a
mean.
good. If what makes a good movie a good Star Wars movie, how do I explain this? If it takes being a bad movie to make something a good Star Wars movie, then Star Wars isn't a value. Like it doesn't. Then it can't be a good story. You know what I'm saying? Like if
Yeah.
the thing that distinguishes a film from being good and bad is its Star Wars-ness or its franchise-ness, like that's not good. That's
also
terrible.
just
That's
I think
awful.
it leads you down a really weird path because I believe that is like the primary sort of mode of creation that got us Force Awakens. A lot of people came out of that one being like, that was a Star Wars movie. That felt like Star Wars. Oh, I felt like I was back with Star Wars when it was designed to do that, but it wasn't that. And like in retrospect, like I said, everyone doesn't. Nobody rewatches that film and experiences the same magic that they felt. Now they're like,
Well, it's
yeah.
impossible. Like when you see the cliffhanger with Luke, you're gonna just completely laugh or roll the thing that it's about to leave. Versus when you first saw it, it blew my mind. I was so ready for TLJ to be like one of my favorite movies ever, and then it fucking led to all this. So like it's their approach from the very beginning was just like very superficial and just abusing the fandom. Like Star Wars has always been about Star Wars to them. They don't actually have any new stories to tell or any way to take it. Like these sequels had no potential with their mentality.
It's not a good movie, but it's a good Star Wars movie. Whereas most movies in the sequel trilogy work
What
great.
the fuck does that mean? It drive me insane.
You're gonna have, you gotta explain what that means.
Not a good movie, but it's a good Star Wars movie. Whereas most movies in the sequel trilogy work great as movies, but not so well as Star Wars movies. You see, The Last
What the
Jedi.
hell is he
I don't
talking
understand
about?
Yeah,
I'm
a lot of-
sorry.
What are you saying, dude?
Is he having a stroke?
You reminds me. It's like some numbers are just bad numbers, like 2 and 4, but 3's a good number. Moving on. You're like, what?
No, Baller, it's not even like that. It's like some numbers are good, but some letters can make for good numbers. Like, what the fuck are you talking about, bro? Like,
Like the
It's
Empire
fucking
Strikes
gibberish, man.
yeah,
Hey,
it's
back.
like,
I need to decipher that. Is there any logic?
there is no logic in what he's saying. Like,
There's nothing.
some bad Star Wars movies are still good movies, but some good Star Wars movies are bad movies. Like, what the fuck are you talking about, bro? Like,
Oh goodness.
Insane. It's insane.
Last Jedi, like The Empire Strikes Back, is about failure. The movie focuses
Oh,
oh yeah,
man.
oh, okay. At least that's accurate because this movie's a fucking failure. Yeah, I agree with that.
But does that mean that like Empire is also a good movie, but not a good Star Wars movie because they're both about the same thing?
Well-
or is it a good movie and a good Star Wars movie, even though it's like TLJ, which is only a good movie but not a good Star Wars movie? What's the differentiation?
How many times between us all have we heard someone say, "Oh, you know, Empire, I know, not a great film, but it's a really good Star Wars film, and if you think about its themes, it's pretty good." And you know, it's a film about Star Wars film, like bringing out all the cope. It's like, no, everyone just says it's a fucking great movie because it is. It's that simple.
What does it say about Star Wars if so many bad movies qualify as good Star Wars movies?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
What is it about being a good Star Wars movie that necessitates it being a bad story?
Well, did you see the visual he put on for Attack of the Clones reaching good Star Wars movie? It was Yoda using the Force. Like, oh, are we doing the lightsabers thing? Is
Force,
that
lightsabers, explosions. Look, it's just
flashing
I
lights.
clapped when
That's
I
it,
saw
pretty
it.
much.
I clapped.
This is why he needed to establish his
ATST.
criteria from the beginning. He didn't. Like, I have no idea what his standards are or what he looks for in writing. It's just the fucking flashing lights and all the superficial bullshit.
I mean, it might be.
But
We've
then we-
seen it. We've heard it a
but he-
lot. We've heard it
but-
a depressing amount.
Yeah, but when he starts to say things like this, when he just goes in complete gibberish mode, like we don't know, like where do we go from here? You know,
You know,
no
you know
idea
what
what
this
he's talking
feels.
about.
This feels like some high school student went to ChatGPT and said, "You know what, ChatGPT, write me an essay." And the part of the essay where some movies are some Star Wars movies, what makes a Star Wars movie good, but the AI hallucinated the
Just
criteria
glitched.
for it,
It
and
glitched out.
Listen,
yeah, and this guy just goes, speaking with total confidence, right? Like, a good Star Wars movie can be a bad movie, but a bad movie can be a good Star Wars movie. And he doesn't understand that what he's saying is stupid because he just, I prompted ChatGPT. ChatGPT wouldn't lie to me. Like,
Can't be wrong.
He can't be
You
wrong.
might
Like,
even be right. He's like, that's the only cut out a sentence that's just so incoherent.
I don't
Like,
usually
so,
do
like-
this, okay, but I feel like ChatGPT would give a more coherent response if you asked it to.
Probably. Or
Only
would say, I'm
humans
not
can
allowed
be
to-
this stupid.
I'm not allowed to discuss topics of self-harm or something like that.
Oh man.
Unless you like sort of instruct it to be like as sappy as it can get, and maybe you'll get the similar result. This is like the same as like as we brought up like food analogy. It's like, oh, this pizza is a terrible food, but it's such a good pizza though. It's just like it tastes like shit, but it's a good pizza.
Good pizza. It's so round and it has a crust.
And think of the
Uh,
themes
Good
of the
pizza.
pizza. You know, the burnt pizza thing, it talks about failure and how we can learn so much from a burnt pizza about good pizza. There's good pizza
Yeah,
because of that.
this pizza is round, and you know what else is round? A cycle. And that means it's a good story because this is a cycle.
What I'm so tired by too is like, so TLJ is about failure. It's such a turn off entirely from ever listening. It's just like, yes, that's what everyone's been saying to defend this piece of crap for years. They always talk about
Years and
broad
years.
themes. They never talk about what happens in the fucking film.
Yeah.
Crazy. It's
Well,
it's
he
so, you're so right, man. Not even just for TLJ, for instantly need to go to the themes. I immediately just roll my eyes. Like, okay, that shouldn't be your
I don't-
first line of defense.
I don't think he has mentioned a single plot point
Yeah.
of any of these movies.
This is like a vibes essay.
Themes and
Yeah.
flashing lights.
Strikes Back
Like-
is about failure. The movie focuses on Luke's failure as a mentor, but also other characters like
That we didn't see, by the way.
Yeah.
We didn't see how
Yeah,
or why it
it's
happened.
just source trust me.
We're
Will
about
he-
to shit
will-
on
will-
Finn and Poe. Here we go.
Will he explain the kissing scene and how stupid that is, even in the
Kissing
context of the fucking movie?
No, no,
No, because it's like I still find that scene so funny because it's like that's how we save people by not killing people, and everyone is dying or
Oh
is
my
gonna die.
God.
That's still
save what
so
we love,
fucking
not
funny.
fight what we hate.
Oh
Yeah,
my
yeah, yeah.
God.
Rose
Yeah.
Tico. It's
As
she
everyone's
gets
gonna die.
she gets friend zoned and kicked out of the movie in the third, so we're not allowed
Yeah,
to talk
it's
to
Well,
him.
so
because he's in
Tico.
love with Ray.
Yeah, not even that. No, he's chasing Ray, and then they bring out Jana.
Jerry!
Jana, the Landel's daughter or something. He had 3 love interests throughout the whole movie. They had no idea what they were doing with Finn.
failure
Yeah.
as a mentor, but also other characters like Poe, Finn, and Rose have to learn from their own failures to become better people. It's
Why didn't you?
No,
you know what?
no.
You didn't help with that elaboration. You may as
Yeah.
well have just said the same thing you said twice, which is it's about failure. It's about failure. Because all you said was the characters all fail. You're like, all right.
Also, Rose doesn't fit that because Rose is more of like "I told you so" type of character in this whole fucking thing. Like the side quest in Canto Bight, that was like Rose. Like, oh, now it's worth it when we release the animals.
Dude, this is what I
It's
mean.
totally irrelevant.
These
fucking side
essayists-
quest.
Does it even
Like,
count as learning from your
Oh my
mistakes
God.
if everything you do, yeah, okay, fine, it goes wrong, and then you're about to be executed, and then a completely different character just rams a ship through the ship that you're on? Have you learned from your mistake, or have you just been bailed out by the
Oh my
universe?
god, I thought you were literally describing the opening scene of Skyrim. I just had like my brain exploded.
Rose could have fucking killed him. Like, it's such a stupid scene, man. Well, it's oh god. While
Him
the
saying, by the
fucking string
way,
is being blown up in the background.
that Rose is one of the several characters who has to learn from failure. It's like you feel as though there's one or two questions away from just making him go, wait, what? And like thinking about it extensively. And I think a lot of people would assume the script is the size it is because you don't want to elaborate on everything. It's like, no, I think this is him elaborating on everything. This is about as far as it goes. It's like Rose learned from her failures. Like, what failure? Well, you know, like with Canto
Yeah,
Canto
what did
Bight,
she
you know,
learn?
like
Just the general
general
concept
failure.
out there in the ether of in a the perfect world out there, the perfect concept of
Well,
failure. Just latch onto that hypothetical.
Hypothetically, if he managed to answer the question with something, let's say trusted Benicio del Toro, you'd be like, okay, so what did she learn? Don't trust people.
So simplistic.
Okay.
It's so simplistic. They just throw it out there and they want us to do the work, the heavy lifting, instead of
It's
actually
crap. It's
explaining
utter
why this
crap.
is meaningful. It's weak writing. It's garbage.
Also, I think, the most visually stunning Star Wars film. You have the large spectacle shots like the Holdo maneuver, but also Johnson.
Why did you not show us the
Oh,
Holdo
I
maneuver when you said the Holdo maneuver?
oh yeah.
Yes.
Also, can
Mark
I just
Hamill
say,
was
like,
great as Jake Skywalker, sure.
it's still funny that they had to go out. It's salt when they were in this. It was so
God.
funny to me. Like,
It's definitely not
salt.
snow.
this is not snow, guys. This
Okay.
is
Yeah,
salt.
if it was
okay?
snow, that'd be stupid.
I know it looks exactly like Hearth, but it's not Hearth. This is a different movie. Trust
Like,
me.
Really stunning Star
I think
Wars
he's
film. You have the
replaying the trailer. That's why.
Oh, the simple
oh,
cuts.
he
I
can't
see.
use. Oh,
Lazy-
he's
lazy
not even.
bastard.
He doesn't even have enough effort to tell his team to get the proper shot.
Lazy
Yeah.
bastard.
large
Well,
spectacle
someone's getting paid for this, but
Yeah.
like, come on.
shots like the Holdo maneuver, but also Johnson places the camera in these intimate spaces directly
It is
in the
the
character's
trailer.
eye lines.
Get out
And
of
that
my intimate
Praetorian
spaces.
guard fight is
Oh,
the
no.
best.
No.
Oh, that's
No.
wrong.
No.
Don't do it. Don't do it.
Let's get it
no.
clean. Let's see what he's gonna
Don't you
say.
do it.
in the
Oh
character's
my
eye
God,
lines.
it
And
really
that
is.
Praetorian guard fight is the best choreographed fight in Star Wars. Now,
Why would
No,
you
it's not.
say that?
Shut up. Why would you say that? Why did you when the chat GPT spat that out to you, why did you like, you know what, this is good. I'll say
It should
this
have got.
publicly.
It should have broke as soon as it said that. It should
Yeah.
have set
You know
fire.
what? ChatGPT probably said, despite being one of the worst choreographed scenes, it's quite imposing and it's a spectacle to it. He's like, no, best. Like corrects the word. It's like, ChatGPT's like, no, don't do it.
It wouldn't
Well,
even
that's the
say
thing about
anything. It would just.
AI
It would just highlight.
shockingly easy to gaslight, and that's what he did. He's like, "You
It was-
meant best, right? You did, yes." And then ChatGPT would be like, "Yeah, I did. Yes, it is the best. Yes."
Oh, my bad.
It would just highlight the fucking disappearing knife. It wouldn't
There's-
even say anything. It would just zoom in on that one image.
There's a universe where it was the best choreography, Jesus, of anything in the Star Wars
What do you
films,
got?
but we would never know because of what they ended up using, which was a bad take. Like, let's be honest. Sorry. It's how much work the choreographer did to construct that whole sequence was kind of wasted on screen because they left in a whole bunch of flubs and a lot of waiting for people's cues.
It's
And
just
no
a lot
force.
of nonsense.
Nobody used
How
the
does
force.
Ray kick and 3 grown men fly back? Is like,
Like,
what?
Force kick.
What? Oh, okay. Well,
How
there
does
you
the
go.
knife
Magic
disappear?
solved it.
Force disappear.
Force
Yeah.
disappear.
Why does
and also-
Kylo
Force
get
gun.
strangled and forget that he has the force? Like, there's so
Force
many
Force
things where-
strangle.
like-
How can you say this also when fucking Duel of the Fates exists? Like how can
Yeah,
you still
you
be
just can't.
confidently wrong? Like,
Well,
It has
yeah.
to just
So
be
It's better in
higher.
every way.
Anakin, Obi-Wan, the choreography
was
for their
peak.
fight is obviously like incredible to the point of the closest I think you'll get in the entire saga for like a realistic lightsaber fight with how they play it, right? Like that would be Nick Gillard at maximum talent level trying to make that work. But I would still say, you gotta have the honorable mention of Phantom Menace's big ol' the duel the face fight is amazing as well. But then, the OT isn't to be counted out too. I love the Bespin
Really
duel.
isn't? Yeah.
Obi-Wan's sequence
Going
with
through all the
Darth
corridors,
Maul,
the difference
his,
in skill.
his sequence with Darth Maul directly after Qui-Gon is killed is like my personal. That
Yeah.
10 seconds of them just going at it. That's what I want out of fucking every lightsaber fight. But you need it to mean something at the same time too. They miss both of those components. It means nothing. I don't care, and it looks like shit. Like I don't know how they can completely miss the mark this bad on all these things.
Well, I mean,
It's not that hard.
the throne room fight was just funny at a certain point of just spotting all of the fuck ups and all the different Praetorian guards that are just sort of standing there like,
What do we do here? Like, I think it was in Chad's video where some guy was gonna stab Ray, but he just turns around.
There's a lot of that.
Yeah, they're just standing there.
What was
Yeah.
remarkable about it is you'd expect, say there are 10 players, that one of them is doing a flub per moment, but it's more like 6. Like with every single person you track, they're all doing weird shit because this is what I'm trying to get at. It is hard to do that. It's a huge dance, right? And everyone has to know the moves perfectly because if the blades don't connect, then it's going to be awkward. There's a moment where someone goes to like swipe at Ray and he's going to hit her, so he has to raise it above her head, and you see that happen. It's just like, man, come on. Like we gotta do it again. You gotta keep going until you get it right.
Super
Yeah,
amateur.
I think there was a miscommunication between the camera work and the choreography because this was not choreographed for a wide shot.
Well, something went
And
wrong.
yeah, if you didn't have the wide shot, then people wouldn't say, "Oh, look how impressive it is," because you've got the inexplicably burning red curtains around the walls, which I guess
Because she
smoke just
tossed
lights
a
the upholstery.
She tossed a lightsaber whip at it, right?
Yeah, and so it caught fire, and then it looked really cool. And because it's a wide angle, you aren't supposed to pay attention too much to the technical inadequacies of the choreography. But as has been mentioned, like that's one part of the equation. The choreography, I don't think, is as good as has been made out, but the context of it, the thing that gives it that sort of aesthetic meaning to it, which is the story it's trying to tell and the story it's a part of, also doesn't hold up. You've just seen supposedly the big bad guy decapitate himself because he's a fucking moron, and we don't know who he is still, and he's supposed to be like this version of the Emperor until we get the Emperor back. So that's silly. Then you've got the sheer number of people and how good we're supposed to believe they are. And they have to attack almost one or two at a time, because if they did all attack at once, then they would have to win. So that's kind of breaking the choreography right from the beginning. It's one of those things I think people have latched onto just because of it's a wide angle shot, and because people don't look too closely, and because they don't look at the story around it. It looks superficially splendid, like the blowing up the planet scene from earlier, but it's the same problem. Just because it looks superficially good doesn't mean it makes any sense or is actually worthy of your attention, because when you do pay attention, it turns out it's not.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Now, I will say that the movie was hindered by the cliffhanger at the end of The Force Awakens. We cannot have any sort of time skip.
Wait, what? We're saying that TLJ was hindered
Hindered
by
by-
TFA now?
Wow, that's
Because he
there's
couldn't do a
no
time
Mahler.
jump.
There's nothing they could have done.
What could they do, truly? What could they do?
There's nothing that could have been done. There
even argue
certainly
that.
wasn't
Almost
a
wanna, like,
plan that was disregarded.
It's
He couldn't have
automatic
done anything.
jail for anybody who makes these kinds of arguments. Remember the one of like, Indiana Jones is old. What else are they going to do in Dial of Destiny? It's like, what do you mean, what else?
And we had to pick up just moments after the last movie ended. And frankly, Johnson's message about moving on from the original trilogy was heavy-handed.
The Sith, the Jedi, the Rebels, let it all die.
What the hell are those transitions?
And
They
The problem
freak
is that
me
it
out.
existed more than it was heavy-handed, but
it if you have to. It's like, fuck off.
you die.
Well, he did. So,
Yeah, I guess so. He did.
that was probably in his
Killed himself.
contract. It's like, enough of this shit. You better kill me this time.
Fucking kill me. I
the
won't
movie
show up
on-
after this date, so you figure out how to make that work.
Also commits two master strokes that altered the direction of
Ooh,
Star
master
Wars.
strokes.
Killing Snoke, which
Master
nobody
strokes.
saw.
Master stroke?
Nobody saw
Are
it
you
coming.
fucking kidding me?
Why do you think nobody
Nobody
saw it
saw it
coming? His
coming.
story hadn't even started. Like, who the fuck is this
People
guy?
didn't see it coming because it
Exactly.
would have been stupid and bizarrely, like narratively, it's just bizarre.
I don't think I've ever been more speechless for a villain getting killed.
It doesn't make any sense.
yeah.
Like, what
Like,
the fuck?
physically
What am I supposed
does.
to say
I-
except,
like-
all right, that happened.
Off he goes.
My first time watching
bye,
this fight,
guy.
I remember not being able to pay attention to choreography at all because I'm just waiting for Snoke to pop back up as like a giant snake or something, like Aladdin or some type of
Yeah,
twist
or
or
he turns
something.
into two Snokes.
Just anything, him just to pop up. Like I'm waiting for it anytime. He's actually like slowly accepting that they actually killed this guy like that.
Or he's
the
like,
fight.
what are they going to do if they have a villain who is one with the Force, but he's the villain and he's like a participant
Yes.
in the story,
All
like
the
an evil
ideas.
Force ghost.
All these ideas going through my head of like, okay, they're clear, they have to do something, right? And then his body flops on the ground and they make a joke out.
Yep.
It's insane. All the
and
fucking components.
this is a very common assessment of like the film's different payoffs, that this one was considered a master work in and of itself to have killed, because everyone thought he was going to be the new Palpatine, and look, he's already out. It's like, what's the value in that?
Makes no
It's made
sense,
even
man.
funnier though by all the theories that people spent so long
Yep.
creating as to who he would really be. Like the amount of probably thousands of hours of the is Snoke really like, is he Plagueis? Is he fucking Mace Windu? Is
Mace
he, like,
Windu, I
all
watched that
these
video.
Really
The
detailed
lady from the
theories, and
archives.
it's like, haha.
Yeah, they got me. I'm like, yo, this guy's Mace
Rah,
Windu. This
he's
makes sense.
just
I believe the Windu
dead.
theory.
Like
It's so stupid.
I remember what the fuck is the director's name?
Ryan Johnson?
Ryan Johnson.
Ryan Johnson. Yeah, he had this.
Roundhead.
Yeah, he had this dismissive like picture. Your Snoke theories are wrong. And I
They
thought,
suck.
oh, he thought of he thought of something clever to make Snoke this thing, and it turns out he just ignored it
You
and
killed
just
him.
killed him. Yeah, it's
And
like,
then
it's so
JJ
smug
brought him
about it.
back.
Yeah.
As a fucking clone, fucking test
Yeah.
tube clone, man.
Kill my
And like we were
villain,
saying
will ya?
earlier, the most important thing about Snoke is usually ignored. The fact that Palpatine is a blank slate. You can do whatever you want from that point in time. Snoke is the connecting point for the two trilogies. We need to know how you reset all this. For him to die, you can't just say, "Oh, it's a twist, gotcha." It's you fucked everything with this now. Who's gonna explain all the things that happen in between the fucking trilogy?
Yeah,
How
they
we
were
created
dropping all of
First Order.
the people we could get the best exposition from, like flies. We're losing all the transitionary period people. It's like, great. All
Yeah.
we got left is Rey.
Even the dude at the beginning that Kylo stabs.
Yep, that would have been
Max von
someone
Sydow's
who could have
character.
told us stuff. Oh well.
Yeah, he
Something.
probably
I
had a
feel
lot
like-
of history, a lot of knowledge. He would have been able to tie us narratively between the two trilogies because he's an old guy and he's seen a bunch of stuff happen.
And he's evil.
Oh well.
Even
Sorry,
that orange,
Osborne.
even that orange bitch Maz, like she knew things. She was keeping
Well, I
secrets.
mean,
we never actually got to find out.
Obviously,
she got
the hilarious
lightsaber or
reality is
anything.
none of them knew anything. Not even the actors knew. Nobody had any clue. It was like, what? I don't know.
Another
For
fucking time,
me-
bitch.
I feel like in the moment, this decision didn't piss me off because I was expecting something more with this. I think this could have been a decision that could be made if there was a greater plan, of course, for this, for Kylo to step up or something. Kind of like, again, it's kind of that one-trick pony thing that Ryan Johnson does with the misdirections, which is unfortunate because I like if he used it sparingly and actually used it for a reason. This could have been an effective thing. I think a lot of other stories have used similar kind of thing to set up a, like for example, Kylo is a greater villain. Of course, explaining all the things that led up to this, who Snoke was and where he came from, of course, would still be a hustle, but I would appreciate it at least a lot more.
Yeah,
It goes to
maybe
a
if
really similar
we-
point with the like all the theories around his true identity and the fact that, as you say, like watching it happen, you expect something else to happen next because you like the brain naturally wants stories and stories
Mhm.
naturally need connections. We
Especially
don't
in a
like
film.
subverting the expectations of, haha, the trick is there isn't a story here at all. It's the same, and he pulls it twice because then you get the same thing with Ray's parents. It's like, who are your parents? Oh, well, no, they really were fucking no one. They were just drunks. No story there.
Exactly.
Okay.
You see
That's
Snow
right.
die and you go,
I'll-
then that's what they were doing. Yep, that's what that was leading to. And you get that sense of satisfaction that what they did was for a purpose instead
all
of
the
just being like,
twists-
fuck you.
all the twists and all the payoffs led to nothing. Like this is a less like you just didn't do anything. There was nothing satisfying whatsoever in any of them.
I think I remember when I first saw it, I was like, oh, maybe hallucination. Illusion that he's gonna like. This is gonna be a big old test and lesson that Snoke will have for Kylo. or that this guy was like a puppet, a fake behind the actual
All those
Snoke.
thoughts.
Yeah, like
all the thoughts in the world.
Yeah, just anything that can make this make
Anything.
sense, because you don't want it to be what it actually is, which is just he's dead.
This is
That's
a-
that.
That's what I'm
This
saying.
is
Like
a funny reference, but
This is crazy.
yeah, I still want to make it. I think Buffy season 2 does this really well. With the sort of setting up a
No
big,
spoilers,
big
no
bad.
spoilers, because Riot.
Oh yeah, I don't. Well, yeah, I want. I'm trying. Oh, sorry, but
I
I'll
think
try to
I
be
think I
vague.
know who you're talking about. It's just the Rags is gonna see it potentially at some
Oh.
point in the
Oh,
I'm
I'm
not gonna
so
say
sorry.
near
I didn't
future,
know you
but
had-
no,
Yeah.
because I want to record his first reaction. You know, we're gonna do EFAP TVs
Yeah.
for it probably.
I'm so sorry. I thought you had already seen it.
I don't have it. Yeah, you're fine. I don't have it. I'm just letting you know. Don't do any spoilers because I
No,
won't,
no, I'm not
'cause I'll be
going to.
watching it.
That was a plan. I just didn't want to be vague, but I'm mad
got
that I even referenced that. But still, there's something, yeah, in there that I feel like
A better version of
proves
this
that this
is
could
what I
be
could
pulled
kinda
off.
say.
Maybe.
A better version of what they did here. For
Yeah.
sure. And if Max von Sydow's character was actually a character, then we wouldn't be relying on Snoke strictly for all information. Then maybe something like this could have been a
Well,
bit more
gee, I
effective.
mean, they could use Han, Luke, and Leia. Like,
Oh
remember
yeah,
those?
them
No.
too. Yeah, it's like,
Nah.
I see the, it's like I forgot
Why would
about
you want to
them
see
for
them
movies
together?
before.
Nah, that's true.
Yeah, oh.
Let alone at all.
Coming, and also Ray Nobody.
You have no place in this story.
Oh, he loves Ray
You
Nobody
come
as
from
well.
nothing. You're nothing.
In fact, it still
But
breaks
she's
my
not
heart that J.J. Abrams undid this
nobody.
reveal. So now
Who fucking
Oh,
cares?
wait, so wait.
No,
But this is why the Star Wars sequel trilogy makes sense. You can't use that as something you love and then say, "Oh, too bad they undid
Oh.
that." It's like, well then it's not that way. Then you can't
Exactly.
use it as an example for your video
He's
because they
just
completely
highlighting-
undid it.
It's highlighting how these films like completely contradict each other. You can't point that out
But like,
and then ignore it. Like, you know.
really though,
Yeah,
if she
yeah,
is
you're right.
a girl who's searching for her family that are still out there, or a girl whose family are absolutely dead and they didn't have any important names, or she's a Palpatine, ultimately, in retrospect, does that change fucking anything? Like, not really. Nobody
No,
cares.
we still don't have a character.
Nobody likes Rey
I
anyway.
I don't care. Like, this is the thing. I've said this before because like the very first time I saw Rey, like the poster, first thing you think is like, hey, who, like, what family is she gonna be? You know? And I immediately with Kenobi, oh, Palpatine could be interesting. It takes 10 seconds to fucking come to that conclusion that it's probably gonna be one of those options, or that could be a good option they would go for. But I assume she'd have a character and like we'd actually get to see a proper journey of her. But they relied so much on the family lineage that like they forget that's meaningless in the end, especially if you're gonna drag it out for 3 movies and then reset it. You still need to see what her journey means to her. Like I don't know who the fuck Rey is after 3 movies. That's a real problem.
Now, let's talk about The Rise of Skywalker, why
Ooh,
it's not
boy.
as bad as you think, and why, when you view the whole of this trilogy, its stupidest decisions actually
Why did you make this
sense.
video?
Its stupidest decisions make sense. What?
Having just lamented one of them. But it's
Yeah.
Yes.
Stupid.
This video is very coherent.
Now, I want to make
this
it
guy's
clear,
a
I
joke.
do not like this movie.
Oh, what?
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 I'm gonna keep defending
Make up
it.
your mind, bro.
But the whole movie is about it making sense, and you just
Doesn't
said
like
that, it
He likes
did.
TLJ. He doesn't like movies that makes no sense or make sense.
Oh, well.
He doesn't know what sense is.
But that's because I don't think it's a fitting into the Skywalker saga. But this actually is a well-made film.
Holy shit, I can't take this
Oh.
roller coaster. This is insane.
Because it looks
Oh, it's-
expensive.
Imagine saying that. Rise of Skywalker, I hate it because it's a bad ending to the saga, but it's a good film. It's like, what?
But it's a bad Star Wars movie.
Well, he said it's like what is it? A well-constructed film? Is that what he said? A well-made film? So I guess
means
he's
like
drawing a
this.
dichotomy. He means it looks expensive.
Ugh, we're not doing that
Yeah.
again, are we?
It's
Well-made
got
film
good shots.
Well-made film.
by a
my God.
director who is working at the
Like,
top
how
of his
does this
craft.
thing still have how many minutes left? Like, I feel like it's
catch that?
how is it?
Yeah, top of his craft.
This
It's
is-
made by a well-known director at the top of his craft.
Yeah, I'll just
That
play it
explains
again
all
to
the
make
work
sure
he got
we
after
get
that.
that, because I don't know if chat
up?
maybe didn't
The shot of
experience the
the-
full blast.
saga, but this
that's
actually
why he's
is
been
a
hiding for
well-made
5
film
years.
made by a director who is working at the top of his craft. Now,
Where is
Did
he
he
now,
pay
bro?
you?
Craft.
Ugh.
Where is he now?
More like
Top,
top
of his craft, bottom of the barrel.
It killed his
Oh my
career. Like, what are you-
Yeah, man, it destroyed his whole life. What are you talking about? Like,
Come on. I hate this film, but it's well made. But it doesn't belong in the saga. But my pants are made of plastic. That's what...
isn't JJ quoted as saying like,
As what?
I don't
You
know,
cut out
maybe.
at the most horrific, inopportune time. Once you were about to say the quote, your voice cut out.
Oh, what happened? Oh no, I was just saying, wasn't JJ quoted as complaining about like it's barely even my movie after all reshoots and whatnot? Doesn't want
That doesn't matter if he's at the top of his craft. He just pulled it together anyway. That's just the master genius that he is. Even though it's not
Wow.
even really his movie, his impact, small as it clearly was just good enough to really pull it through.
Abram
I will say
stock
that
has
the-
not
the
ever
face
been that high.
currently on screen is the perfect the Star Wars sequels are better than you think face. It's like the
Yeah.
ideal expression of someone who's making that point.
Abram's stock was at its highest post TFA when he was making TROS. That was already like, people were like, like it was not considered like, oh yeah, he'll save it,
Mm-hmm.
even though it was
Nobody had faith.
you know technically suitable to
I
have him
remember-
finish the trilogy, but like nobody thought it was going to be great.
People gave up on him like right even before The Rise of Skywalker came out, just for
Yeah.
the decision that he made of coming back. Everyone was like, "Oh, fuck this guy. We're so over him now."
Well, I mean, 4 years of going over TFA, its reputation fucking tanked. Just did.
Yeah.
That being said, though, I still got to run through all the really stupid things in this film.
What?
What the fuck? Okay.
Wait, how
Alright.
come he
Going
didn't
back
do
and
that?
forth.
Wait, how
Wait,
come he
we're not
didn't do
even
that for the
halfway
other? Yeah, we're not even halfway through, and he didn't do that for the other movies.
Because he thinks the other ones are better than this.
Yeah, but,
That's like,
But this is the one where
But-
JG's at the top of his craft.
and
yeah,
this one, it
exactly.
would be
And he
all
said
of
he
the-
liked it.
Now,
That it was a
And
good
this
film.
was a
It's just not a
well-made
good ending to the
movie,
saga.
so
yeah, but then
This is
he knows that he still needs to relay all of the like common agreed upon problems with this film, which is exactly what I'm
Oh.
expecting here. Because that's kind of been the you know the tempo of this video is just all of the standard boring takes. The Last Jedi is about failure. I really like how subversive it was killing off Snoke because you thought he was going to be more than that and he wasn't. So I'm guessing here it'll just be all of the standard criticisms of Tross.
oh,
Boo.
this is
Let's see if we can get them right.
this
Mm.
is so. I'm so done with this fucking video. Oh my god! Like
I'm sorry,
we got a lot of it left, so you gotta
Yeah.
Gotta
Like,
stick to it. We can do this.
it's kind of crazy. It's crazy because it feels like he's wrapping up, but he manages to say some more bullshit. Like,
I need you to know that I understand what doesn't work here. For instance, there's the dagger lining up with the wreckage, the fake
Yep.
Chewbacca death, this
Yep.
line,
yeah.
uh-huh.
Ray just giving
Okay,
up,
so he
Ray being
has
a pal.
critical thinking skills.
I don't know that this is
No,
just
no,
labeling
no,
them.
He's just making a list. He's
No,
just
the
going
AI.
The
The
point I was making
AI has
before is-
critical thinking skills.
No, it's not even that. It's just these are just everybody agrees with this. These
Yeah.
aren't like
These are like
I know
chapter
that these aren't
titles.
novel thoughts. These are just things that everybody knows about if they
He couldn't
have
even-
any remote familiarity with the film.
He couldn't even explain why the dagger is an
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
that's true.
Probably
you
not.
know.
Like if you had asked him what's
Probably
the problem
not.
with the knife, he'd be like, "Well, because obviously it lines up like perfectly." It's like, "Yeah, why does that not work?" And he's like, "Look, because like it wouldn't, would it? Would it?" You're like, what do you remember about the knife? Do you remember where it's from? Who made it? How? You'd be like, I don't know. It's
Do you
stupid."
remember Uchi? Say his name.
Darth
I
OJ?
think all I
Remember?
want is a true but kind of obscure criticism. That's what I would want to see here.
Yeah.
Something that's true, but that not everybody has said.
But it's just can I
Not
can I
from
say
this
some
guy.
trivia about the knife? Because like in
Yeah.
my for my research in the I hate the Rise of Skywalker video, there was a documentary part where people actually gave him items that would make sense, like a compass or other artifacts or like there was this like pyramid thing that would open up as a puzzle, but that wasn't good enough for J.J. Abrams, so he thought the retarded protractor knife was a good idea. So
so
that
stupid.
this is the guy who is at the top of his craft, by the way.
Mhm, yeah,
This is that
100%.
guy. Yeah.
And it's like we all know it depends on like the wreckage would shift over time. Like we can all tell that. But the stupidest part is if you watch Rey swim up to it, it's literally shifting as she's fucking going there. So like it doesn't even like
You have to
if
do
you
it
put
from
that
the
thing up.
correct angle, the correct
so
distance. The
stupid.
wreckage can't shift. No one can salvage it. It's just like, what if you want that to be? It's the most convoluted, stupid way of achieving narratively what you want to happen. I mean, not to mention you're in a science fiction world and you have a magic system that's also built into it. And this is the solution that you came up with. Top of his craft. Okay, if you say so, my dude.
And it's just
Yeah,
stupid. And it's just the knife protractor is also stupid because that just tells you the general direction of what you're looking for. When you're inside the fucking ship, that knife is useless.
Yep.
You still have to get there. Like it's so like,
no, it's just you can just find the room in a space station the size of a moon. It's fine. It's like in Star
Of
Wars. Like, you
course.
just go to a planet and you'll
Yeah.
end up right where you need to be on the entire planet. It all fits in.
Oh, right.
There's bad writing, and then there's shit like this. This is genuinely stupid writing. This is a stupid idea. One of the worst ideas they could have possibly.
So it's a good So it's a bad written movie, but it's a good Star Wars film, right?
Yep. That's how it works.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Palpatine, and how that suddenly gave her an arc of being afraid of her darkness that was not present in either
Suddenly
of her
gave
other
her an
movies.
arc.
There's also the Sith Eternal Choir, the fact that Ben died.
Well,
The Sith Eternal Choir. Tell me about them.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, you can't just. This is the equivalent if I just went, well, there's Rey, there's Poe, there's Finn. You're like, what do you mean? It's like, flaws in the movie. You're like,
yeah, like the fact that Ben died. It's like, what do you mean by that? What is the flaw exactly? Why don't you explain what was wrong with that?
Rey Skywalker at the end, and also
why is Rey Skywalker bad?
Yeah, why is that bad?
This just makes sense. This just makes sense if you think of it like it's a Chat GPT prompt, and it's just like, what are the bad things about the Rise of Skywalker?
I think it's a lot more benign than that. I think it's just a lack of insight, like fundamentally. The level of engagement with the films is essentially like falling in line with what the general perspectives are on it. So like there'll still be a feeling of, well, I did like it, or well, I didn't really like it, but explaining it is just going to be sort of parroting a lot of things that other people have said anyway. I don't know. I feel like that happens a lot. Of course, I am reminded of it because it's TLJ and it was Rian Johnson made it. It was truly fascinating seeing how many people talked about Knives Out, and everything that they said was just something that Rian Johnson had said in an interview or in a commentary. Like, there wasn't any novel thoughts. It's like, see, the brilliance of Knives Out is that the first act is a whodunit, the second one is like a thriller, and then the third act returns to being a whodunit. And it's like, yeah, where'd you get that from? Well, Rian Johnson said it. It's just
How much of that would happen?
Insight.
Yeah, if he'd never said that, like, no one would say that.
Maybe someone would, but it would actually mean something.
I guess maybe
because
some.
Would be,
because of how many people.
An original thought. It would be like, oh, all right, yeah, there's an observation. Doesn't fix the film, but like at least that was an observation that you developed on your own. Like, I don't know. I'm bored with
originality.
everything that's been said in this video, basically.
And can I just say he has a point that I've never heard anyone ask, like the Sith Eternal Choir. It's more of like, where did the voices from?
What are they? Where'd they come from? What do they do? What are those things?
Are they alive?
Are they all Sith? Do they have a connection with the Force? How come they all dress the same? What do they eat?
Aren't they helping?
What the fuck?
Yeah, it's like a
what's their stake in all this?
Like, yeah,
where were they in the original trilogy?
But yeah, choir. There you go.
At the end, and also, why would Palpatine say this line? I am all the Sith. And
oh, I can answer that. The writers suck. Like that's pretty much the only reason.
Unless it was, of course, to set up Rey's next line.
Oh wow.
You figured the only reason he said it was to set her up a banger? Okay. That's great.
Figured it out, guys. Can we give him an award? Figured it out award.
Well, it just what's funny about it is like it's still memed on that exchange because it's such horrific writing. Like
it's so lame.
Dirtiest nitpick: Chewbacca didn't get a medal in A New Hope because Wookiee honor demands that he not accept one. But Maz Kanata still does this.
This is for you.
Wait, but so wait.
So Wookiee honor demands that he doesn't accept it.
I'm confused now. What?
You gave the explanation that he gave means it doesn't.
He just ruined it.
Yeah.
If Wookiee Honor says he can't get the medal, then he can't get the medal.
I gave this scene a tiny bit of credit today, and now he just fucked it up.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
I didn't know that.
Actually, having watched his video on how this is better than I thought, it's now worse than I thought going in, which is quite impressive.
My assumption is they threw that in after the fact. They were like, oh, we gotta make this make sense that doesn't ruin the scene itself by making everyone look like an idiot that forgot Chewbacca. So I assume that's what they wrote, that he can't, that his culture don't accept medals. But then, yeah, this scene fucks all that up. So why would you even cite that?
That could be a fun throwaway line elsewhere in something else, where he's like, "Well, where'd your medal go?" Or then we learn about Wookiee culture or something like that. But
put it in the holiday special.
Yeah, put in the holiday special. Why? I was like, how come back when Lumpy fought in the Great War, well, Grandpa Lumpy, how come there's no medals or anything? They're like, well,
Yeah.
because Wookiees, we don't these badges of honor or it's the inside matter that counts. Real honor comes from within, blah blah blah. And so they go on that.
So giving Chewie the medal is the kind of stupid ending that somebody would write if they only knew about Star Wars from memes, but never actually dove into the lore. And to be honest,
Like
guys,
you?
I really like that Palpatine is a Force vampire.
Yeah,
Oh, then why did we?
Force of
So the movie's
Vampire.
bad?
I can't actually track what's good or bad anymore.
Does he
and I
like
don't
this movie or think it's shit? I have no idea.
We have references for both.
even mind that he comes back. Now, the way he comes back is
You don't
stupid. It would have
even
made more
mind.
sense if his spirit like attached itself to Vader's helmet. Or
What?
Why would that make more sense? Explain to me. Explain yourself. Tell me why that would make more sense.
What is wrong with this guy?
The spirit attaches to a helmet. Why the fuck would it do that?
What are you smoking? I didn't hear that again.
What
mind
if
he
I
comes
attach
back.
myself
Now,
to
the way
this
he comes
shitty
back
looking
is
old helmet of the
stupid.
guy
It
who
would have made more
killed
sense
me?
if his spirit like attached itself to Vader's helmet, or if his spirit attached itself to Luke, and then.
I'm just like, how
How does that
mechanically, how does
work?
that work? Does the helmet start floating around, speaking to people? Does it have like
So
glowing
Force
evil
Ghost,
eyes?
yeah. First off, yes, of course, that would be amazing if it just
And it has
floated
to go.
around like a little.
Like the
Oh, it's like
mask.
it's like
Tim Curry.
Mimir. He has to carry the helmet on his belt, and it constantly comments on everything.
Oh my god.
Does he think we're in the Harry Potter universe?
I don't know what universe
doesn't
he's
know where we
from.
are.
Is he
but
even thinking? Is he even thinking? Like,
The
Dude,
real
the-
base
good.
question.
This is a bad movie, but a good Star Wars movie.
let me fix the movie. His spirit should have attached to the helmet. Oh, thanks.
That would have made a lot more sense. No explanation required.
He just
think he
walks
still
in
does
and
more
there's a
things that
helmet
are
just
stupid
floating
than
around
everything
in there and he says, what the fuck is going on? After the dark side of the Force, it's a pathway to many abilities, and I've died before, says the fucking helmet that's floating around in front of him.
He just walks in and he's like, "Hey, Luke, I'm back." I feel a little weird, but here I am.
Hey Luke, it's me, your enemy, and I'm just haunting you because
Remember when your dad threw me down that weird shaft and I exploded and vaporized? Well, here I am. What are you doing?
And he like slowly influenced Luke over the years and caused him to mess up his Jedi Order. I even like the way
the
the Sith
hell?
artifact whispers
Wait.
to Kylo.
I think that might be a good idea. It's just that they didn't like the spirit corrupting Luke, and that
but-
was the cause of the break between him and Kylo.
That's
But
a-
that's a setup thing.
I was gonna say that's a story that we don't
Yeah,
see.
that's a
So
story. Yeah,
The whole trilogy. We
You
would
have-
all been down for that movie.
This is nothing. This is like Cope.
This is Ray hitting an old man in the back of the head with a stick. That's what this scene is.
Slowly
That's pretty much what it is.
Yep.
Influenced Luke over the years and caused him to mess up his Jedi Order. I even like the way the Sith artifact whispers to Kylo Ren.
Why? What do you like
Why?
about
Why?
it? Can you
Why?
explain once? What's
who
great
is-
about
what
it?
is who's the
I-
whispering? What is it whispering? Why
No,
to
Did you
it's
like
just
the
like-
moonwalk? Like
It's just
this
no.
guy.
I think it's just as basic as it reinforces my idea that something is whispering corruption shit to people. I think it's that basic of a like it's reinforced. Oh, my idea is in the actual movies, guys. That's why I like it. It's in the movie, so my thing will work.
We could have fixed it. Luke found one of Palpatine's Horcruxes and it whispered to him, and so he tried to kill his nephew, and then that is a better movie than The Rise of Skywalker.
Yeah,
which is
exactly,
true,
exactly.
Wow.
but It's still not great.
Now, to be fair, I do want to praise the many
Yes.
great things about this movie.
All
J.J.
right.
Abrams is a great director. He's
He's not. You just
Uh,
said. Wait.
you say so.
He just said all the bad shit that JJ directed, and then he goes.
That's how good of a director he is. Even with those flaws, he makes incredible movies because he's at the
bad-
top of his craft.
Well, yeah, a
Am I
great
going
director at the top
insane?
of his craft created a film with this many flaws. Well, that's just how
I
it
guess
goes.
that it's as simple as that he's like, with the director, he's responsible for the way that the film looks, not like the story.
He wrote it,
Like
didn't
for
he?
whatever reason, that
This movie looks like shit.
did he write it, or was he like a story credit? I don't think he
I'll.
wrote
You
it.
know what? I'll look right now.
I suppose the point being that, like, well, he's a great director. He knows where to put the camera and stuff. But the writing,
Oh.
well, he
Oh,
did
yeah,
write the
it's-
screenplay with another guy.
Chris Terrio with Chris Terrio.
Yeah, the
Oh,
Chris
the one with
Terrio's like,
the-
oh, thank God
yeah.
his name's attached to the writing, or else I'd get all the blame for this bullshit.
I think
Didn't
he
that
got
guy
lucky.
write the Snyder Cut?
Yeah, he also wrote Argo,
Yeah.
and he's just coasting off the success of Argo ever since.
He has an Oscar, and that just validates him getting one of the biggest
Oh, and
writing
Batman
credits.
v Superman as well.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yes,
that's
he was responsible for the Martha scene.
Instead of being as good as your
Wait,
last
why'd you say that name?
performance, they just hold on to the freaking
Wait, what?
the credentials at the Oscar.
Martha?
I mean,
Martha.
Or
Yeah,
wait,
why,
what
why,
is
why'd
the
you say? Why did you say
Why'd
that
you
name?
say it? Why?
so?
Yeah.
Could say it more angry other than that.
But then it'd give away the
Oh.
it'd give away the complex
What the fuck?
subtleties of the
Pterodactyl.
construction of the commentary. You see.
Oh no.
Like
Oh,
I
yes.
saw someone on Twitter defend that scene. It's more of the execution of it rather than the idea. So it's just so stupid.
I don't know. I think the idea is pretty retarded.
Yeah.
No. The idea of
I think it's pretty
Batman
great.
getting out of his funk because he's actually relatable as a human. He has
'Cause
a
he has a
human heart.
mom.
He already
Yeah.
knew he had parents.
No, but so the idea was always they had the same
Well,
name.
just to be clear, he's alive, so he has parents.
I mean, he's an alien,
Hmm.
so.
No, he's
And-
an alien. So
Aliens
Like
are
a-
people.
the
Aliens
just
could have any
idea of
fucking.
it.
You know this. So, like, but the
Yeah.
point is, Batman makes reference to Superman having parents before that sequence happens.
It's such
And-
an awkward scene.
I don't even know what to say. Like,
Oh,
it's such cringe. Like, save Martha.
This guy wrote that, and then got a job in this movie. How is that possible?
Yeah,
I would
fair
have,
upward, man.
I would have
Fair,
way
fair.
preferred if he'd said "save my mom" instead of Martha, and that was it. There was no "who's Martha? Why'd you say Martha?" Blah, 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 blah. It just instead just being like, it's hard for me to
Well,
kill you saying that.
well, you know what?
It'd be a clearer message
His-
that way too.
Yeah,
His last movie that Chris Terrio wrote is Rise of Skywalker, and people finally smelled the shit and probably didn't hire him anymore.
someone just
So
said that's his mother's
well.
name. It's like, yeah, is it?
No, we got that. We got that.
I figured
But
that part.
Yeah, I think like okay, maybe the idea is just bad.
You know what's funny, actually, though? Like, Rags, I need you to save someone. You're like, who? And what's more information for you to work with? Martha or my mum?
My mother.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It'd be a better message just to say it
You
that
see,
way.
even
wait,
you
so-
you only have one mother, but there are many
Marthas.
many Marthas on the planet.
Wait.
Which
So
one?
this scene would have wait. So what you're telling me is that this scene would have worked better if Superman went save her, save Mumsy. Is that what you're
I
telling
don't
me?
know about
If he would have
Mumsy.
said "save my
Ma.
mother," I don't know about Mumsy or Mummy Poo, but if he said like listen, you're killing me, whatever. Listen, I guess that's how you feel you need to do, but make me this one promise, you bastard. You save my mother, because I can't save her now, so you'd better do it.
Yeah, anything like
That
that.
would have been like something. That would have been not bad because it would have,
But him
spoken to his
shouting, "Why did you
character and what he's
say
thinking
Martha?"
about,
is
and-
just funny. Like, it almost comes across as just like, what a weird thing to say. Like,
Yeah, I think that's what Red Dead Remedios said. Like, let's have a really specific time to say your mother's name, and then Batman's gonna kill him anyway.
Able to add in small moments that really make a scene pop. Like right here, near the beginning of the movie when the Falcon is tilting, Finn just jumps over a little barrel. It's a small...
Wow! Oh my god. Okay. Round of
Holy
applause for
so-
Finn for jumping over the barrel.
Dang.
Wait.
Wow.
So
reaching.
so you must think that every movie is good.
yep.
Holy shit. If that's
If
your
these
bar.
are if these are the amazing filmmaking elements that you
Finn
point out and think is worthy of
jumped over
pointing
the
out,
barrel.
you have to think every movie's good.
He
No,
jumped
Because
over
this
the
is like
barrel, guys.
mega basal level stuff.
I mean, he jumped
Wait, I'm
over a
gonna-
little thing. It
Okay,
was cool.
It was a
Okay,
barrel.
I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna steel wall his argument
Don't
do
just
it.
just for fun. Maybe it's like it adds to the believability of the sequence because there's something happening inside the ship that makes it chaotic. Is that where he's going for?
Well, that is his argument.
That's pretty much what he
It's just-
said, but it's the context in which he
that's-
said it, right? We're listing all the
It's just
flaws.
look at the
Now it's
barrel
time to list the
jumping.
praise. And what do we
Look at
start
how
with?
great this
Finn
movie
jumps over
is.
a barrel in the middle of a scene. You're like,
That's what I'm
okay,
saying. That's where you have to start. Like,
yeah.
Oh god.
The sequence of Mario's
It
If
jump.
would
you have
be
to
weird
start
if he
with
didn't
if you
have
have to
to do
start with
that.
the themes to defend a movie, it's probably shit. And if you're trying to praise a movie, the first thing you want to tell me is that, oh my god, look at Finn jump over this barrel. Like I've
Oh, wait,
lost all
wait,
faith
wait.
in you.
Probably not a
Wait,
great movie.
so they jump now?
They jump
They
now.
jumped out.
They jump
Oh,
now?
yes, they
Stupid.
do.
I think I also just like the way, like, his enthusiasm for describing this having happened.
Small moments that really make a scene pop, like right here near the beginning of the movie when the Falcon is tilting,
jump?
Finn just jumps over a little barrel. It's a small touch, but it brings the scene to life. Like whereas the
They
prequels are
brought
the
it to
exact
life.
opposite.
Wow.
Oh,
It's
shitting
true.
on
If
the
he hadn't-
prequels.
if he hadn't-
Politics. Nobody jumps.
If he hadn't
There's no
jumped over
jumping in the
that barrel.
prequels. There were too much politics. They
We
should've been
needed
jumping.
more random barrels for them to jump over. It would have been way better.
Throw a barrel into every politics scene and it would have spiced
Gonna
it
make
up.
poor Palpatine jump
a
over
bunch
the
of
barrel.
barrels. They're like tumbleweeds. Barrels who start rolling through Palpatine's office.
Just
They
Donkey
all-
Kong tossing
Lucas
fucking
always
barrels
got
into
the
the
same conclusion.
scenes.
Like the reason the
Yeah,
Genius's Droid Factory exists is because George Lucas thought, oh shit, I've had basically 2 hours of movie of people standing in shot reverse shot. So like rather than another one of those scenes, let's just make it busy. And it didn't really make for a brilliant scene.
Yeah, but
It
they
just
jumped
made for
over
an
stuff.
action-packed scene. But yeah, I guess they jumped over stuff, so it's the best bit of the film.
It just because his meme is faster, more intense. We've also got George is just tossing barrels into the scenes. He's like, jump over them,
Josh,
jump,
more
jump,
intense.
jump over them.
Jump, quick, do it.
The prequels
Don't
are
trip
the
or we'll have
exact
to shoot the
opposite.
scene again.
George Lucas's blue screen set seemed to dampen all of the energy in a
Do you think that? Do you seriously not believe that they ever had like blue screen? You know what I mean? Like
This
isn't actually the criticism. Like that there were blue screens. There are films that are shot on blue screens that like
This is the
look
lazy
more
version
dynamic.
of the criticism without understanding why some people say it. Because
Don't want to be too much of a hater, but this is all from Red Letter Media that these talking points come from. This is the videos, the hyper influential prequel breakdown videos. That was the major point in them. That shooting everything on blue and green screens and whatever have you kills all the creativity, that no actor knows where they are or what they're doing. They get shown maybe concepts, but they got that clip from Ewan McGregor where he's like, they were telling me that I was seeing loads of clones, but you know, I couldn't see shit.
Which is,
of
it
course
can be
doesn't
fair
explain
enough,
why
right?
Well, it's an
every
argument,
single
for sure.
Every single video game is
So
not
this
very
is-
compelling.
This is the thing.
Because
there
they're all
are
shot on sound stages with nothing other than concept art and cues essentially on how they need to move through the environment and interact with it.
as someone just mentioned, Sin City is nobody says this about Sin City. Go look at how that film was made. Like this is kind of annoying, isn't it? Because it's like it's a little bit more complicated, and we should have in the. I don't blame
the actual criticism.
When Plinkett made these points in the video. We're talking. I don't even remember when those videos were made, but they were like novel and interesting ideas that made people think about how filmmaking works. But there's no excuse to be saying this now. Like you can't develop this point into anything else. You're still just
It's also
repeating this.
incredibly, it's inexact because he's comparing an action scene to a scene where people are standing around, sitting around talking politics. Like, if he's
verbal
suggesting
action.
that it's not as exciting as an action scene because it's a dialogue scene, then he should try comparing apples and apples instead.
it's not a-
You can
it's not a
make
fair comparison
criticisms
at all.
of the use of the blue screen and the green screen in Lucas movie action sequences and whether or not they look as believable or as frenetic or as exciting as J.J. Abrams does. But I wouldn't use jumping over barrels to say this conversation scene needs more of that because it doesn't.
No, you're
You don't need
absolutely right.
barrels in politics.
What's funny is Plinkett did this. If you remember, he had a direct comparison in the Star Trek, the Abrams Star Trek, where Chekhov is like running around, and so is Kirk, and the camera's like flowing around them while they're trying to solve like a huge problem that's about to kill people, and then it cuts over to Qui-Gon saying to the Queen like, our plan is to land on Tatooine, and we're gonna blah, blah. And it's like, see the difference in energy, and it's like that's not fair. You can't compare those two. Like one of them's an
remember
action
that.
scene, the other one's a fucking dialogue
remember
one.
Yeah. You know what makes Schindler's List a very engaging movie to watch?
Barrels.
Barrels.
scene.
Master Yoda, do you think it will really come to war?
Boring. Oh, fuck off.
I was way more
It
interested
isn't
in that
boring.
sequence. Like literally, I
Politics
wanted to
can
hear
be
him finish that
exciting and
sentence.
interesting.
It's boring. They're just sitting
Boring,
there
instantly.
talking.
J.J. Abrams works great
Oh
with
no,
actors,
he
and these
needs
three
he
leads
needs the
have incredible
barrel.
Works great with
So
actors.
he can
Nobody
feel
fucking remembers
something.
these three
Man,
characters.
the thing is
Yeah,
that
yeah.
like I don't know why that would even. It doesn't matter if the writing sucks. Like it's just doomed.
That's what I
You
mean.
know?
Everyone says it's a joy to work with
I don't
Ryan
know why
Johnson.
this
It's
gets
like, I'm
brought up.
sure it
Yeah,
is. He
okay, but,
makes
like,
shit.
I don't. But
Yep,
yeah,
I heard
the
about
film
Zack
sucks.
Snyder too.
Yeah.
Like why can't people enjoy themselves and make good films? Like why is that?
Is that against
If
the
my
law?
enjoyment of a film, yeah, if my enjoyment of a film or franchise is dependent on it being the opposite of quality, I'm gonna have to have a long, hard look in that mirror and wonder what happened in my life.
J.J. Abrams works great with actors, and these
J.J.
three leads have
Abram?
I
incredible.
was about to say, he's not even getting his name
I
right.
wish he
J.J.
worked
Abrams.
great with a script.
Guy, man.
The AI is glitching out. Yeah.
Abrams.
Look at these
chemistry.
three.
It's a blast getting to see them finally on a mission together.
I enjoy
Finally,
like,
because
a
we
lot
get
to
to
get
see
to
shit.
see them together,
Yeah.
and it's in a
Finally.
scene where I can
This is-
barely see shit.
It's all
Look at how
code.
dark
my
that shot was.
Yeah.
I
This
just
also-
find it
also-
amusing.
Remember when
This
our
is
heroes
like-
went to Kijimi? That was so thrilling. I loved it so much to see them together.
Yeah,
on
she
a
wanted to.
mission
She wanted to
save the
blow.
galaxy.
She wanted to blow his head off in this scene, and 5 minutes later, important.
This is
item.
Surely the finally is an implicit criticism of the previous movies as
Yes.
well, because like,
Yeah.
finally we see them together. So we haven't done that before, and you didn't like
Yeah.
that we hadn't done
Yes.
that before, but you just got done telling us that they all make more sense, and this is your least favorite one. So,
The real actors we wanted to see together, well, by this point, 2 of them are
It's
dead
what,
in universe, and I think 1 is dead for realsies. So
Rise of
it's like
Skywalker
we're not happening.
is remarkable as an apology. It just doesn't go anywhere near as far as it needs to, right? Because like the opening, they establish why hyperspace tracking is no longer viable because of hyperspace skipping. They're like, see, we counted it, it's undone. It's like, no, that hasn't undone it at all. And it's like, okay, but Rey, look, she's getting trained now. Remember you guys didn't like that she wasn't trained? She's been trained now. And it's like, too late,
It's too late.
fucker.
It's too
Yeah,
late.
They're just like, oh, look, an
Leia
adventure
is
with the
her-
3 main characters are together. And you're like, it's over.
Yeah, man.
Why are you even trying
like,
this?
Ray,
I
Ray
know
met
I said-
Ray met
You're-
Poe at the end of TLJ. That's a mistake.
It was
The
insane.
fact that they didn't
Yeah.
have anything. Like, that's one of the biggest mistakes that's not mentioned enough because their dynamic needed to be established through TFA. And the fact that he had a great chemistry with Finn, Oscar Isaac, and John Boyega, and then he just fucking disappears for half the movie, another gigantic mistake because
Yep.
these are the components that would have drawn us like all the issues that the movie has. If we actually had a strong foundation with these three, the whole trilogy would have been better off.
If we
It's
had
so
3
awkward.
great characters, even if the story
Yes.
was terrible, but if we had 3 great characters to latch onto,
Yes.
yes, it would have worked
Yes.
so much better. Great characters can basically save a bad
Anything.
story, but
Mhm.
oh boy.
Not the other way around. People will watch a story where they don't even know what the plot is. They don't appreciate the world building. They don't notice the themes, but they love the character. They're not going to go the
3
other way
interesting
around.
people sitting in a room is something I'd watch because
Yeah.
shocker, like that's real life. I've been in this room a lot. This room isn't that interesting to me anymore. Or like a living room isn't interesting, but if it's full of interesting people that I like and I value and have an investment in,
That's
I'll stay
us.
in the room and talk with them.
This
You were
this is
stormtrooper?
like
Were you
the
spice runner? Were you a scavenger? We could do this all night.
And
Damn.
Oh,
I just
Ah.
I hate this about this movie. I'm sorry. Go on.
no, go ahead.
no.
Oh, you should hate it.
I really despise it because this movie is trying to do this thing where, okay, we need to make these three a trio like the OG trilogy. We need to make this work, right? So we need to introduce some chemistry, and because it doesn't have enough skills to naturally introduce that concept to this storytelling, they just make them clash and argue all the time. If you guys probably noticed, it's just every single scene these three are together, they are arguing and battering, and they're having like a
Banter.
yeah, that's the word. And in the original trilogy, it's such an ugly take on that concept because, as you see, like with Luke and Leia and Han, they're sort of having like a little
Luke and Han
like
too.
flirty.
You're right.
Yeah,
The
Back in
dynamic
when
is
they
so
first
much
meet, when they
better.
decide what they're gonna do with the
Yeah,
princess, and she's
Yeah.
gonna be rich. You know,
Rich,
think about
It's
all the money getting to
powerful.
save her.
I
natural
specifically
flow of
remember liking
dialogue.
that scene. Yeah.
and chemistry, and this movie completely misunderstands that concept by having them like legitimately hate one another, and that's how they come off because there's no chemistry.
Well, what they could have done is between the movies, they could have invented all kinds of different like interactions that they've had, missions they've been on, things that they've been doing, but they chose to make them antagonistic towards each other, which seems to be a really strange decision if you're trying to make up for lost time.
Well, but
Yeah,
it's like
they have
Nessa
no
said,
time
right?
for
Like,
this shit.
as long as it's like surface level, almost childish conflict, it makes for an energetic scene where the camera can spin around them as they're all saying things, and then you do the thing where complaint and then response to complaint that accounts for complaint but reveals additional information that the third character goes, "Hey, wait, what?" And then they complain about that additional thing, and then the first person says, "Hey, I'm still talking about." It's like, oh, look at this energy. It's J.J. Abrams' energy right there. It's in like all of his films. It's almost like an excuse for not having characters, which they didn't. And yeah, one of the things that annoyed me about it was the introduction that Poe was a spice runner, and it's like, why? It's like, well, because that's something they can talk about now. Like, okay, that's the thing now.
Yeah, and they're
Why
and
would
they're
Finn even
ashamed of
care?
him, or they're mad at
Like,
him, and I'm like, what does a spice runner do to get this response from quote unquote longtime friends, right? It
yeah, and why would a
doesn't.
former stormtrooper care that he was a former spice runner? Like, it's also
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
these
Well,
are
as
things that should have been
Stormtrooper.
established from the very beginning. Like, who cares?
Well, that's what I mean.
And,
It's
like, remember
all
the fact that like
disjointed.
Poe is the one who killed the stormtrooper that bloodied Finn's face in TFA at the very beginning, which like kickstarted his whole like him trying to run away. Like their dynamic could have been
Could have
so
been a
much more meaningful.
conversation.
Could have been a conversation. It could have been like, what's it like being a stormtrooper? But you would never even remember he was a stormtrooper until from like TLJ on. It's incredible how they just wasted it. And this guy, like the way, yeah, it was like I said when I watched it last night. The two things that stood out to me the most: JJ trying to shove in the four relationship, and it's like as phony as that guy's fucking ad reads. And the other thing is just Ray being so weird and just like wandering off and like being in her own fucking head on the entire movie. Just awful film.
Yeah,
So
And he's not addressing any of the problems in it.
And I just don't like the catch up shit. It's like the best part. It's like the movie equivalent of catching up to a video game with the last game of the trilogy. It's like playing Mass Effect free without playing Mass Effect 1 and 2, and you're just introduced these characters and they're super close, but you don't understand the context for it. It's like
yeah, except watching the two other films doesn't help.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, also
Yeah,
that.
you realized you didn't actually miss anything.
Yeah.
Which is the
Oh,
problem.
this is like Veilguard. You didn't need to play 1 to Inquisition. You can play Veilguard, and the first all the other Dragon Age games didn't matter because all the choices didn't matter in the end.
Millions of people saw Return of the Jedi first and was like, "Oh, this is cool." They watched A New Hope to get
Yeah,
the full story, and then it makes sense. Anyone who watches this first and watches the full story is confused when they fucking go from it's like, what the fuck's going on? It's just not storytelling, man. Anti-storytelling.
Someone said in chat, would you guys watch a movie that's just me arguing with my girlfriend? I was like, yeah, I did. It's called
It was
Marriage
good.
Story.
If it was well written, yeah.
Right, yeah. If your argument was interesting and
That's what it is.
you
That's
guys
the
were
movie.
charismatic, and yeah, I might.
Yeah, when 12 Angry Men exists, I don't want to
Yes.
like hear
Is
it. It's just
that?
such an
Yeah.
easy reference. It's an
You
easy
do know,
reference. 'cause
like
it's
most
old, you know?
movies are just people talking to each other, right? That is
Yeah,
like
yeah.
what happens in most films.
What about
Most films
barrels?
don't have action scenes.
Yeah.
Like,
And most parts of your life isn't you fucking things blowing up. Your life is in
Speak
with
for
other
yourself,
human.
buddy.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, we live we're pretty exciting people here.
Oh shit.
C3PO is just a delight.
You didn't say my name, sir, but I'm all right.
I also think that we
C3PO,
Yeah, he has the lines.
he
in
has
the
some
movie.
funny
I
lines
don't
in
know
the
what to
movie.
say. He has
was a
funny
bang-
lines. That's the only like.
It's
the
honestly
nice thing I
kind of
can say about this
shocking
movie.
that he comes out of the movie just being like, at least he was there, saying funny things here and there.
we overlook
You
this
didn't
line.
say my name, sir, but I'm all right.
Hey, Miss
That's funny.
Kima.
That's an excellent name. I'm right.
And even
Oh,
this little
God,
exchange
I hate
after
this
Finn and
now.
Poe are both promoted.
General.
I also think
I don't care. I don't care. I
Yeah.
don't
Yeah, I
care
don't
about
care
their
also.
employment status. Like, seriously.
that film history
And has it been established that they give a shit about their rank? That doesn't make that like narratively that doesn't even pay off,
I
right?
don't know, just this is
Would have
where
been
like,
interesting for an
Stormtrooper.
ex-military
Talk about that
person
instead.
like
the fact that we're at the end of
Finn
his
to
compliment like praise
suck in
list
that.
of this great film that was made by a guy at his peak, and this is what we have to say about the best
Yes.
parts. Like, okay,
Barrels and promotions. Like, that's what I'm
Mhm.
getting from this guy in terms of his praise.
I also think that film history will forever remember this movie as the film that gave the world Babu Frick.
Yeah, one good point.
So here's
One
the
good
thing.
point.
We
Good
say
point.
that as a meme.
Yeah.
And in a way it's true, but hopefully we can do better than this, right? For the whole
like,
movie.
It's a weird
We
thing to bring
don't
up
say it when we're
because
talking about writing.
it's only given
know?
value. Like, this is the film that gives by noting just how awful the film is. You know?
Yeah, I mean, it's telling like that's the thing that everyone will remember. This is the last movie in a 9-movie saga, and it's the last movie of a trilogy. If you compare it to even Return of the Jedi, nobody says, "Oh yeah, the one thing everyone remembers about Return of the Jedi is the Ewoks."
Ewoks.
Because there's lots of other really good stuff in that movie we can talk about. If the only thing you've got left is Babu Frick, you're fucked.
You're fucked.
You Babu
There's
fuck.
only one thing this movie will be remembered for, and that is somehow Palpatine returned, and that's it.
Oh, no, the
You can
ship's
just
not
post
being
a
able to
picture
lift
of
up is
Poe there in
legendary.
that scene, and people know what it's supposed to be.
Yeah.
It's a meme that no longer requires a
His
caption.
his face.
Yeah.
He looks like he's gonna vomit. Like he's just holding back, you know?
Yeah, I think Brooksy said it earlier. Like it felt like Oscar Isaac was in. That's what he really felt like when he
Yeah.
read the line.
Yes.
Like
It
he's
is.
holding. He's got vomit in his mouth. Like it's like disgusting.
some days you're the
I
Babu,
actually
some
appreciate
days
it.
you're the Frick.
I don't feel like he is acting. I appreciate his honesty in that moment because it's one of the
Yeah.
stupidest lines of all time, and
It
he
is.
at least
And
gave
he
us that facial
and he
expression.
has and he has to say it. Like he read the script, he understood
He's like, I
everything,
gotta do it.
and I have to deliver this fucking line. Oh my god!
You know what it's like? Remember when Ned was pulled before he got executed? He had to go up, fucking like say all this shit was true, and basically disgrace himself. And he's like, "Oh my god, I can't believe I'm gonna say this." Pretty much had like the same fucking
Similar
face
vibes, yeah.
that fucking Oscar Isaac
Mhm.
did. Man. Same vibes, man. It sucks.
Look, I could go on, but you get the idea. J.J. Abrams knows how to make a fun movie.
You did not fucking go over that.
No,
Dude.
Sorry, I'm
No.
distracted by the visual he chose for that.
Yes.
They
That's what
fly
I'm
now.
They jumped out.
They fucking fly now.
I fly now.
So, if you were to walk into this film with no knowledge of other Star Wars films, I think this cast.
I would
and the
never
sense of
watch
humor-
them.
What the
No,
like?
wait.
There-
He. If you just this is like Mass Effect 3. If you watch this film, you don't understand what it's trying to critique or talk about or understand what this is like a wrong statement.
I can't imagine watching only this
Yeah.
film. Like, what
Yeah.
the fuck experience is
It's a-
that?
It's a bad Star Wars movie, but it's a good movie. Like, oh
This
my
wouldn't
god,
make this wouldn't make me want to watch the other ones because it's terrible.
yeah.
Yeah, and
Is that
It's
what I was
just
gonna say?
what the hell do you? What do you grasp onto? There's nothing here. It's just all incoherent nonsense.
Well, almost all of his video, and the only bit that's actually talked about anything to do with the plot has been, yeah, this sucks, this doesn't make sense, this is shit, I don't like this, I don't like that, I don't like that. But Babu Frick's in the movie.
Whoa.
So like, everything substantive he said has been a criticism. How has he got from that to, so he makes a really fun movie?
Star Wars films, I think this cast and the sense of humor make for a good time, especially Billy D. Williams, who's just happy to be here.
Especially Billy.
Especially him.
Okay,
Especially
Billy D.
He needs
Williams is
money
here too,
too.
guys. Like, all right.
He's just there.
I forgot he was
They
in
just
the
have to
movie.
be there. It doesn't matter what it does or how they affect. They're just there, so it's good.
But Abrams is also an incredible visual director. I mean, the visuals in
said
this
that like
movie are
17
even-
Stop
times.
saying
Lightsabers,
that.
Wait,
Like,
so this is
holy
like just
shit.
vibe. This is like a vibes essay. I just like the feeling
like
and
this.
I
It's
like
the
barrels,
laughs.
too.
Yeah, and the barrels.
Because
better than
this
the
scene
fourth-
as well, this scene sucks. This is not a
Jokes in the
good looking
barrels.
scene. This entire final battle
No.
looks
It's
horrible.
noise.
Because
Copy
it's
and
just
paste.
mass copy and pasted assets. It's like one of the great things, the advantages you do have if you are restricted to using practical models and things like that is like the time and the resource. But also you can see by looking at it, just arranging the limited numbers of models that you've got when a scene is going to be too busy or impossible to film. You will never ever get that stupid hyperspace in like Avengers Endgame knockoff that we get in this movie. When I don't know what the fuck's going on. I can't spot a single thing that I recognize in all of those millions and millions of ships that somehow get through planetary
Oh,
space cancer
what an
that's impossible to
insane
navigate.
payoff.
They didn't
Yeah.
get through the cancer. They came from underground. Oh, you mean the
With
rebels?
no
Oh.
wayfinder.
Oh no, they are the rebels.
No
man. The Star
wayfinders,
Destroyers are
pal.
bad
I was about
enough,
to say
then the
both
rebels make it
sides
worse.
is fucked.
Yeah,
anyone
yeah.
get
Don't worry.
here?
I wasn't talking about the ones that made it through space cast, just the ones that burst through the floor. Like, what?
That's what I thought he meant. And then I was like, oh yeah, it's shitty from both sides. All right, I remember now.
Force Awakens. The transition from the Sith Wayfinder to Kylo's ship is a kind of small detail that he adds.
Stop talking about the small details. Talk about why
Talk
it's
about the
good.
story and the characters.
And
Also,
you know,
I've never
film.
seen this before in a movie.
That's crazy.
I've never seen something on a map that then turns into the actual thing traveling to that location.
No, never seen
Never
that.
happened before.
Plot movie
Not
during
once.
the exposition-heavy first act, and that Ray face-off with Kylo's TIE fighter is one of
Oh
the
my
best.
God.
Oh, come on.
One of the
wrong.
best what?
up.
Sorry, one of the best what? What's he about to say here?
Sequences in a
Nonsense.
Star Wars. It is
What?
No,
In
What
a
are the-
Star
in a
Wars.
Star Wars. He
In
did
a
the
Star
meme.
Wars.
He did the meme.
He's
It's a Star Wars.
He did the
It's the
meme.
best Star Wars I've ever seen, guys.
This is such a good
Oh
Star
my
Wars.
God.
Boy, let me tell you guys about the Star War.
Oh, you ape! Why would he redraft, my dude? How'd you not catch that?
One of the best sequences in a Star Wars.
Oh my God!
Well, you
Made
got
by
you guys
J.J.
might have think
Abrams.
you've seen a Star
Abrams.
War before this one.
Kylo's TIE
Those were
fighter
only
is
battle. Those were only star skirmishes. Those
Oh
aren't
my
anything like
God.
this movie.
one of the best fight sequences in a Star Wars. It is tense. It
You
is
said-
beautifully choreographed.
No,
and it's
no,
a terrific
wait.
Beautifully
How
choreographed.
does this guy have
No, I
against
also
Essex?
It's
disagree
Ray
with that.
running like
Just
a
one
dumbass,
jump.
Like
That's it.
Creed.
It was she
But
jumped.
what a
and
jump
the
it was.
ship-
And
yeah,
what was
and-
Kylo trying to do?
He
Like
was
he's
trying
not.
to hit her.
You
He was
know,
trying to hit her with his ship.
someone said actual
Oh my
Goodell
God.
quote. If it was in a Goodell, people would be like, yeah, that's the
Nah,
classic
come on.
joke, but no one actually says that. He said it.
like,
visual
it
metaphor for the power of the machine versus the meditative strength of the
What
Jedi.
the fuck? It's
Power
like
of the
themes and
machine.
vibes and
Hey,
shit.
first
Shut
of all-
the fuck up.
First of all, the
What the
damage she
fuck?
did to him was with a machine. It's called a
What the fuck?
lightsaber.
Yeah, that's her arm. It glows.
Jedi
Fucking
also-
idiot.
Also,
do
it was
use
it was clones
machines.
and blasters that killed the Jedi
And
Order.
Jedi use machines. They fly in ships.
The
Yeah.
power of the machine versus the natural. It's like, shut up, stop it, put it down. This
She
feels
got
like
out
a
of
novel
ship to
thought,
start
actually,
this
though.
fight.
Like this
You know
feels
what
like
I mean?
something he
Yeah,
put in
ignoring
that
it.
is just like insane nonsense.
I am
again.
so smart. I'm a Screen Rant. I'm very clever.
And look, it's a guilty pleasure, but Luke's spirit raising the X-Wing set to Yoda's theme, it's pretty cool.
What do you mean-
Yeah, and that
what-
means that he
what-
could have came in TLJ and ruins that movie.
Ugh.
What?
He could have got off his fucking
That's-
ass instead of just being a fucking hologram.
Isn't it cool this thing that they designed explicitly to give me this emotion because of Remember Berries clearly worked on me? Isn't that so cool, guys?
This is the kind of analysis that drives me nuts as well. He's literally, we get this accusation, right? The whole all they do is recap, or all you do is say what happened. But like, this is only telling. It's like, there's Luke. That's his spirit. He's lifting this X-wing to Yoda's theme. That's good. It's like, why? Why for any of that? Why is any of that any good? He didn't
Also,
say
just when you
anything.
Put it back to back with like, oh, this scene shows the meditative power of the Jedi against the evil machine. Also, this scene is really cool because the Jedi raises the machine from the ocean and pilots it. Like, those things side by side sort of highlight a little bit of an inconsistency. But yeah, and then like Jedi Brooks says, it kind of just retroactively makes Luke's death a suicide rather than a sacrifice, which is not an
Yes.
improvement.
Bullshit.
And then
Hmm.
it's shortly after he's the other apology that it makes to for the Last Jedi. Even the Jedi should never throw away his lightsaber. That's another on the nose
Yeah.
one. I
A
did enjoy
Jedi's
that.
weapon deserves more respect.
That's the
It was
one.
just like, okay, it's a bit,
Well,
it's a bit too
okay.
late, guys. I see what you're doing, but
No, but
it's a bit
but
late. JJ.
I do like it just to shit on Ryan Johnson.
For
And
just for
another-
that alone, yeah.
yeah.
But
Yeah, yeah.
And the other middle finger when Finn said the Holdo maneuver is an
in a
unlikely
million.
chance.
One in a
So it's 1 in a
There's-
million. Like,
Which doesn't make
and
any sense.
even Ray, when Luke said him, "Oh, I was wrong," fear that like, he basically like goes back on everything he says in TLJ from the lightsaber
Yeah.
to his perspective. But it's too late. We already got that bum Jake in TLJ. Like we can't unsee that. You
And it
know?
doesn't fix the big mechanical problem from TLJ, which is Force ghosts being able to intervene directly in the world and use the
Yes.
Force on objects and
Oh,
potentially do
right.
things that could solve all problems
Yes.
everywhere. if they were
reminding
doing
me
it
of all of
consistently.
TLJ's damage. Stop
Why
it.
is Anakin not helping Kylo? Why isn't Yoda just lightning out of the story? Like it's all broken, and we don't want to talk about it because themes and lights and barrels. Don't forget about barrels. Fucking hell.
Why are they showing so much of this? Trying to get
Stop
us
stealing.
struck
He
by
liked it a
copyright.
lot.
That's
He
not
thought it was
yours.
really good. He really liked it.
Okay.
Ugh, get your hands off it.
Oh wait, is it playing for you guys?
Yeah.
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 I need to reload. It's fucked up for me.
12:30.
Hang on, I'll be back.
Okie dokie.
what do you want to talk about, guys?
Well, I mean, he's just reloading a page, so it shouldn't take us too long.
It does for me
Really?
because this is just the browser's, I don't know, fucking stacked, so it just takes a sec to refresh and
Oh,
undo.
okay. Well, see,
I
we're
just like-
solving the problem because we're talking about the thing that
Yeah.
would be the reason why we'd have to talk about something else, but we're using it. It's like it's like Ouroboros. It's the serpent eating its own tail. This discussion,
Like
Can
a
we talk about
barrel
sentence.
moving across
Like
the
a
floor.
barrel
to
Ouroboros.
Right.
I
What
can't
would
believe
you
he
do
praised a
if Albert
barrel.
Wesker was running at you? What would you do?
If
Like,
what?
If what was running at me?
What?
If Wesker, if he was running at you, what would you do?
I'd drop a pallet, man.
Oh boy,
Drop a pallet.
I sure hope
he's
there'd be a.
lunging at you. He wants to put his arm. He wants to punch right through you. What are you gonna do?
Well, I'd probably be looking for a quick time event prompt to pop up in my face so I know what buttons to press to get out of the way. And if one of those wasn't around, I'd look for a barrel to throw so that he would have to jump over
You
it.
would have to jump over
That's
it.
the
And that
key.
would
Which
Maybe
not only
even
would
2
save
barrels.
Well, here's the thing,
mess
it
up
wouldn't
his
only
plot.
save my life, but it would make the scene much more exciting and believable and
That's right.
dynamic. Because you got to keep that in mind, for anyone
Resident
watching.
Evil 5 would have been scarier if Wesker had to jump over a barrel.
It really would be.
So that last shitty boss fight. Oh.
Well, it
It's
can't be
something
scary
that,
anyway
no,
because
that
you
was
can just
magical.
respawn. Not a
Well,
horror game.
Oh yeah, that's a callback.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Yeah.
That's a big old Joseph Anderson callback.
This guy discriminates against banana pills.
Damn.
Discriminates against good taste.
All right, we're back.
But the core of the movie is about Rey and Ben. The moment where Rey summons Force Lightning was absolute genius.
You know, the core of the movie probably should be about
Genius.
Rey and
Oh,
Ben,
wait.
the main characters.
Wait. And this follow-up explanation is lightning that isn't related to the relationship.
To the point that he just made about being the core of the film.
Well,
Yeah,
this is the
the-
first half of it, and then we'll go over Ben's, and then we'll go over how they connect. Okay, I'm still,
Okay,
I'm
sorry.
still stuck on. Like, it turns out the film with 2 main characters of the film is actually about them. It's like, whoa, that's crazy,
Right.
man.
So it's
The
good
kind
because
of-
it has protagonists.
I guess so.
Game-changing Star Wars moment that you never see.
Game changing.
You
What do
know
you
what?
mean?
You're
They
right.
brought him
I
back
never
5
saw
minutes
this
later.
coming. Of course,
How
I
is it
never saw this
game-changing?
coming. You moron.
It
Who would
changed
see this
nothing.
coming?
Oh god.
No, I think he meant like it's gonna be like a Palpatine engineered Skywalker thing. So
That's
that
not-
changes the game. I guess what he's trying to, is that what he's trying to
Well,
say?
the problem is nothing
Like
is
a
game
Palpatine
changing
is-
because nobody considers this
nothing.
canon.
Oh, fair. You know what?
Coming, and we've never really seen a Jedi on screen struggle with their dark side. I mean,
What the hell?
Are you drunk?
What the
Are
hell?
you
It's the-
drunk?
What
Wait,
the
wait.
hell? Did you
Time out,
watch
time out.
Star Wars?
What?
You don't even have to
What?
cite
Excuse-
fucking.
What?
What?
You don't even have to cite Anakin. You just go back to
How
Luke.
is that even possible?
Like the primary
How?
main character of the original story deals with this. What are you talking about?
The
Did you-
titular Skywalker of the
No,
Skywalker
guys. I
saga.
figured it out. He didn't notice it in the prequels because there weren't any fucking barrels that people were
Oh,
jumping on.
true.
So he didn't know
If
this.
when if Anakin had to jump over a barrel to kill those younglings,
Yeah.
we would have
was,
noticed.
as when like Luke was staring at his robot hand and it went over his head. It's like, no, he needs evil teeth.
Well,
And it's like,
if he
oh,
again-
I see, struggling with
He needs
the dark
Sith eyes.
Well,
side,
Fringy, there's no
yes,
dynamism in
brilliant.
that moment. If he was jumping over a barrel while looking at his hand, that would have
He
kind
had
of
to
fixed the
jump
scene up.
over a barrel, and then he does
it's
it and it hits him and he gets knocked out. He has to respawn.
It's explicit with Luke. As soon as he crawls in
Yeah.
Brandon, him strangling the pig, I was like, whoa, oh shit. It was just enough for me to like be like, okay, this is a new, like, I really love his fucking arc. And just to ignore that, like, it's incredible to me.
I mean, he's
This is,
using
like,
a
that's
power
the
we
wo-
only
that's the biggest
associate
mistake.
with Sith at the beginning. That's
Yes,
like it's a
yeah.
very obvious like, oh shit.
It's one of my favorite entrances ever. I just
love how
the
casual it is.
long walk. Yes,
Did-
I love the long walk. I love just the disdain he has for them. Just like he's levels above, and seeing him go from the farm boy to that, fucking incredible. Especially for a lot of people who, you know, if you're the right age for it too, right? Pretty impactful. And to see this asshole just skip over that, it's crazy.
Well,
You didn't watch the movie.
I'm curious, like
Yeah,
how the fuck he would have contextualized like It's so wild to miss that when it's so core to the original trilogy.
Never see coming.
saying,
But
it's
we've
like
never
impossible.
really
Did he notice the dark side now because there was lightning?
Yeah, I think that's going to be the
cue
explanation.
for him? Oh,
We've
okay.
seen a Jedi on screen struggle with their dark side. I mean, Elzar Mann in the High Republic book struggles with his tendency toward the darkness.
Oh yeah, Elzar Mann in the High Republic.
Yes.
Oh yeah, everyone goes to Elzar
We know all
Mann.
about him.
From the
We know all
High
about
Republic
him.
books that
Elzar-
nobody read.
Dude, all of
Yeah,
chat,
yeah.
all of chat were talking about Elzar Mann the whole time. They were all saying it.
Yep.
Yeah, it's like
Yep.
Mr. Guy that
like-
nobody gives a shit about. Yeah,
Literally,
that guy.
who?
Hell,
I'm no.
boy.
This is like I know my Star Wars cred, guys. Even though the movie should show that, I read a comic book no one gives a shit about. So take that, lore
Sweet.
enthusiasts. Like, shut up.
He
Don't you
says
love how
this.
anyone can speak those words. Like, how do you
Yeah.
say that and not realize that you fucked up?
No, Platoon.
He probably
does
just
not
Googled Jedi who do this, and then that's
Yeah.
a Google thing that
But it's
popped
an
up, and then he
Elzar
acts like,
Mann?
oh yeah, like this thing everybody knows, you know?
Just-
Everyone knows
just like-
about that.
Just
Love
like the
shit
problems in the Rise of Skywalker, he just Googled, Rise of Skywalker
Yeah.
problems, and then listed them out. He couldn't explain
You're
to
right.
any
But did you
one of them.
catch though? Like, I think
You are
he's
right,
a
though.
phony
This is a Glub Shido moment.
because the way that he wrote this was like, yeah, obviously this guy, like, yeah, we all know, as though he's so unaware of what it means to even be a fan of this shit. He doesn't know what it means to be like aware of lore. So he's like, oh, I think everyone would know about this. I may as well say it that way, you know, because he could say like, there was a character in this. You may not know about it, but he kind of struggled with it. But instead, he's like, oh yeah, of course, Elzar Mann. Yeah, Elzar Mann. Everyone knows that one. But I'm just saying. you
Yeah,
know.
everyone knows Big L, yeah.
But we haven't ever really seen this explored well in the movies and shows. Anakin's turn is essentially.
Oh, okay. We're accounting for
Oh.
Anakin.
Okay, here
Will
we go.
he account
Okay,
for Luke
okay.
though? That's the big question. Let's see. Because
Yeah, it's like, there's no way he could just forget this.
see what we got for Anakin.
Explored well in the movies and shows. Anakin's turn was essentially a light switch, but here Rey is really.
I mean,
A light switch?
arguably the
Did he miss-
whole third
from
film is
the
him
last-
gradually turning.
Did
right?
he miss the second? Did he miss the second movie where he was like, "I killed them, the women and children too"? That,
Yeah,
like,
how is it a
the-
light? It wasn't well executed. No one's
Yeah.
arguing that, but it was not a light switch. Like, come on.
Yeah, it was not a
Yeah,
light
it-
switch. It's like a.
Daenerys was a light switch. Like Wanda was a light switch. That's what we're talking
Ray was a light switch.
about. Yes, Rey was
Yeah,
no, Rey was a
totally.
fish, just flip flopping like all over.
Retroactively,
Wait, remember-
Luke was retroactively a light switch, and the TLJ flashbacks was like, oh, I guess he's an evil, murderous uncle now. Interesting.
He
Okay.
said earlier in this video that the big problem with Rise of Skywalker's choice to have a wrestle with the dark side version of himself is that the other two films don't have anything to do with it. So this is way more of a light switch than
Yeah.
Anakin.
Really struggling. She's afraid she might slip to the dark side. It was never really a concern.
Yeah, but the problem is there's nothing substantive there. Why would she? And it's like, she just might. That's what Star Wars is. Star Wars, you go
I
to the
could
dark
believe
side,
that-
maybe.
You could believe
Or
it
was
for
them
almost
dark
any
side
character.
bad, maybe, but yes.
At least Anakin,
Luke,
like, they were
Anakin, anyone you can think
explicit.
of.
Anakin had power. He needed the power to save the ones he loved from dying, set up from his mum
Yeah.
being the one that he lost. 'Cause, you know, it's all there. Like, the idea that Rey's is better because, well, she had lightning.
She needs a
It's-
motive. Anakin and Luke, there's a motive. There's a character.
Exactly.
Rey, it's like, what are we
Why
going to
will
do
this-
with this? Why? I
Yeah,
would
why
bet
is
my
this
life
character
that
who's
Rey is
only
not
been
going to turn to the
portrayed
dark
as
side.
good? Why would she ever turn to the dark side?
I don't know.
What's the
We don't
reason?
even know why
Only
she's on the
portrayed as
light
portrayed
side.
as
Yeah, we
good.
do. There's nothing to work
You know what I'm
with.
saying? We don't even know if she's on the light side. Why would we care or understand why she'd go to the dark side? She's a blank slate that they did nothing with. Like Rey is the complete disaster, a broken character.
Luke right up until the moment.
Oh, shit, he's going to do Luke as well? Hang
I
on.
think he just said it was
Here we
never
go,
really
boys.
a concern for
Hang on,
Luke. I
let's
think
see.
that's what he said.
Afraid she
Oh,
might slip
no.
to the dark side. It was never really a concern for Luke right up until the moment he
Oh.
almost turned. It was also
Oh my god.
No, because yeah, guys, you're right. The hand needed to dislocate and float and jump around barrels for him to get the dark
That's
side.
what he needed.
turn, Yeah.
That's what he
Yeah.
would
How
do.
could you write that
How
that
do you
Rey
make
has a
that?
better conflict with the dark side than Anakin and
No,
Luke?
guys, this is like my problem with it. He's just saying so many disprovable things so confidently. Is like where is he getting this confidence from? Right?
I
It's
know,
like
man.
this has the energy of a video. He's like, oh, we gotta pump out a video. We gotta pump out content. What's today's
Yeah.
video? Make a. Oh, it's been a while since we talked about the sequels. Talk about how they're actually really good.
But even
It's
then,
literally-
like I think I'd be able to remember off the top of my head the basic story of the prequels and the original trilogy. It's like, even
And
if you're
it's
just
tourist
doing this
written all
because you
over
think you
it.
have to get a video out, nothing can make me say, oh yeah, we've never seen a Jedi struggle with the dark side on screen before.
Oh, it means
Just
you don't know the
lie.
movies. It's just lying. Like, he doesn't know the story if he's gonna make this
What
mistake. It's like
tourist?
impossible.
what has
It's impossible.
become?
It's like not knowing who's the ring bearer.
Well, yeah, this is a different kind of tourism where you watch the movie but you didn't even see it. It's like a weird sort of like hello, because
You're aware of it. But
I almost
you
want to
don't
remind
know
him. It'd be
anything
like,
about it.
what happened on Dagobah? What was? Do you remember the scene? Your weapons, you will not need them. Do you remember what happened around there? Do you think it has any relevance to this? And he'd probably be like, oh, that's when he killed this
Only
fake
because he's
Vader.
with you.
Yeah, that was just nothing. That scene was about how he needs to kill him. And it's like, what? He saw himself? What do you think that means? He's like, yeah, it was like a weird. It doesn't mean anything. He never struggled with anything. Bye.
No, not much.
Yeah, Ray's sort of struggle with the dark side is much more valid because we see Dark Ray, and Dark Ray has
Bilbo
pointy
teeth.
Evil teeth. That's right.
That's what she
Dark
needs.
Ray has a dark cloak and has red eyes.
shit
Isn't
was
that
so
scary,
funny.
guys.
And then she goes blah, and it's for the trailer, and now that's done. So there.
And now
Yeah.
I'm scared of being the Dark Ray. Like, where is this shit coming from, bro? Like,
They didn't do anything with that. It was crazy.
So
exactly.
great to see Adam Driver get to cut loose. Like, the small amount of time that Ben Solo has in the movie is so much fun.
Worst choice of clip you could have had.
I was
Nobody
just
likes
watching that
shit.
clip.
I
That's his
I don't know. I just
Those are his last
don't-
words.
Yep.
If
Yes.
anyone's forgotten, those are his last fucking words. The last
Oh.
thing
just don't
Kylo
feel
Ren
like I'm
ever
getting
says.
convinced.
Isn't
Not
it
just the
worse than
last
that? It's
words of-
the last
Yeah.
words of the Skywalker bloodline. Yeah.
Yes.
Oh my!
Yeah,
Oh, don't say it.
Skywalker
You just-
bloodline.
Oh,
Solo
No, wait,
bloodline.
do it to me
wait.
like
That's actually perfect. That's actually perfect.
Ow.
That these are the last words of the Skywalker bloodline.
Ow.
And they're
Because of
worse
what they did to the
enemies.
Skywalker bloodline,
Yeah,
very
yeah.
appropriate. Yeah.
Yeah.
Big. The sky look. All I'm saying is the Skywalker bloodline took a big L. Okay.
This will begin to
Sure
make things
did.
right. Oh, fuck you.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
And of course, there's the moment where he and Ray finally work in tandem, and he turns
course.
against the
Yeah,
Knights.
with a bunch of
Yes.
made-up
Wait,
mechanics.
no! No, they already worked in tandem in the fucking scene you were praising in the previous movie, you
Yeah,
idiot.
you
That's
idiots.
true.
They work together there. How do you
Did-
miss
did
that too?
AI wrote this shit. Oh my god! Like, or the worst script writing guy. He told like, I need a
Weekend,
script, guys.
it's
I need
like
a script. I need a script.
Weekend, you've forgotten how stupid people can be.
Yeah.
Yeah, and even an AI would know how to like soullessly connect the dots between things
Yeah.
that people are discussing.
I'm no longer. We're not blaming AI for this anymore.
Leave AI alone. He didn't do
Yeah,
nothing.
he didn't do shit. AI
He's
would
a
fucking
good-
explain the plot.
He just,
We
he's
give
the
Jordan
meme
boy.
of like Weekend is whipping this poor
ChatGPT
AI
wouldn't
that's in
do
the corner. Like, I
Leave
didn't
him
do it. It
alone.
wasn't me.
If
I haven't gone
anything,
in the game. I
if
haven't gone
anything,
in
we
the game
should feel
for too
bad
long.
for AI because it's gonna steal the bullshit in this video and regurgitate it in some form to someone else later.
Isn't that so
down the
funny?
road.
The AI
You
is
get
modeled
blamed
after
for shit
swallowing
writing.
like a million videos, but you activate like, don't swallow this one. Like, it's gonna make you stupid.
Red.
It's cancerous.
Inventing one of the craziest mechanics in the history. Pulling out of
Yes.
your ass.
Absolute
Anyway.
nonsense. This is such
When he-
bullshit.
That is fucking nonsense.
Also,
And
the
all
fact
of
that
these
he's
guys,
slaughtering the Knights of Ren, his like personal
I was gonna
god.
say, oh,
Oh
this
my god, Kyle,
boils
it's
my
you. What's
fucking
up,
blood,
my
man.
dude?
All these guys would have been a part of Luke's temple. They should all have characters and stories. We've seen this a million times. He should know all of them personally. He should have a history with each and every one of them. And we didn't get shit. The Knights of Ren, I like
of who?
that was you just roll the ball in the fucking hoop. It's the simplest fucking layup ever.
I
Like,
remember
they're
the,
former Force users like that were trained by under Luke.
But it was
Like,
being
there we go.
discussed, like they're gonna be coming back in the
Yeah.
9th movie, or whatever. It's just like, okay, finally they'll do something. No, they didn't do anything.
The Knights of Ren.
This-
Cool.
They're
Like,
here.
that
now
was
they're dead.
it. To
Hope you didn't
remind us.
blink. Haha, bye.
That's a
That's
stupid
the
line to remind us.
insane aspect of it because they were actively aware of how everybody wanted to see Knights of Ren, like both JJ and Ryan for both movies, and they were actively teasing it and making like a bunch of sort of giving interviews and stuff about it, but they never actually put them in the movie, so it's very weird.
Well,
They
they
were
come in to
aware of how-
die. They chase
Not a
them at
single
some
line.
point, and then they just die. And it's like, what was that?
They show them in the flashback in TFA. Ray's mushroom in TFA.
Yeah.
You see it then, and that sets it up from there. And like we have so much to work with.
Well, I remember Ryan saying there was no room for them in TLJ, and it's like you could have made them Snoke's god. That would have made
You're a
sense.
shit writer. Yeah. Instead of those stupid red fools, we could have actually had about
the Knights.
They could have fought the Knights
of Red.
Oh
We
god,
could
the
have
Knights of
actually
Red,
had,
pretty
like,
much.
The Knights of Red are
personal
better than the Knights of
stakes.
Ren.
But the real reason you bought a ticket was for their sexual chemistry.
No, I did not. Shut the fuck up.
Nobody thought this worked.
I mean, this
Nobody
movie's
gave a
supposed
fuck.
to be for 12-year-olds, not 13-year-olds. Now, one
Is it
of my
supposed to
biggest
be for
You're a loser,
12-year-olds? No, it isn't.
Was that supposed to be
about Rise of
funny?
Skywalker is that JJ retcons so much of The Last Jedi, but that's not entirely true. He did make Rey a Palpatine, which
It's
is
just mostly
bogus and
true.
sad, and I'll never forgive him for it. But he also took their
Oh my
connection
God.
established in The Last Jedi, and he made them into a Force dyad, which goes all the way back to
He
Palpatine
made them
wanting
into
to
a
use
Force-
Anakin's
Tell me
power
about
in the
that.
Force.
Oh my god, stop
made up.
it. He's made
Tell
it
me
up.
about a
maybe-
Force dyad. What is that? What does that mean? Explain this to
Well,
me.
it's just like
'Cause this didn't
Palpatine and
exist until
Anakin.
today.
Remember?
No, it's a
Yeah,
mystery
they were a
box.
dyad.
First to make himself immortal.
Even George Lucas would be like, "No, that's really stupid."
This has nothing to do with the Force dyad. The scene
Yeah.
we're talking about.
Fuck off.
Is it? Are they the dyad? Oh, what the
No, that's what I mean. He's just. This is just fishing. Like this sounds like a point, doesn't it?
Play a clip.
He's not talking
This
about
is
the
not a
Force dyad
dyad.
in this scene.
This is
I think
like
the Force
just
dyad is just if two people with the Force work together for a bit. Is that what he thinks a Force dyad is?
Well, to be
And it's
fair,
not-
I don't even know what a Force dyad actually is, because all Palpatine says is, dyad in the Force, oh my
He
goodness.
gets excited. Yeah, nobody knows. They never explain it. Then the movie
And-
ends 10 minutes later. Like, what are we gonna do?
and
My
like
Force
favorite-
dabbing.
like this scene also doesn't explain anything because if you actually watch the prequels, this is like Palpatine going, "My bad, bro. I actually don't have a cure, but maybe if we do work together, we might find something." This is not that scene, bro. Like, what the fuck is happening?
I love that take on, like, I killed all of the Jedi Masters and the children, now what? It's like, okay, my bad, I didn't think you'd do
Bro.
this.
I may have oversold my level of knowledge.
When I told you to kill all the children, I didn't expect you to go through with it.
That was supposed to be the stopgap.
That was a
Like-
test. You weren't supposed
Yeah.
to do it. You're supposed to say, "No, I'd never do that."
You freak.
Not even I would do that. Holy shit.
You killed the children? What the fuck, Anakin?
Oh my god, bro.
I didn't do anything.
You know what, bro? Since you killed the kid, I understand you're with me 100% here. Now I'm gonna give you my 100%. And we're gonna find.
I am
cure
gonna
now.
read every book about this, and I'm gonna find something. I swear, I will help you.
We're gonna have
Definitely.
some study sessions together, my boy.
He also continued the gag that Hux is an
I mean,
inept dipshit. Like in his
I
first
want
movie,
to
he
add,
was
my
just hit
favorite thing about the Force dyad is the fact that we are meant to believe Snoke was created by Palpatine or puppeteered, right?
Yeah.
It's basically literally what they say. And Snoke is like in The Last Jedi, he goes, "I made the connection between you two." And then in this movie, Palpatine goes, "You guys have a connection?"
Yeah, it's fucking stupid. If you made Snoke, then you fucking know this shit. Why are they still connected if
Was
Snoke is
he
dead? Unless
surprised?
Palpatine is the one who made it, then he should know. There should be no surprise there. They didn't fucking watch the movies. It's like
No.
all so broken, man.
You're asking a lot for hundreds of millions of dollar production, okay? I can't just watch
Oh,
a movie.
God.
continued the gag that Hux is an inept dipshit. Like in his first movie, he
wasn't
was
in the first
Hitler light.
Yeah.
That doesn't make him an inept
But then John-
dipshit.
Yeah.
Turns
It's
him into a
cringe,
joke.
but he was a character until this.
And to be fair, his reasoning was when he saw TFA, he saw Hux as a funny character.
Yep, that was
Which is
it.
like,
He
what
thinks he's
fucking
funny.
film were you watching? Hux doesn't
I
do
see a lot
anything
of humor
funny.
potential in him.
And
It's
JJ
such an
kept
insult,
that joke
man.
going.
I'm the spy.
No, that is an entirely different track again. This is
It's
Yeah.
also not a joke.
he's
Not a
the
Yeah.
ruthless leader, then he's the clown man who can't do anything right, and then he's a fucking traitorous, spy who's trying to take down the Empire. These three have nothing to do with each other.
He's
Wait,
actually
so-
worse than that. He's petty. He does this because he's petty. He
Yeah.
Just wants
doesn't.
Kylo to lose.
Yeah.
No, he just
Fucking
wants Kylo to
little bitch.
lose. And when he said that in the theaters, I also laughed because, oh, What a great joke. Right.
He says, "I don't even
JJ.
care if you win. I just need Ren to lose." I'm like, okay,
Yeah, that
so
was
you're
so.
the biggest bitch in the galaxy. You're gonna throw away your career and everything you've worked for just because you're fucking like, oh god, it's such a stupid waste of his
Didn't we?
character.
We did a bet before Rise of Skywalker came out. And we said who's going to be the most inconsistent, like character that's treated in such a way that they're completely alternate to what they were, most
Kind of
damage done.
bad.
And nobody guessed that it would be Hux, but we all concluded Hux is pretty much it because he's entirely a different character again. He's been.
What about Rey?
Didn't they
I mean,
basically invent General
Rey-
Pride to get around the fact
If
that
you look
they-
at-
he's basically the Hux character
Yeah.
of the Rise of Skywalker, and if Ryan hadn't ruined Hux as a character, he might not even have existed because that's the role that Hux would have fulfilled. But because
No.
JJ was sort of left with this ginger joke, he had to create another new evil Empire guy who could be menacing and serious.
Yeah,
Yeah,
because I know
pretty much.
people
Why Brad was
guessed
brought
plenty of different potentials, but when you stack it up, everyone's damaged, but who is the complete opposite, or at least completely different character? And Hux was one of the at least the top scorers for that, because he's unrecognizable again.
Yeah.
They just didn't have anything
This
for him at
movie-
all.
I
Yeah.
did like when Pride shouted "F- the base, or did he? Right? Was he that guy who was so mad?
Oh, you're talking
had
about
a
the
bit
guy
of
at the
a
beginning of
flip on your
TLJ. He
recording,
was a
but-
different general guy.
Oh,
Yeah,
see, okay, my bad.
The one who came across as probably the most competent officer we've seen in everything, and he still
Yeah.
exploded at the end of his scene. Fire at
It's
the base!
unfortunate.
And the movie also added some great pieces to the canon. Now, we've seen the Star Wars monster
No,
trope
did
many,
it?
many times. So, the idea of
Monsters existing as a trope in and of itself.
There's a snake that is now in the canon.
Yeah, it's a trope that there
That's
are
great.
monsters.
Okay.
times. So, the idea of Rey force healing the monster put this idea on its head. Monsters are now just also creatures in the Force. I also
Oh my fucking god,
Monsters
dude.
are
What is wrong with
creatures
you,
in
man?
the Force.
Do you need
I
Force
mean,
to
the
get
Force-
healed?
All
But the Force
living
does find all
things.
living things.
Yeah.
He didn't watch. This is what I'm
It
saying.
does
More
find
evidence
all
that he didn't
living
watch the.
This
No, no,
confirms.
it's-
This
no,
movie
he doesn't
confirms
even
that
know who Yoda
creatures are
is.
alive.
No, it's more
He
like
didn't watch Yoda's speech. He's talking out of his eye. This guy doesn't watch these movies at all. It's
Like,
madness.
and like even if you haven't watched that, my question is more of it's like first aid, right? Do you need to be attuned to the Force to get a band-aid on you or whatever the fuck? No, it doesn't, right? It doesn't that doesn't make sense to me.
And he's gonna skip over the Force healing thing. Just more mechanics
Yes.
being pulled out of nowhere. And
Yeah.
everyone should know, like even from just games alone, healing is an incredible resource. There's got to be consequences or mana cost or whatever. There's got to be a trade. You can't just throw that in for nothing. And if you're gonna do it, you can't change your rules just to kill Kylo. Like it's one of the
Yeah.
stupidest things I've ever seen in terms of magic system. It's in the same movie.
Can I nitpick?
Mhm.
So,
I'll allow it.
Rey in TFA and probably in TLJ, I'd have to go check. They're outfit, right? It's supposed to be desert gear, and the wraps she has are actual cloth in those films. I feel like they got fucking lazy, and she's wearing plastic, armbands in this one.
They do have a kind of sheen to them that doesn't seem like something cloth would put off.
Well, can you see the space between an
The
arm
gap.
and the actual?
Yeah.
it's-
They
Yeah,
they
that's
couldn't
what I
just
was
wrap
looking at.
cloth on her arms. They had to get cloth-like gauntlets, like
Yeah.
archery bracers almost.
I assume they clip together, they actually work that way. You clip them on and unclip them off. So that
Right.
Who makes
Yeah.
these decisions?
Well, she has
know.
trained since, right? So she might have just leveled up and got new gear. That's a possibility.
Mhm.
If her
Prestige.
arms are, why does she put them
Gauntlets.
on at this? If your arms are cold, wear a
It's
shirt.
part of the costume. That's
Oh,
why.
fair enough.
love the introduction of force healing, and I love seeing that Luke
that's
did
it?
in fact.
That's not
This
the
isn't
introduction of force
Force
healing.
healing.
No.
This is not the introduction.
no,
I think
Matt-
Oh,
hours
Mando.
before this,
Yes,
basically.
yes,
Uh-oh.
Mando.
Mandalorian episode
Mando.
7 is the
You
force.
forgot
is
about the little
introduction of force
Grogu, man.
healing.
Yeah, man.
Fake
Also,
fan
I don't
detective.
need to see this necessarily.
Fucking hate
I
this
don't
scene.
need to see Luke training
This is
Leia.
cringe.
I can assume that was something that would have happened. I don't need to have it shown
no,
to
you-
me.
Spring, you did need to see it. We needed to see Luke get knocked on his ass because he's a
Well,
loser.
we need to
That's
see
what this-
Luke
you know?
lose. Yes.
Yeah, that's
I
pretty much
also
it.
love the introduction of force healing, and I love seeing that Luke did in fact train Leia, and that her decision to stop training was because
Ugh, that bloody
Shut
CG.
up.
Damn it. Damn it.
she foresaw the death of her son. Now, I think this was an elegant solution to the
This is
movie's
such a
core.
stupid reasoning.
Mm-hmm.
She
Yeah.
foresaw the death of her son. That's why it's just like
Why would
I
you
don't. I
stop
really
training?
don't have
You know what I mean? Like, why would that make you stop training?
It also
It's-
it starts to sound
Yeah,
like
that would
some
make you train more.
some
Exactly.
hypercope. The whenever you need someone to do
Hypercope.
something, you just go, oh, they saw a vision of something happening and it made them decide to do insane things. You're like, okay.
That's Luke. Luke. Yeah, it's just
Yeah,
they
Luke
went
did.
insane or they saw a vision. Those are the two things that you just
Well,
fix
usually
any
they went
problem.
insane because they saw a vision. It's like, all right,
Yeah.
fine.
Just combo them up. Combo
Yeah, the
those two and you're
perfect,
good.
the perfect solution, the most elegant. The vision made them insane.
I also
For
think it's like
Hannah.
there's that sort of fanfic mentality as well, where to make a character awesome, they have to be a Jedi. So like, Ahsoka does it with Sabine, who has like no history of being Force sensitive or using the Force, but they want her to be better and cooler and a main character. And the easiest way to do that is to give her a lightsaber and let her have the Force. Leia was good enough and more complex, I think, not being a Jedi because she had that sort of ambiguous relationship with the Force. She still has some access to it. But she doesn't need to go around swinging lightsabers to be a really good character and an impressive and memorable one. I think they just did that because they thought, oh, fans will love it. They'll finally get to see Leia as a Jedi now. But I didn't need that. I already liked her. She was good enough as she was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Han Solo not giving a fuck about versus we really needed that to contrast like all the things that were going on. You know, he had his own things. And which makes the line in TFA, that's not how the Force works, so much more potent because seeing that, like, that's the only line that highlights like some growth from his character in terms of like some continuity. Because I would believe an older Han would, at least have a more, substantive perspective on what the Force is nowadays, and would have that would say that to Finn. But then they just waste it most of the time.
Handicap, which was the death of Carrie Fisher. We cannot overstate how much of a seismic blow this was to this trilogy and to this film. The first two films focused on Han and Luke, and this film was supposed to be Leia's chance to shine. In Colin Trevorrow's
How fucking awful is that? Two films and they couldn't have his shine.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, come on. Like, hey, it's kind of crazy that one film called Star Wars where all three of them got to shine together, along with the other characters too.
Is
like
there a way to
Obi-Wan.
learn this
From a
power?
blank slate.
The power of
Not
focusing
from a
on three
Jedi.
characters at the same time? Impossible.
Holy.
Can't be done.
original draft of Episode 9, Leia spent the
God,
movie
I can't
trying to
believe
reform
what a terrible. Yeah, we're gonna get J.J. Abrams, Ryan Johnson, and Colin Trevorrow. That's gonna be the
Fucking dream
dream
team.
team to
Yeah.
make the
Dream
Star
team.
Wars trilogy. That's such a piss take. Holy shit.
Didn't have
And
a
this one
plan.
would have been bad too. The original version of this would have been shit as well.
Also, by the way,
Like the idea that
based on characters created by George Lucas, like, stop saying that. Fucking
based
bullshit.
on characters.
Could you please
How
could you please take my name off of your Star
It's like
Wars
the,
movies,
you know,
please?
based on real events. Like, no, it's not. Like,
Wow,
stop
man.
saying that.
draft of Episode 9, Leia spent the movie trying to reform old alliances to face the First Order. But J.J. Abrams then
Why did the old alliances disappear in the first place? Why
We have
was
no
Because
idea.
then
why
we get to be the
wasn't able to
underdogs.
take
How can you
out-
make a Star Wars movie
Why,
where
how
we're
could
not
they
the
take out
underdogs?
the Republic in like one day? That's bullshit.
They
Oh,
didn't
yeah,
have the
just one
balls to
laser
have.
and then you get rid of the whole Republic.
They didn't have the balls to have an Empire be like the underdog.
No,
kill
they
them on
never
the
would
like,
have.
It
They
should have
can't
been
do that.
reversed. It should have been reversed. And imagine how much more interesting Kylo could have been if he is the one person trying to bring them back because of like him being twisted around by Snoke. If Snoke was actually a
They
character.
could have done
Like, them-
Thrawn. They could have done
So
Yuzang
much.
Vong. They didn't do any of the good ideas of people having taken the story forward. They instead did their own nonsense that's fucked them up completely. They know
idiots.
as well as we
Free
do
money.
how fucked up the story is now.
It's
To
free
give
money.
Trevorrow his due, though, I mean, I think I'm right in saying that was the script where some of the ideas that you see in like very small moments of this one, Rey turning to the dark side, Finn being a Jedi, what's her name being Lando's daughter. I think they all come from Trevorrow's script because Rey goes evil and Finn sort of saves the day. So it's a slightly more imaginative version of the version that we got. I'm not saying it would have been good, but I think it would have been more interesting to watch.
Kylo becoming good, Rey becoming evil, Finn becoming.
I mean, you certainly
So I
can't
think I
imagine
agree that it would be
any.
more interesting to watch, but not a better film necessarily.
You just
I
assume
think
any alternative would have to be somewhat of an improvement.
Yeah.
It's like it's got to be right.
Flip the
almost
coin, pick
anything can
anything.
be better than this.
Jurassic
The
World
bar
is
is
shit,
very
man.
low.
It is.
Bar is in
It
hell.
really is a
By the
bad
way,
movie.
someone sent me a message and reminded me that I actually voted Hux as the most inconsistent character when we did that little vote thingy.
Did I vote Kylo? I would imagine I would have voted Kylo.
No, Kylo was
well,
banned.
wait,
You
no,
weren't allowed
we-
to vote
we-
Kylo.
you
Oh,
weren't
we
allowed to
banned
vote Kylo.
You weren't
Kylo,
allowed.
right?
Yeah,
Banned
that's right.
Kylo. But I was a Chad
That's
Huxer.
Kylo's not allowed.
The Chad,
double
the
Uno
Chad
reverse.
Huxer.
I feel like I said Finn. I feel like that's who I said, but I don't know who I actually did say.
I don't remember.
Finn was interesting because he was not a
Yeah, but
character.
inconsistent would be that it's like this story just seemed to be directionless.
Yeah, he just
That's
floundered.
why I would've-
He was almost the most consistent in terms of being consistent.
Do you still
Wait,
have that written
flop
down
around.
somewhere? The votes that were tallied?
Probably
Is that
not. I don't know.
buried deep in some note.
I'd have to go
something?
hunting for it, but I mean, it should have been on screen the last time we did it. I should have on
Yeah,
on the
that's
stream.
true.
I think Hux
anyone
gets more
knows,
inconsistent
has a
in the
picture of it, let me know.
backstory. Hux, I think, yeah, I'm sure I read this. Hux and Captain Phasma kill Hux's father in order that
Yes.
Hux can advance through the ranks of the First Order. I
Yeah.
think that's how it worked.
Yes.
Such a weird, and then he turns into a silly clown person.
Mhm.
Remember Captain Phasma?
It took me, as I'm saying, it took me a second to talk about.
That's
Oh yeah,
Captain Phasma's legacy. Remember who it was.
Oh.
All right.
Had to take
Wait, why was
Took me a
Kylo
second there.
taken out of sort of the contest?
Because that's like the easy pick.
contest? Yeah.
he's
okay,
literally permanently
Yeah,
inconsistent.
it's like no
any
matter
version
what you
of
do
him
with
would be-
him,
yeah.
he will be the most inconsistent character. He just
Yeah.
is.
Yeah, he is the answer. Yeah.
Good, bad, good, bad. He flip flops more than anyone.
Carrie Fisher deleted scenes from The Force Awakens, and I think he did a really good job writing new scenes around them.
Nothing's impossible.
He didn't.
Tell me when you get back.
There's nothing written
Oh,
there.
This is so creepy, man.
These are scenes taken out of The Force Awakens.
Yeah.
What do you mean he wrote?
Well, he's
Yeah,
saying he had to
stitched
write
together.
context for them to slip in, but I don't know.
All right, it was terribly written
They,
though.
yeah, they didn't do a good job. These
Yeah.
were so
What's
awkward.
the-
Mhm.
All I was
common
thinking was that this lady is
criticism-
dead.
Something we had said that probably a lot of people did was the movie should start with her funeral. She's died. It's a tragedy. There's a big funeral about it. Everyone's sad, and
You never got.
that's sort of like one of the inciting
We don't-
sort of elements of the story.
They wouldn't have
that-
needed to do that though had she actually died when she was blasted out into space,
Yes,
which
that's
probably
true.
should have
God,
happened.
dude.
Which
And-
probably should have
Yeah.
been,
Died.
I will hold that against Ryan forever because of course it's not a perfect send off. You wouldn't want that Princess Leia to go out that way, but they had it shot. They had a perfect sort of like an opportunity to get it done in a way that would be like respectful. But no, Ryan had to be a stubborn asshole about it.
Mm-hmm.
I think,
Space Leia, I just what was that?
There's even some like narrative juice to be drawn from it as well, like the way it happens in that scene and having Kylo's the one that fires the missile or whatever, or at least it's all a big plan to. You can use
Yeah, I
it.
see
You
it.
can do something with it.
There's something there. There's absolutely something there about the tragedy of his, taking the decision to go to the dark side to follow this path and killing his, both of his parents essentially is, it's a way to certainly do that. Also not having Han and Leia be there at one of them being at the other's deathbed while the other gives them, inspiring last words or something. There's so much you could have done, but we got this.
And opening with, you could do a funeral for all three. You could say it's the heroes of the prior generation and how we need to move forward. There's plenty you can do with a scene like that. You could even put
For how many
barrels in
times
it if
he
you
tried
want.
For how many apologies he was making throughout this, it's actually interesting to miss that. Yeah, Han, Luke, and Leia is just it's terrible.
Never together, yeah.
What things look like. Tell me what they are.
Luke tells us
Leia told me that she had sensed the death of her son at the end of her Jedi path.
so. This
It's kind of amazing they do a flashback where she beats Luke in training, and I'm like, of course,
Yep.
This means that for decades, Leia had known what her future was building towards. She had seen this moment. She knew she would have
Can you
to sacrifice.
stop? No rational human being.
So she didn't
Okay,
prepare
wait.
for any of this?
If she saw
She
this
saw
moment,
this
then why the
coming
hell
and
did
she
she
didn't
help
do
Rey,
anything?
you idiots? That doesn't even
well,
make sense.
None of
She
it makes
fucking
sense.
helped Rey in
There
that
is no
scene.
action.
There's a girl on Jakku. We have to fucking find her really quick.
There is actually the meta reason is there is no good reason for this scene to exist. He's just
making shit
hypercoping,
up.
as Mahler said.
But yeah, if
This
she
is
fucking
hypercope.
saw this in a vision, then she wouldn't have helped Rey. She'd help her son.
Well,
It doesn't
and
make
just
any
think of her
sense the way she
actions.
described it.
She doesn't
about this with
operate
her
ever
husband.
with the thought that her son is going to die. That's not something she ever fucking does in this trilogy.
Pull
Remember,
it
she's
up
just
her
like,
ass.
Han, can you please speak to our crazy son who thinks he's evil? He's going through a phase. Like, that's basically her attitude.
Not a
Just
phase,
bring him
Mom.
back. Bring him back. Bring our son back. Not like, I saw a vision. He's gonna kill everybody.
Doesn't she almost get him killed though? Because isn't it
Yes,
her
that-
whispering
yes.
that prompts
She
Kylo to
pretty much
stop, and then
kills
Rey
him.
stabs him, and then did she
yeah,
foresee Rey
that-
using the Force magic to
Yes,
heal him
yes,
afterwards?
yes.
That's what I was saying. Like, how do you see that and then still not help him? That doesn't make any sense. She helped Rey. And Rey could have killed him if it wasn't for her stupid
And
magic
then she
power.
force heals the wound, making Obi-Wan
Yeah.
cry for Qui-Gon yet again.
What?
Of course, she had seen this moment. She knew she would have
Ewan
to
McGregor's
sacrifice
yelling
Scene
face.
accomplishes? Sorry.
her life to save her son. This takes their little brief shared moment in The Last Jedi and it makes it even more tragic. There is one scene in this movie,
Not
though, that I
really.
love with all of my heart, and it is Rey and Kylo's fight on the Death Star. We just have to pretend that Finn isn't there.
Man,
She
you know,
floats him
Wow.
away, man.
how do you not
What a
realize throughout all
racist.
of your praise that you keep having to do this thing of like, it's so good. If you ignore all the shit. It's like, okay.
We ignore the
He's-
existence of characters in the scene. It's actually
The man
quite-
spends like the whole trilogy yelling her name, fighting to get her back. Where's Rey? Is his first line in TLG. What she does here is uses the Force to fucking shove him away. She doesn't use the Force for all the stormtroopers or all the other fucking. She uses it to push Finn away, and he could fucking knock his head, and
'Cause he's
he
just
could have drowned.
annoying.
It's so stupid.
He's
It's so fucking
like-
stupid. And then she leaves. She heals Ben and leaves him there. Just check on him after.
doesn't
She's
like
a
him.
monster, man. She's a fucking monster.
We made a video essay a few years back about the key duel in each trilogy, and
A video
call
essay.
this a
I
video
don't know
essay?
why that term is starting to annoy me more and more and more.
No, I
I see it as almost
I think
like
the reason why
it's.
is because
It's
they
tainted.
call it an
Shortcut.
essay, even though like the formatting and the argumentation would like not be good enough to pass if you had to submit it for like school or university. I think that's what's annoying
Well, an
me about
essay
it as
can
a
be
term.
shit. You know,
It can, I guess, but it's almost like
they get an F. That's all.
When I see the word
Yeah, I
critique,
guess.
it implies some type of research and references.
I mean, what is our podcast other than mocking
essay, doesn't it?
essays? That's what we're doing.
Yeah,
yeah.
bad ones, man.
how each corresponds to a different element: fire, air, and water.
Oh, fuck off. Jesus
wow.
Christ.
Oh, what?
God
It
damn.
had
All right,
beams?
wow.
Are you Whoa, no
That
way.
is that's that's so lame.
Kill
You
me.
tried
So I
hard,
see
dude.
this duel as the opposite of the duel on Mustafar.
Oh my
whereas-
God.
Because there's
Yeah.
water instead of
Get it?
fire.
One of them is blue and one of them is
Also,
red. One
fire
of
and
them is
lava
water,
are
one's
different,
lava.
okay?
He's a child,
Yeah,
man.
lava
He's a
is
child.
not fire. Lava
They're
is
both-
molten rock.
Yeah.
that duel was embroiled in fire and was about Anakin's rage. This is the
That is such a.
so angry.
I'm actually like
Oh.
mildly offended by the comparison here. Like, get fucking Revenge of the Sith
Out your fucking mouth.
Your mouth.
Goddamn mouth, yeah.
That
God damn
dark
it.
side anger finally cools with water. First, I love
Oh.
I can't. Fuck off. Just
He
fuck
needed to cool
off.
off. Kylo just needed to cool off. That was the fucking. Just drink some water, bro. You just need to be baptized. Like, it is so stupid, man. Oh my god.
Jesus Christ.
I might
Hence this-
cry.
Couldn't someone just say like, no? The difference in actuality is that they were dealing with Earth because it's molten rock, and then these guys they're dealing with steel because that's the structure they're on, and then the Bespin battle that's actually fucking I don't know. Just throw whatever the fuck you want in there. Like, I hate analysis like this, where it requires looking at, like, one item that connects the three scenes in any way, then just rambling off about a bunch of bullshit. It's like,
It's so retarded when you play that. Anakin, you're looking genocidal. Before you go and do something bad, just go and stand in the rain. You'll calm down. That's the cure for the dark side anger. Is just
cool
get
off.
a bit wet.
Just cool
he needs
off,
to
bro.
cool off with the water, okay?
this fight is. I've seen some online criticism about this fight, like how they act like the swords are so heavy. You know,
No, like generally the choreography sucks ass in that one. It looks weird as fuck the
Yeah.
way they're fighting.
in comparison to the heavily choreographed fights of the prequel.
Why did you say heavily choreographed as though it's a bad thing?
As if it's a bad thing. Yeah, sorry. This shit was good. Like,
This shit
I
was
don't know what to
awesome.
tell you.
Quite good. And a
Like,
lot of work
it
and
was-
effort went into it, and it shows.
It was really cool seeing them moving really fast and pulling off these really complicated like moves and timing, and the spectacle was really like quite fucking bombastic at times.
And there's a
It was-
philosophy behind it as well, isn't there?
They didn't even need barrels.
Read in interviews with Nick Gillard explaining that this was explicitly designed because these were people who could basically see the future. These are people who could move
Yes.
incredibly quickly.
Yeah.
This is all done for a reason. In the OT, they were limited by technology because they literally had to be swinging very heavy poles around. The prequel trilogy is supposed to be more faithful as a depiction of how Jedi would actually fight. So to revert from that to more of an OT style with no need to be doing that anymore is not. There's no philosophy behind that. It's just
Disney have since turned them into baseball bats. Pretty heavy
Yes.
ones too.
And
Yeah,
you
Kenobi
know,
was one of the worst
I
examples.
feel like it's at this point it seems like generally people agree, but I way prefer the clean look of the lightsabers in the first 6 films compared to the constantly like pulsating, sort of throbbing, like chaotic.
Like I can't see in
look
front of
the
my face because
lightsabers
it's like
now.
a flashlight.
And it's way too bright as well. Yeah, but the reason why that's the case is because they want to do their whole like, see, look, red and then blue. Look at that. Oh my goodness.
Ooh.
Like,
It's the light show. That's all it is.
I don't know. It's just it doesn't come across as particularly elegant when it's like throbbing all the time and it's got like bits of
Did you
plasma
explicitly
shooting out
say
of the
elegant? Because of Obi-Wan saying a more elegant. Did they say a more elegant
side.
weapon?
No, I was just saying it because it was the word that like came to mind. That's why.
Because I think it's what Obi-Wan says in A New Hope. He says
No,
a
he
more
does say
elegant
that.
weapon for a more
For a
civilized
more
age.
time, yeah, something like that.
Mm.
Yeah, I like that line.
I find this comparison
I'll take credit
particularly.
for it. Sure.
Hey,
Yeah.
fair enough. It came to your mind. It's fair.
What were you saying, Nutsa?
I was meant to say I find him comparing these two particularly funny because out of all these sequel movies, this is one of the this is the only scene and the only fight where they actively try to replicate prequels fight style a little bit with the high jumps and stuff like that. If you pay attention, it's pretty
You're
obvious.
talking about Rey and Kylo's fight?
Yeah.
But they never ever get to the speed of the prequels, and
No.
It's they do a shit job at it, but
yeah,
they actively try to utilize those techniques. They fail at it though. So it's
But
funny
the
that
thing
he's
is,
comparing.
those prequel lightsaber duels are flashy.
Like,
they're pretty, but they
as
don't
garbage
feel
as the show
real.
was, I'll give the actor
Shut
Oh,
credit.
shut up!
I
Oh,
don't.
did you
I
hear
don't
what he
yeah,
said?
I don't
my bad.
fucking. Let's rewind.
So it's all good.
Sorry, I talked over it. My bad.
It's no. Don't worry about it.
Because those prequel lightsaber duels are flashy, they're pretty, but they don't feel real. They're the WWE, while this duel is a.
not just. Ugh.
No,
Dude,
you're absolutely.
I don't even want to let him
You're
finish
wrong.
on that statement.
It
Like
is
it's
actually it is driving me a little bit crazy that like the extra work has been rewarded with them saying, "Well, it doesn't look real though."
No,
Like
that
all of
doesn't
the
look-
effort that was put into training and choreography, like actually doesn't get you as far as if it's like, yeah, let's have two people kind of wildly like swinging at each other
the way.
with big drawn out swings where they leave themselves exposed rather than
No.
Candid image there of
like
Kylo
a
burning
tightly
his arm off.
choreographed dance. Yeah,
completely.
Look at that.
The fact that they don't use the Force in these Force fights is incredibly frustrating. The fact that it just looks like they call the prequels ones dancey, but it comes off much more like a fight between two experts versus this looks like shit choreography. That's all it is. There's no moment,
Which there's no
in any
excuse for,
part of
by the
fight that
way.
looks believable, you know?
Especially for these two at this point. Kylo's been trained by
Yeah.
two of the most powerful, like, force-wielding people in the universe, and he's shit.
Mhm.
And he gets
It's
beaten
just
by
that-
Rey like 17 times.
Exactly. He loses in every fucking movie. He never wins a fight. He never wins a fucking fight. He just
There's
gets his
also-
ass whooped.
Some of the prequel fights he's using examples from. Because I'm sympathetic to the argument that some of the prequels fights they go on too long, and so like they start to lose some of their effect. Like the Anakin Obi-Wan has some really really brilliant moments, but it also lasts for an incredibly long time, and so you become a little bit desensitized to some of the brilliance after a time. But against that, there are moments in there where they deliberately juxtapose this incredibly technically proficient, super speedy style with that brutal sort of fighting. Like they kick each other, they punch each other. At one point, they're basically just wrestling because they're exhausted. So they are using that as a part of a storytelling medium. It does actually make a degree of sense. It's not just sterile choreography. There is more going on in most of those fights.
Yeah, I feel like it's something that should be pointed out with each of those fights is that there's a level of dynamism that isn't really present in any of the fights in the sequel trilogy. You think about Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan versus Darth Maul, it's like, well, so the laser wall splitting them apart so that they have to take them on 1v1 changes the fight. It changes it in a way that's appreciable and it has a real consequence.
Yeah, interactive settings.
And then it's the same in Revenge of the Sith. It's like, well, the environment's constantly changing and they have to adapt to it. You can say that it's a little bit ridiculous, like just how crazy it starts to get. But like the fight at the beginning is not the same as them swinging along the ropes, is not the same as them gliding along the robots as they're skimming the surface of the lava. Like it's not the same. The same thing isn't happening constantly, like all the time. Same with Yoda and Palpatine, right? Like it becomes a force battle. More so than a lightsaber battle, you know? It's like these are just elements of dynamism that don't really exist in these fights. It's just like these ones are just, they swing at each other for like the next 3 minutes and then one of them wins. It always being Rey every single time. Rey wins every time.
Even when she loses, she still wins because Leia cheats. Like it's so stupid.
Kylo almost defeats her, which was it's such a wish. You hope for him to strike, and then Leia comes in and fucks it up by.
Yep. I was like, come on, finish her.
People pointing out that the OT is dynamic. It's like, I feel like I don't even need to explain that. Like everybody recognizes that the Empire fight and the Return of the Jedi fight are dynamic, and of course that those are informed by character such that they are the best. Even though I would say that the Duel of the Fates and Revenge of the Sith are probably like the better choreographed action scenes. But these have neither. They don't have cool choreography, and the characters suck.
And there's no tension whatsoever. Like the part in the duel, the part where Luke escapes Vader and he's not really and then Vader jumps around the corner and starts attacking him. He literally just ganks Luke. I love that part because it's just he actually is has an intimidating presence versus Kylo, who is a joke at this point in the movie, and we know exactly what's gonna happen. It's such a waste.
He's just a loser. He keeps losing. Why would he be intimidating when he keeps
throwing
losing?
Tantrums? Throwing fucking tantrums.
It really is like so basic in terms of understanding storytelling. Usually, when you want to establish a villain as intimidating, you have them do something that's intimidating. You have them establish their power or their ruthlessness. But in this case, like he fights Rey, loses. They have a fight, I guess, that ends with a draw with them blowing up the lightsaber, even though
no. He gets knocked out, and Rey leaves on Snoke's ship.
That's true. So she kind of wins that, and then of course she wins this one too. Meanwhile, like Vader, the second that he starts trying, lops off Luke's hand effortlessly.
And Kylo, like the guy was asking, "Oh, what does the Palpatine want in exchange for?" Like basically just asking about resources. And Kylo force chokes him on the fucking roof and like slams him. It probably kills the guy.
Yeah,
you compare that to Vader. Yeah, you compare that to Vader's opening scene where the dude literally insults his religion and the entire concept of the Force and the Jedi. And Vader just walks around and force. It's like one of my favorite movie scenes of all fucking time. Vader's force choke. It's just it's so intimidating. And it's just like you can see how much it means to him from his body language, even though he's wearing a mask. For anyone who says that you can't see people emote because they're wearing a mask, like watch that scene. You know exactly what Vader's thinking. This motherfucker.
Vader was so cool that a lot of other films fail to. Like they have the bad guy who takes out his own subordinates because that's something that Vader did, but they don't realize that there was. Vader doesn't just like lose his shit. The whole point is, you've messed up too much. Bye, you're replaced. You're gone. I'm gonna get someone else to do it for me.
They came out of Heights for Says too early, and they revealed the position. Boom, get rid of that.
And he failed him for the last time, not like implying that there were many times before that as well.
Exactly. Jesus, Vader! I'm throwing on Empire tonight. I miss Vader. Fuck this stupid movie.
Turns out the votes were saved on EFAP.me, so I can't see who voted for what, but I can see what the votes were before the film came out. So Down at the bottom with 0 was Chewbacca. No one thought Chewbacca would be the most inconsistent.
Well, he's not a character, so
With
half of us probably thought he wouldn't even be in the movie at this point.
with 1 vote, we have Spock.
He was teased to die. Right?
Spock.
Yeah, Spock was not in the film, so I guess that person lost on that vote. Then with 1 vote, you got R2-D2, Leia, and Han Solo, with someone voting for Holdo on top of that. Force Ghost Holdo. We got 2 votes for Phasma, 2 votes for Hux, which I think, Rags, you were one of them.
I was a Hux, yeah. I was
4 votes for Rey, 6 votes for Luke, 8 votes for Poe, and then 13 for Finn. People were most expecting that he would be...
Because you thought they would do something with Finn, and if they're going to do something, it's probably going to be super contradictive. But like, no, he's just shouting Rey for.
Yeah.
Like you can't lose with that with this movie. Not really. You can bet on any character and you will be right. They will be the most inconsistent among with like 10 other people equally.
And then if you consider it as a trilogy, they're all fucked.
Straight up street fight. Wait, wrestling's not real? John Cena lied to us?
Sorry, bro. Sorry, you had to find.
Like you know how Fringy, you were saying how all of his talking points are just taken from the. So are his jokes. These are just
Those
like
memes, yeah.
Like I know this is what humor is.
I was distracted by the doggo. What kind of doggo is that? What breed?
A cutie.
I don't know.
Yeah, he's a cute dog, but I don't know what breed he is. Someone in chat must know. What kind of dog
I don't know
is that?
Either.
Can he just be the entire movie? Just
he was a
stare
wolf
at him.
once. Now he's a little doggo.
Someone in chat will know.
I'm just kind of waiting for an answer here. I'm looking. A few people said Shih Tzu. Is this a?
I don't think so.
Is this a Shih Tzu? I remember they were in Nintendogs, which was like my first exposure to real, like a whole variety of dog breeds. Shiba Inu was my favorite in Nintendogs. Even then,
foreshadowing.
Well,
I saw a
Shiba
car
is
that
not
had...
my favorite dog breed, but I really do like Shibas.
I saw 3 Shibas today, like 3 like just adorable Shibas in the back of a car. Yeah,
Okay.
3 of them. I was like, what? That's awesome.
Yeah,
cute ass dog.
No, it's not. Shiba's not my favorite dog breed. I like my dogs generally a little bit bigger than a Shiba, like a Labrador or a Kelpie
for you.
or a. No, but I mean, Shibas are really cool. They are like neat dogs. I think they're
very neat.
real
They're
swell.
coolio.
They're really picky as well. They're like purebred.
That's
cats.
what I've heard.
Like,
They're like
fucking
cats, but they're dogs.
They're assholes. Like they're legit like they're pricks. But they're still dogs. So if you win them over. Yeah.
A few more people saying maybe a Yorkie, like a Yorkshire, a little Yorkshire.
The point is the dog's better than him. Like he sucks. He's everything about him sucks.
Dogs.
So this style also lends its inspirations to combat with medieval broadswords.
Don't. Just don't.
No. I have seen some. Nah.
Don't.
Stop. Calling back to the medieval imagery of the sequels.
Stop. With the medieval imagery, stop it.
That I talked about earlier. It's also appropriate that they're fighting on the wreckage of this old metaphorical Roman Empire.
What do you mean?
How is that appropriate?
The Death Star is an old metaphorical Roman Empire.
That is pretty funny. The idea of trying to, because it's pretty obvious in the Palpatine Yoda fight. It's like dude's throwing the fucking Senate at Yoda. He's like metaphorically throwing the full weight of this system that he subverted and dismantled
to destroy the Jedi.
Yoda, compared to like
they're
fighting on the Death Star.
Than one, yes.
This is the legacy of the conflict. It's like, what do you mean the legacy of the conflict is just the perpetuation of it? It wasn't over. They didn't win.
But, fight choreography aside, this fight was an elegant solution to deal with Carrie Fisher's death. From across the galaxy.
That's what it was? Okay. An elegant solution?
No. Hold on a second. She literally she overdosed on the Force. Literally died like that. How is that respectful when how Carrie Fisher
It's not elegant
didn't
at
she have
all.
like didn't she have drugs in her system when she died and that was like a part of it?
I don't know if
That's
it was
fucking
she
completely
died because of
disproved.
the airplane, right? Like the altitude probably fucked with her enough, but she
Mm.
was weakened, I think, from years of drug
From
use. Like
the-
that's what
exactly.
made her
How
have a,
hard
I
to
assume,
be.
weak heart. Yeah, I can't remember
So
exactly.
to go from that being her history to make her like literally overdose and like have a is probably one of the most disrespectful things they could have done. And it makes even less sense based on his explanation in terms of her seeing the vision and then like literally still not helping her son. It's all a complete mess. It's the opposite.
The
of
problem is trying to have her more integrated with a more active role in the story instead of it being that she had died between the films and having an opening like with a funeral, is that if you're trying to inject a character that you can't get additional material for into your story, it's like, what do you want to do? Do you want to try and integrate in a suboptimal way, or would you rather just say farewell to the character in an isolated way, and then try to move forward as best that you can?
Well, we have examples for that. The Heath Ledger Joker in The Dark Knight, like they didn't have full footage and they had to piece that movie together, and I still think he gets a better ending than Leia.
Well, I was just thinking about with Wakanda Forever is not a good film, but obviously like the opening feels like they're trying really really hard to be respectful.
Yes.
Instead of like it just feels like don't make this harder for yourself in terms of like trying to craft a story when the actor has passed away, when like the actor that you need in order to tell the story.
Imagine Luke and Han got a funeral like T'Challa. You know what I mean? Like how nice his funeral. That was the best part of that movie, the funeral and the respect.
No, they both die alone.
Yes.
They both die alone and miserable. Like that's
Oh wait, did you say they hadn't finished filming Heath Ledger for Dark Knight?
I thought they had. I thought he died.
As far as I'm aware, they finished filming. He was filming a different film when he died.
He died.
Are you sure? I thought they had incomplete footage.
He
That's
died
part of the
before
reason
the film came out. I'm pretty sure, but the film had already been shot.
I thought that was part of the reason they there was a bunch of controversy around it. It happened. They didn't complete the film.
No, I'm pretty sure he completed his role in it.
Oh.
Yes.
Okay.
Because he died in 2000. Yeah, he died at the beginning of 2008, and
There's another movie that wasn't
finished
finished.
shooting in. When did it finish shooting? Sorry, I'll just. I'm pretty sure that it was. The film was finished.
I'd say
at that point.
more apt would be Oliver Reed.
November 15. It was about two months afterward.
Yeah.
Okay then.
Oliver Reed and Gladiator, the way they give his character an ending, despite the fact they didn't have the footage to use, like it's when you watch it, you're like, oh shit, I see how they did that and that and that, and then the end of his story, they give him a nice quote as well. It's like,
which character?
The guy who
plays Proximo, the Gladiator owner, who Maximus sort of convinces to see Faith again, and then I think the original plan for the script was that he was going to survive. But because Oliver Reed died, they rewrote it. They had bits and pieces of footage, and then they used CG for some of it, and then sort of they filmed from behind a certain actor to recreate scenes, and they had him die in service of the dream that he had sort of been reawoken to. So it paid off the character pretty well, and it didn't really stand out, except for being quite a respectful way of seeing him off.
Ray Stevenson, didn't he die as well during Ahsoka, or did he finish it all?
It was after Ahsoka.
No, he that was afterward. I suppose the point would be that if it's such that it is impossible for people to not see that the death of the actor has like seriously inhibited the ability to tell the story. If it was like, if that's the case, then you should just farewell the character, and in a meta sense, you'd be giving something of a farewell to the actor or the actress themselves. Because it's everybody knows that that's a problem that is in the Rise of Skywalker, is you can't do much with Leia because Carrie Fisher had died years before that film was out, and they just couldn't. What do you do, right?
It's incredibly awkward. It's really, really, really awkward. Every single scene, like when she dies, it's almost like a relief. Get her off screen. Like this is just like strange.
And I hate that.
I don't know.
Before it came out.
Oh, sorry.
No, you can go on.
No, go for it. Go for it.
I just wanted to mention, before the movie came out, there were a bunch of like giving interviews, and of course people were asking like, is Leia, like, how are you gonna handle that? So they were being very cryptic, but they promised that they wouldn't use CGI to revive her, which is kind of fucked up. I think they even promised her daughter, which is in this movie, so I'm kind of like, I don't know how that worked, but...
Well, I guess that's semantics, right? They'd be like, we didn't use CG, we only used footage we already had and recomposited
Yeah,
it.
I mean, they did use CG for that scene with the Luke, which I found
that was,
Oh, yeah.
I think that was a
junk.
repurposed scene, actually. I think they just grabbed Leia, like, from Return of the Jedi and just plopped that.
Well, then how do you
on her
define
face.
CG then?
Well, that's what I was saying, the semantics thing.
Yeah, it's semantics. They'd be like, well, no, it's
they
not CG,
suck
we
for
just use
that.
computer graphics to alter the image.
It's witchcraft at
suck.
this point. It's just like
Witchcraft.
whatever they want. It's so gross.
Like, it
It's,
really is not an enviable
And they're gonna get
position
better
to
at
be
it.
in. Like, I mean,
are,
the
yeah.
reality is that the trilogy was already over. It was doomed anyway, right? Like, regardless of what they could try to do in The Rise of Skywalker. But it's not an enviable position to be in, where Carrie Fisher as Leia was the only one of the original 3 heroes who was left and had died 3 years before this came, because she died before The Last Jedi had released.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, that's right.
So that's the thing, because everyone would have her death in
wow.
mind when we're. Because
Yes.
we all be like, okay, this is the way to do it. And that's why it was so stupid, because we all were expecting her to be dead because she's actually dead. It makes sense. And when she
Just
opened up
don't-
her eyes, it's just like, what do you even, oh man, I'm sure
Well,
everyone
just-
had the
just
same reaction to that.
Don't leave it such that her character is in a position where you basically can't do anything particularly
Meaningful.
like sound with the character, because you have to grab a whole bunch of footage that you shot for other films.
I will
Just
say,
like
though,
essentially spare the character from that as being something that has to happen, and just give her a farewell, and give Carrie Fisher a farewell that is bundled together in a way that's clean and, is not
I think,
sort of affected by plot writing.
something they probably would have had to have done is, if you kill Leia, like you have that be a final scene, you can't kill Luke as well. So you're gonna have to cut the scene short where before he disappears, he looks at the sunsets, and then it cuts. So that he's alive, he's sitting there, he'll be in the next one. Because the idea that you killed the 3 original heroes already, jeez. It just feels gross at that point.
Carrie Fisher's death. From across the galaxy, she uses the last of her life force to purge the dark side from her son.
All of this is just the way, like, it's just so, isn't it? This is all just, it happens because the writers said this is what happens.
Why are we dancing around like he still dies? Like,
Yeah.
like the idea that she saved him, it's like she saved him at this point, but then could you argue that she essentially thrust him on the journey that got him killed anyway?
Like half an hour later,
that's the beauty of
stupidly.
it. He died a hero instead of a villain.
Ah, okay, I see. And that, is
Forgave
that,
himself.
I mean, he forgave it. That's right. He
I forgive you,
manifested Han Solo
Kylo.
to
Thanks,
forgive
Kylo.
him.
It's that meme with putting the medal on. It's just him.
Yeah, the
I
Obama
like
medal
the idea
meme.
of
Yeah.
him just sitting down with a sock puppet that's
Oh, hello, Kylo.
That was the thing.
I forgive you.
That's pretty much this scene. Like, oh my god, he knows how the Force goes. So what the hell's happening? There's no
And
other
she-
explanation. They didn't bother.
She knew that this was the only moment when this would have worked,
shut
because
up.
she foresaw this
hell?
moment
God.
decades ago. And her
Worked?
death.
You're making all this up.
This is
all
horseshit.
made up.
What was
Yeah,
she
that actually makes it
trying
worse
to
if
do?
it's
Can you
true.
explain it to me?
This final act of mercy is what clears the dark side.
Oh, by the way, I guess because this will sort of lighten the mood. But someone said, "Hey, you should check out the ratio on the video that you're covering." And so I was like, took a look, and I'm like, yeah, people are really not happy with this. Too many people are.
Well, yeah, because even
But,
TLJ fans wouldn't like this. Nobody would
Doesn't
like
make any
this.
sense. It doesn't make any sense. You can
Nobody
hear that
likes
he doesn't know what he's
Millhouse.
talking about. We've already pointed it out.
It's a wacky video, though.
Aside from Rey, and leads her to win the fight through an act of mercy when she heals Kylo Ren. There's also
She wins the fight through an act of mercy. I mean, he was
Well,
dying.
He wins the fight by stabbing him.
Yeah,
I
that
would
was what
say.
won the fight.
And shanked him, bro. That's what won the fight, not her healing.
Yeah,
just
this
can't
is a
speak.
Disney
He
show.
can't speak.
Getting stabbed actually has consequences still. We haven't retconned that to being not lethal yet.
here. Like Anakin was the chosen one because of his virgin birth, space Jesus. And yet, it's Leia who has to die for the sins of her father, while her son is then pierced
Oh
in
my
the side.
god,
What
dude.
the-
Wow.
The
So
fucking
where's
tangled
the
mess are we
legislation
doing
on
now?
then, right?
What is he getting this bullshit from? He's incredible.
What would have happened, you
Making
know,
shit up.
if because Kylo stopped? What if Rey had done the stab and then yanked it to the side?
Or
You
he
know,
fell
instead of just pulling
while
it
she
out.
stayed
Or
still.
he fell in it
Into the water, yeah.
it just cuts right through him, like slices him in half. Like
Well,
a
let's
Mortal
be
Kombat
honest, Free.
fatality.
Stabbing him with that lightsaber, it would explode his intestines. They would just go like the heat
No,
No,
alone.
it's just it used to be that this was fatal. Now no longer.
And the look on his face, like, looks like he got sucker punched. You know what I mean? He needs to catch his breath. Like, he doesn't look like he actually got stabbed by a lightsaber. They never actually. The only one who sold it was Qui-Gon. That motherfucker looked like he got fucking, completely his organs melted. But like, I don't know. They no respect for what the weapon actually is. And then the Sabine thing just took it to like 1,000. Like, that was the worst thing I've ever seen.
Like that
Just
comment,
slips
by
it
the
off.
way. This is obviously got to be a top 50 worst videos you've covered.
Yeah, it might be top 50.
Might
Probably
be.
is.
Like Christ.
Yeah.
Even if Carrie Fisher had not passed away, I can't
Wait,
think
sorry,
of a
like
better
what?
just say
Wait,
like
can you
Christ?
rewind? Yeah, can you rewind? I need to hear what he said there.
die for the sins of her father, while her son is then pierced in the side, like Christ. Even
Oh my
Wow.
Like Christ.
Oh my
Excuse me?
god.
This
I like
is
the
where
video.
if he was on a stage, this is where the crowd would be like, "Please leave." You-
This is like the part where they boo him, and I like the video. Like, everything is like screenshots or footage from the films, but this important one, like Christ, we zoom into his face. Like,
Do you
I
remember the
made
bit
a
where where Christ goes all around the universe just beating the shit out of everyone? He's just this angry fucker. He stabs people. He kills his subordinates.
Like
but his
Christ.
mother, she prophesied that he might be killed by, I don't even know, Mary Magdalene? Is that where we're going? And then, so she gives her, I think this analogy is slightly flawed.
How many barrels
just
did
a bit,
Jesus
just a
jump
bit.
over?
No,
For our
when Luke,
sins.
when Rey stabbed Kylo, you were meant to be thinking about when Jesus got speared on the.
That's
on the
so
cross.
clever and genius and symbolic.
Why did he say this? Why
He-
did he say this?
He thinks
Why
he's
did
smart.
Why did he think that it was a good idea to just haplessly stumble into trying to analogize the rise of Skywalker with Jesus?
He's
Why
Zack
did he do
Snyder,
this?
obviously.
I actually don't know where he gets his confidence from, honestly.
Yeah, how little faith do you have in your audience? You think they're like, it's just crazy. It's disrespectful.
You know what? I realized something also from work, and in relation to this guy, you just have to be retardedly confident, and you will get far in life. Like,
Yes, we've come
how-
across so many retardedly
Yep.
confident people.
like how many subs does Screen cost? 1.7 million. See, guys, you don't need
You
to
can
be
do it
smart.
too,
You
guys.
don't. You don't need to be. You
It's
don't
the
need to
most
do
inspirational
research.
thing ever.
I think
Yeah,
I do
just-
need to hear
just-
it one more time because I'm still slightly confused as to what the hell he's trying to say here.
That's his whole
space
video.
Jesus. And yet, it's Leia who has to die for the sins of her father, while her son is then pierced in the side, like Christ. Even if
What sense did
Christ.
Darth
Oh,
Vader do
oh,
in
oh my
relation
God,
to the
he
narrative?
Okay, so he actually did mean that it was. I was just. So he actually did mean that Rey stabbing Kylo was the same as when Jesus was stabbed with the spear.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's what I got
And it
from
goes
it.
on. You remember the bit when Jesus says, "Father, why have you forsaken me?" And a ghost of Han Solo turns up and says, "I forgive you." That's kind of how this works.
No, the ghost turns up and says, "Leave me alone."
I
Go
don't
away.
fucking care.
And
Greedo
also,
shot
hey,
first.
symbolism. What
Wait, but
came out of
what is
Jesus'
the point
wound
is-
when he was
what-
stabbed? Blood and water. They're surrounded by water.
They're
Oh
surrounded
So
my
they're fighting by the sea.
God.
And
Oh
Jesus was a
my
fish.
God.
He preached to the fishermen, and they would be
But-
out there on the sea as
Jesus
well.
was a guy too. Kylo's a guy.
Don't-
Oh my-
The
don't-
connections.
But what is the part of Leia dying? What's that got to do with? What's that meant to be?
Jesus.
No. See. While Leia died for her father's sins, it's the son that is now revived.
So she didn't die for her father's
he's
sin. She
trying to-
died for her
No,
son's
that's what he's
sin.
saying.
Wait.
No, that's
Yeah,
what this guy is
that's what
saying.
That's what he said, though. He said for the sins of her father. Wait, so is he trying to say that Leia is like all people,
This is
right?
absurd.
Or shitting on
you
Han.
know,
Great.
like all people before Jesus, and you know the sins of the and like the idea of redemption and heaven. You know what? I don't think that I think this is a
The
silly
original
thing that
sin
he's
is
saying.
being in a Disney film.
I
It's
think this is
I think you're right,
really,
Fringy. This is
I think this is
nonsense.
really silly, and he shouldn't have
This
said
man
this.
rambling nonsense. That's all it is. Like
Mhm.
it's just complete gibberish.
Yeah,
You can't take
retardedly
anything he says
confident.
seriously at this point. It's proven.
Yeah, just be retardedly confident, guys. That's the inspirational takeaway from this.
He pressed record. He's just saying words.
If Carrie
There's just
Fisher had
no
not passed away,
logic
I can't
there.
think of a better way to redeem Kylo Ren. Now, Harrison Ford
Yes.
does return in this.
You can't think of any better
Nope,
way.
nope.
All right.
Then him
Okay.
forgiving himself. Him forgiving
That's-
himself was your best idea.
There's no
really.
better way than
That's
No
forgiving
better way.
yourself.
You
That's
fucking
a skill
idiot.
issue. That's a fucking skill issue. If you can't figure out a better way to do this.
Scene,
Yeah,
but
you should
I
never
think
say
he's
that.
there more as a stand-in for Carrie Fisher. After all, this movie is an end to the Star Wars saga as we know it. Like I said, at
The thing you said it fails to do.
There wasn't an ending required. There was no Skywalker saga. That was invented by Disney to justify the existence of the sequel trilogy. It
Yeah,
used to
they
just
pulled
be
that
the
out.
Star Wars saga. Then it became the Skywalker saga.
And
with
then
the
they made
implication
it the
that story
Palpatine
wasn't
saga.
finished. And that's what they turned it into. The Palpatines gaining ultimate... The erasure of the Skywalker title, the Skywalker lineage, subverted
Yes.
by a Palpatine.
And the Jedi.
And the Jedi as well. They're all gone. And it's going to be made in Palpatine's image.
Solos die, and the final words of the Skywalker. Ouch! Like that's it.
Ouch.
And then the Palpatine
No, it's
lives on.
perfect.
That's the final
It's
word
a
of the
perfect-
Skywalkers and the Solos.
Oh
Mhm.
yes, yes.
That's right. And I mean, I guess Kenobi didn't go anywhere, but still, I guess in a sense, in spirit, right? Because Luke was not necessarily his like surrogate son, but certainly, he was a bit of a father figure.
Yeah, where the fuck has Kenobi been during all this? Where's his?
Dead.
His
He's
voice
just
is stuck
chilling.
in the fucking
His
turbine
voice.
with everyone else.
Didn't he- That's right.
Isn't Ahsoka's voice in there? And it was like, wait, so
Yeah,
she's
she
dead? And it's
is.
like,
Yep.
no, she
Yep.
could just do that.
No,
Ahsoka's
she's not
dead.
dead. No.
She
And
did want
now,
to get.
thanks to
She did want to
the-
be involved with all these events, of course. Though she was, that wasn't really me. That's not me. I'm busy. I'm doing other stuff.
And I guess because of the Kenobi show showing us that Qui-Gon Jinn was out there too, and he
Oh,
probably could have shown up a little
God.
bit because I mean, to be honest, some of this is kind of on him. So-
Oh, a
he
little
just
bit.
shows up at the very ending of the show, like, oh, come on, what to do now? It's just like, what are you doing? Where have you been this whole time? This guy's
what
having
a-
like an existential crisis.
The fact that they were so enthusiastically on board and all they had him do was turn up for one scene and say nothing, like nothing
Come
of
along.
substance.
He said like
top of the-
hello.
Yeah.
Yeah, the ultimate key jangle right there. One of the
Video, the
worst.
filmmakers were trying to conclude the story of Han, Luke, and Leia.
And they failed miserably.
But this all goes back
They
to-
certainly concluded their story. I
They
mean,
try. They certainly tried.
He
fucking
keeps
over
saying
now.
what they wanted, what their plans were. He never what they achieved, unless he's pointing out that it's shit.
Luke
Like
and
he's
Leia.
only gets into the nitty gritty when he's pointing out that it's shit. Like he's terrible to.
But this all goes back to that theme that I mentioned earlier. This is a Star Wars movie that is about Star Wars movies. Well, yeah, but what the heck does that even mean?
okay, but
Yeah.
but you could
Thank you,
that
Dom.
could be
Thank
that
you.
could be good or bad. If it wants to be meta commentary, that could be neat, and it could also be a pointless distraction
Well,
from
so
making an actual good movie.
I guess we're about to find out what he means by it, which it's like
Yep.
maybe you should have done this part way
Started-
earlier.
Yeah,
20
like
minutes.
17 minutes ago, you should have told
Seriously.
us, what a good Star Wars movie is or whatnot.
What the hell you're talking about? Yeah.
I don't like when you get all conceptual like this. Well, I'm about to get way conceptual, so buckle up. See, I think
Oh,
we can tell a
no.
lot
Oh,
about
no.
our culture
Please
by what
don't.
movies are blockbusters at any given time. In the 40s, it was musicals because people wanted to forget the troubles of the war. In the 50s, we had these huge biblical epics to reflect a society that was seeking
I
normalcy
thought The
and
Rise of
tradition.
Skywalker was a biblical epic.
I'm actually pretty. I'm almost like excited to see what he's going to contextualize the sequels as.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, like,
warming up.
like okay,
My chops.
not to
The
not
60s
to
were a
do the pun, but I'm
transformational
on
period
board.
that saw the fall of the giant musical lead into art films like The Graduate or 2001: A Space Odyssey. Suddenly, those movies were topping the box office. And then the 70s saw people flock to theaters to see pictures about gangsters and natural disasters, which reflected the country's feeling on political corruption and the state of our economy.
I think this is a lot easier to do in retrospect because there's just you strip away all context, like all other films, all other feelings audiences had for films. You just
Yeah.
look at current political event, the tenuous connection with film that was popular at the time. Done. I'm a genius. It's like, ugh. Like I don't know. I just don't
No,
find it that
yeah,
interesting.
I agree.
and infrastructure. But then George Lucas tapped into the American desire for escapism, an idea that was already taking root in the late 70s through the popularity of silliness like disco, pet rocks, and smiley.
Don't say disco is silliness, please. It's I don't.
But
don't
the idea
write
of
it off like that.
escapism being a new thing, like George Lucas, I don't.
Face t-shirts, and so on and so on. The 2000s saw movies that reflected the war on terror. We saw
Yeah, if you look at only the movies that reflected the war on terror,
Yeah,
like Hurt
if
Locker.
you look at Hurt Locker, which is a film that was set.
This is what I mean.
Like,
There's cherry picking, some weird cherry picking that they always do.
Because he's about to show Harry Potter. It's like, yes, tell me how Harry Potter was an analogy for the war in Afghanistan.
Voldemort represents like Osama bin Laden. He's the evil person who's hiding somewhere, and we have to uproot him and fight
He's
him.
hiding in the back of your head.
That's what it feels like, though. If you jumbled all the films, then you'd still find a rationale. You'd be like, oh, actually, this represents this, because if you think about this, especially with what we've seen him do with the sequel so far.
Saw movies that reflected the war on terror. We saw antagonists that were vague, disembodied threats like Voldemort's.
Vague?
Voldemort was not vague.
He's a very specific guy. He had a backstory and a goal, and then he got a corporeal form.
He totally had a body. It was Ray Fiennes' body.
He had a body. It was just other people's body as well. He was a head sticking out of someone else's head.
Also, isn't it that movie like an adaptation? But didn't she write Harry Potter in the early 90s? And it's just a straight adaptation of the book.
Of course,
so it's
Lord of the Rings was written in the 50s, so, you know.
But no, you have to understand. Sauron is Bin Laden.
No, you see, Tolkien,
I can't wait till they make a movie
saw.
about me based off of the political zeitgeist of the culture in which I exist, so I could truly be free.
Tolkien saw Osama bin Laden in a vision. That's why he.
As we all
instead
do.
of
That's why he wrote Lord of the
Instead
Rings.
of training Christopher Tolkien to become an anti-terrorist soldier, he wrote a book so it could become a movie to warn the United States about Osama bin Laden.
They didn't listen. They just didn't listen.
Yeah, they didn't listen. Yeah, exactly.
That were vague, disembodied threats like Voldemort, Sauron, or, you know, Palpatine's creation of an ambiguous war to gain power.
Palpatine, yeah, but Palpatine is very real. He is a guy.
Yeah,
he jumps
this is
around
so
and screams
forced,
and
man.
Dude.
Now what's Avengers got to do with it? How are we going to work this in?
Then the 2010s saw the rise of Marvel, where superheroes had to band together to stop a destructive force.
Yeah, but what did that
attacking
reflect?
New
Did
York
that reflect the global financial crisis? People needed heroes because they were going homeless and living in a cardboard box. Like what? What does this have to do with the real world? Tell me.
The financial building behind you getting crushed by the Chitauri is a reflection of the housing crisis. How could you not see the metaphor here, bro?
It was pretty obvious, yeah. It kind of goes over his head sometimes. It's okay.
Yeah, damn.
City.
Yeah.
There are patriotic undertones throughout the MCU that culminated in the
that's
forces
2008,
of good
bro.
finally
We just went from 12 to 8 to 19, bro. Calm down.
I'm sorry. Also,
Can we not at least? It was so
You
easy
remember-
to keep track before, but now it's all over the place.
You remember when Thor went down planet Earth and shouted USA, USA? That was very patriotic in Endgame. Like
Thor's like, I've come here to speak to you about this ridiculous situation in the stock market.
Thanos has an American accent, okay? That tells you
I
something.
gotta tell you, these are
The 401ks on Asgard are
They're
being destroyed.
crazy. All right. Why?
We've come to your planet to diversify our stock
Don't you think it's a
portfolio.
little bit silly that houses are worth
By
as
the
much
way,
as they are right now?
Do you like
It's
how
pretty
further
crazy.
along in the timeline, the more wacky nonsensey it gets because he can't rely on other people's analysis? He has
That's
to
right.
start making
Because
it up
nobody
himself.
has really defined what the 2010s movies
Exactly.
were generated in response to.
Which
in
is
the
why
real
it'll
world.
be the most excited to see how he's going to contextualize the sequels. Like, give it to me. What are you going to say?
fight a specific named threat from space. In other words, for the past 20 years, America had wanted a clear enemy to fight, and we found that enemy in Thanos.
Oh, so what's the clear enemy now? Tell us.
It was bridged. That's why these last.
Wait,
these last
I thought he
6 years
said
of
that
it-
Voldemort and Sauron were like vague enemies.
No, but he's saying
Yeah,
that in
exactly.
response to the vague threats, people wanted somebody that they
He said
could
the past
say,
20
"Look, he
years.
exists."
For 2019 back 20 means we include Harry Potter and
Oh.
Lord of the Rings.
No, but he's saying that because of those films in the 2000s with more nebulous threats, that they needed, the 2010s. The yearning was for a big purple man that they could
When
point
did
to and blame.
When did the last Harry Potter come out?
2010.
Okay, well.
No, I'm
No,
waiting for
2011
him to.
actually, I think. Sorry.
I'm waiting for
my
him to
bad.
say the Trump word. I was waiting for him to say.
Oh, he might bring it up.
Yeah.
Well,
I
he stuck a
thought
Reagan in there, so.
Wait, according to his logic,
The fuck?
like, I have nothing to do with America, so I can't enjoy any of these. Like, I can't.
It's okay. You just gotta read a few
Yeah,
history
shit,
books,
but-
and then you can
No,
watch
no,
Harry
no,
Potter.
I'm very distracted with the
Is
shark.
Yeah.
I don't know what's
But I'm
happening right
Filipino,
now.
so this doesn't
Is that
matter.
King Shot?
I think so.
I think that's
Excuse me, I need this. So, I saw a post by author Jason Pargan recently that pointed out that when you watch episodes of The Office, a show that's 20 years old, the clothes and hairstyles of the people on that show haven't changed that much from today. I mean, just the technology.
Because
like
it's
the monitor-
office warehouse shit, you idiot.
It's
office
kinda
wearing.
just, if you go back 30 or 40 years, office wear will be pretty
The
similar.
same.
Yeah.
I guess if you're talking about the
Health-
hairstyles, maybe, but I mean, you could say that from like 1980 to like 1995 or 60,
Yeah.
the hairstyles were
You
fairly
kinda gotta-
consistent
Well,
as
I just like as
You gotta
well.
go back to the 80s to really start seeing any style
It's like
difference.
there's
I guess
some
all I'm saying
people-
is that
see it a lot, which
you
is
could
part of
pick
Star
many
Wars.
points in time and say that the hairstyles were generally pretty consistent for about 20 years. That's pretty easy to do.
Yeah, that's not a
the
huge
last
stretch of
20
time
years.
for everything to be different. But
Like,
I
if
mean,
you, like
Yeah, 'cause
40s and
people
50s
live for
hairstyles are
decades.
fairly similar, right? And it's like 80s and 90s, it's like, yeah, it's pretty similar, you know?
well, there are also some hairstyles that just survive through all of time, essentially.
Just persist.
That's right. Yep.
Because let your hair grow out to an extent and then get it cut back without doing too much styling. A lot
And
of people end
also,
up with a
this-
similar look.
It's kind of awkward to say this because, yeah, the technology being like this is Windows XP.
Mhm.
That's like that is an older version of Windows, and it is kind of notable when you see like stuff from the 2000s where a lot of the current dominant websites were either beginning or they didn't even exist yet. Like YouTube was started in 2005, Facebook was 2004, Twitter I think was around the same time as well. So like, I mean, even if you go back 20 years, you could see that there's a difference between the world back then versus the world now. Even if there are things that look similar, of course they look
plot line,
similar.
isn't it? In The Office, guys, I had it running in the background for ages, like a couple of weeks ago. There's the plot line where they introduce what we consider to be basic technological innovations into The Office. Things like, digitizing your paper stream and all the rest of that shit, updating your instant messaging software. Like, all of that stuff is actually accounted for in the show because there is still a massive change going on. It's just not in fashion, it's in technology.
Yeah. As someone in chat just says, like, they had bald people back then too. It was like, yep.
That's right.
Crazy.
and the phones that people use. But fashion and music have like radically changed in previous decades. Like when I say pictures some
I like how you went back to the fucking 40s.
Radically?
Like,
I'm
yeah,
sorry.
it's got to have been
Also-
different there
What
during
is it?
wartime too.
Also,
I
I
can't
don't know
follow
what to
this
tell you,
at all.
man. Like music is the kind of popular music now is not the same as what it was 20 years ago.
Yeah, we lost something.
Just get to
Like,
the point.
You know,
That's
here's
where
the
I'm
more
at.
relevant part. These things are harder to see when you're living in it. It's like when people say, what would define the 2010s? It's like, well, I don't know. Find out in 10 years what
This is what I
everybody
mean.
thinks
He's-
about the 2010s, and
it's
then you'll
normal
know.
for
He's
you.
benefiting
That's just
from
normal life.
the popular rendering of decades of research and understanding and analysis of these other decades, and now he's just trying to like drop that same analysis on the current decades as though
Like,
this
yeah,
will have
I-
any actual substance.
How many films were coming out in the noughties or the early 2010s that were nostalgia for the 90s? That didn't really exist yet. You need to wait longer before that becomes a thing. By then, it was
Yeah.
like the 80s, but now you're starting to see stuff that's nostalgia for the 90s. You weren't seeing that in 2004 because it was like 5 years ago. That's
People-
Yeah, remember,
I don't
remember when Captain Marvel did the blockbuster thing? Like that was
that's
actually
in the
time
90s too,
appropriate.
because
Yeah,
that was, at that point, we're talking about like 30 years removed
Yeah.
from the 90s.
but you wouldn't
Yeah,
do that
'cause
in a
30
movie in
years ago, the
2008.
people who are now
you know?
making that stuff, that's when they grew up.
And there will be 2000s nostalgia pretty soon at this point, I would say. Like, give it a
thinking
couple
so,
of years,
yeah.
and there'll be like, well, not it feels weird to say historical when it was 20 years ago, but period pieces that will be for the 2000s.
Well, the early
Like-
2000s is where like that's when we had the best blend of practical and CGI. We finally have enough quality CGI, but they use it sparingly. Now they just slather it on like it's this disgusting smear to fix all of their problems.
Oh well,
So-
I meant more so the idea that there'll be movies where it's like, oh look, I got a Game Boy Advance, and yeah, you want to come over and play Halo Combat Evolved on our original Xbox? Like it'll be at a point where
Yeah.
that will be the same as now, where you have stuff in the 80s for the NES and like going to see Back to the Future or anything. It takes a while before people can sort of hone in on what the decade actually was. It's kind of hard to say what it is when you're living in it.
You know, we can't even be 100% definitive, because culture's been strange in the past even 10 years. I feel like we're in a weird, murky, gross, repetitive, Ouroboros, as mentioned earlier, era. And it's like, what does it look like? How do you be nostalgic for a culture that is basically just nostalgia? Like,
pretty much.
Exactly.
We're not making anything memorable for this era. We're just fucking redoing everything that we know. So,
well, now you have access to everything now, so you're not so detached from things to feel like you don't have it. You have access to everything that came before. You always get constant mishmashes of things. Internet and meme culture is just super prominent in our lives. It's difficult to really say, what will be the defining elements of culture when you kind of have it all right now. And it's so easy, especially to emulate things.
Well, yeah, because you wouldn't see people in the 70s saying, oh man, I sure love that these movies reflect the angst of the 70s. Like, yeah, I'm sure that was said with some degree of regularity in 1976.
Somebody from the 60s, 70s, or 80s, you probably see very different looking hairstyles and clothes. But our pop music...
Was that even a good example? Hang on.
Like,
what's
the fucking point? Get to the point, you mouth breather. Oh my god.
Man. I can't follow this, man. I have no idea what he's talking about. No,
I just don't agree that these are starkly different.
Some of these are a lot more normal. Yeah. Like if I was thinking 80s, I'd be thinking like Sarah Connor in The Terminator.
Yes, that's a way better example. These hairdos, if you see a bunch of like kids today with all of these hairdos, I'm not going to be like, whoa, where are you from? The 80s?
This is just kind of normalish clothes.
This is pretty normal. This is actually a pretty bad example, I would say.
The chick in the pink is maybe the most outstanding, but
even then,
even then.
And this thing,
I
think you can track the decades way better through women's hair, but this hair, like, you could see this today, and it wouldn't.
But even I was
the guy in the blue sweater. You can see him today for sure. Like this is
Seinfeld. You know, like that's some 80s hair that he's got there in the 90s. If you wanted to define it as 80s hair, the kind that Seinfeld or Elaine has, it's like that feels 80s.
Even Elaine in the show, her hair evolves.
Yeah, of course. Of course.
And then it really updates. Like,
yeah.
So
like,
what does this have to do with Star Wars?
That's what I'm saying. I can't
we get there, I'm sure.
I don't know where he's going with it.
Hairstyles and clothes. But our pop music also hasn't evolved that much. Some of the hit songs.
I don't know why we're saying that. Pop music has definitely changed in the last 20 years. Like, come on.
Yeah, pop music has degraded by substantial margins.
Much like our
now
movies.
we have J.J. Abrams' daughter.
Today sound exactly like they could have come out 20 years ago.
What?
No, they
don't.
Nostalgia in the instruments being used. There's an 80s like tribute style that sort of goes on, but I think that someone at the University of Paris did a study on the changing tendency in the structures of pop songs. I think it came out like 2 or 3 years ago. Basically finding like over the course of the last 30 years, but particularly over the last 10 years, the very structure of your average pop song has changed dramatically. The idea of having a bridge in a pop song is now basically non-existent because they are designed to be mass producible and mass produced. You're starting to see a few sort of people bucking that trend because you're trying to stand out still, but they're becoming way less complex, musically speaking, technically speaking. So these things have changed, even if people who don't necessarily know about music theory won't know to look for the changes. I think most people with ears would say they have changed.
Yep. I think it's pretty plainly obvious.
He's just wrong.
And
you can go on
if you want to, and of course, like you could make the argument of, all the songs from like the 70s, 80s, 90s, and 2000s, all of them do the same chord progression, like the music hasn't really changed that much. It's like, I mean, you could say that, but then that would be ignoring all of the broader context and all of the other changes that did happen over all of those 40 years. The music obviously sounds different. I don't know what to say. Like, it clearly has changed.
I think this is because we now surround ourselves with the past. People can get away with wearing clothes from pretty much any decade. There are kids today that are into 80s property.
Wait, is he
so
suggesting
it's weird
this
that
is like?
I kind of use this point to say the opposite.
Well, that's what we all did. This era is like a big old garbage pile for all other eras, and it's just been melded and mixed together without an identity of its own. That's what... Is he about to say the sequels represent that?
I think so. I think that's the
Essentially.
build up.
Because the thing is, I'm close to
the
agreeing with that.
Like
but the
Disney
sequels
sludge
created
is a
that.
kind of-
They've created this era. Like, I wouldn't say that this was quite the era that we lived in the early 2010s, where everything was just rebooting old franchises. That definitely feels like it's been the last 10 years, thanks to something like Star Wars.
But like the obsession with trying to make use of everything that we loved from before without having anything of itself to show is like, yeah, the sequel, not just the sequels, all of Disney's approach with Star Wars has pretty much been that. And then pick a franchise, that's the era we're in. Everyone has followed suit with it. And then the ones that actually do hit $1 billion plus basically just encourage the system to continue, even if like 5 failures happen. As long as there's one, it's like, oh shit, we're still able to do that. Let's do it.
Yeah, they learn the wrong things and they just push it.
Well,
through
and they're
as long
just
as it's making
it's just the only projects that people are willing to spend. It's insane. You either get like a huge budget or a tiny budget that's really experimental, but then it wins some rewards and everyone goes, "Oh, that was really cool," and then that gets franchised into something with $200 million budget, and you're just like, "No." Reminds me of Furiosa, right?
Okay.
A lot of people did not hate. Well, Joker's another good example as well, but Furiosa was not a film that pissed everyone off. But it failed because the budget was fucking enormous compared to Mad Max films in general. It had no chance. It was never going to be able to make the money back. And even with, like, a lot of people say, like, if it had Max in it, it's like, I don't even know that it would have with Max. It's way
I
too
don't know,
big of a
man.
budget.
How much of a bit, is a name pull? As
Well, it's like how
much
they
of a name
kill.
pull is Mad Max?
You kill so many franchises by doing this when you're just like, oh, let's just fucking shove loads of money in it. And it's like that was never what it
Just
was.
make it good and cheap, you fuckers. It'll make money if you make it good and cheap.
Ugh.
Same thing with
Exactly. Yeah,
games too.
simple.
You see this happen.
that-
The exact same thing happening with games. Are these insanely inflated budgets?
It's such a
Oh, no,
stupid
the-
like bean counter
do you see
logic.
the-
The Joker, its budget. It's like, so if we plug more money in, it makes more money, right? It's just like, why would you ever? Why?
You
Crazy.
guys know the new Captain America Falcon game that's gonna come out and set in World War II.
I think so. Yeah, Black Panther's in it as well, right?
Yeah. And Black Panther, not Falcon, sorry. And that thing looks like hyper realistic graphics. That alone will like overshoot the budget, and it's gonna be super well, like so much money's gonna get put into it. But if the gameplay is boring as fuck, if the story is bad, it's not gonna make money, and I don't see why people keep repeating it. It's crazy.
Transformers in a way that kids in the 80s were definitely not absorbing properties from the 1940s. So everything that we consume now seems to be based on some pre-existing IP.
Sorry, Batman was created in the 40s and Batman was popular in the 80s.
Also, remember, we're talking about the modern Star Wars sequels of movies that came out in the 70s. First Star Wars movie was 77.
I would agree that there was less of that in the 80s compared to now, but I mean,
I'd say he's
it's always been the
adjacent
case that-
to a better point, which is we're at a different kind of. We were always doing that, but now it's very different to the point. The key difference is we're seemingly creating anything unique and new in this era, like all the other ones were.
Because you could say that Batman was created in the 40s, but the kinds of Batman stories that were being told in the 80s hadn't been, those were new.
And of course, for the
Right,
sake
like,
of being absolutely clear, it doesn't mean nothing. It's just a staggeringly low ratio compared to prior eras. We still get new stuff, but like it's insane looking at where the majority of the best sort of money-making and high-budget, mainstream, well-known IPs, they all come from different decades. They're like, there's not one that we built in the 2020s. What has the 2020s done so far? I'm very curious what the legacy of 2020 is going to be.
Yeah, original IPs, like there's very few. Count them on one hand.
Oh,
IP.
2020s Concord.
They will have burned them out.
Terrifier.
John Wick. A lot of people reference that. Terrifier might be one. Like
So, I mean, there's
that,
a handful
are
of
super
things,
original.
but they're just not juggernauts. Where loads of them were being born in other eras.
Yeah, and
They
compared
would be
like,
juggernauts if they had done the reboots well and kept the names going. But they're not doing that.
That has been mined to exploit nostalgia, so then we can say pass on our love of the Ninja Turtles.
Fucking
to our
love the
kids.
practical
But now
effects in
we
that
live in
movie.
what I call the requel era, where everything seems to be a reboot, prequel, or sequel.
Yeah, and it's the
we're
fault
back
of
now.
channels like yours, though. This your fault.
Well, so
because you
Yeah,
probably
it's
like
talking
a lot
about how
of these
great the
things,
sequels
well,
are.
but remember as well, we
Yeah,
went
yeah,
onto
I
a
don't
wacky
validate.
road, and now we're back to somewhat making sense. It's like, yeah, because this is a well-known point that he's taken from basically everyone else having talked about this.
Yeah.
I would argue
That's
that this
you're
was talked
still
about.
right, man.
That people like him would have disagreed with this when it was first being talked about, like, you know, people in our spheres. We call this way earlier than fucking 2024.
Mm-hmm.
Everything
Yeah, now that it's
take
cool
the
to talk
argument-
about it, he takes this position.
Well, that's
when he
what
would
has
have been
annoyed
saying
me
the
with
exact
a lot of commentators we've covered. Like, Cosmonaut's one of the worst for this. It's like, oh, all these films,
Oh,
they're
yeah.
so good, so good, so good. In retrospect, wow, what a horrible era we're in. Isn't that terrible?
It's also
Well, yeah, because
tricky
now that all
he
of us
started-
pioneers, all the people had cleared the landmines and taken the arrows, now it's safe for them to come on in with their.
But anyway,
the
let's
yards.
check out Screen Crush, where we go through all of the hidden reveals and theories in the Fantastic Four trailer,
Well,
and then we do that in another video about the Fantastic Four trailer. They've got 3 in the last 4 days on the Fantastic Four, and it's like, yes,
Damning.
we're in the era of requels and stuff, where everything is a sequel or a franchise. Anyway, come to Screen Crush,
But he has
where
a
we
very
talk
confused
about
premise.
Star
That was the
Wars every
confused
week.
premise of this video as well. He started by saying, I think the sequel trilogy is better than you think, and it actually makes sense. And also, it's got a thematic through line which is, perfectly resonant for modern times. Well, the thematic through line that's resonant for modern times seems to be, oh yeah, it's emblematic of this nostalgia era where everything is reboots and remakes. Isn't that bad? But that was the thing he did cite at the beginning as being one of the things that makes it better than we thought it was. So, which does he think this is good or not? I'm confused.
I asked that same question about half an hour ago. I have no idea what this guy's talking about. I don't know if he likes this movie.
No.
Any contradictive statements? I have no idea what this. Is he a Star Wars fan? Has he ever seen the films? I have no
The true
idea.
question to answer
Like, I
is,
shouldn't
does
be
he
this
like The
confused.
Rise of Skywalker? It's like, I don't know.
I
I
don't
can't
know.
be sure.
I have no idea.
Or
He
sequel.
says no, but
His eyes say yes.
Everything that gets made now seems to be fully aware of everything that came before it. And let me give you a few examples.
There's a difference between
No, you
being
don't-
fully
you
aware
don't need to.
and just referencing the fuck out of it for desperation of getting people to like you for the fact that they liked other things.
No,
Deadpool and
this
Wolverine
example is always
is a
smart.
really interesting example to choose, considering I'm sure he fucking would have glazed this to hell and back, like pretty
And
much.
they would have made
the
like
whole world
20
did.
videos talking about it, like, oh, look at all the Easter eggs in Deadpool and Wolverine.
Exactly. When this is a movie
Like-
that has the exact same problem we've been going over with all of it. It is junk. It's all designed.
Sorry, there is just a fundamental incongruence there of like, yeah, man, we live in this era where like it's all about being aware of and referencing the past. Anyway, check out Screen Crush where we have the 97 Easter eggs in Arcane Season 2. Like, you know what I
Wow.
mean? Like,
what a
it's
cool
just
show!
like, yeah.
Ugh.
How are you not like directly contributing to this thing that you now seem to be criticizing?
Aware of everything that came before it. And let me give you a few examples. In the MCU, Deadpool and She-Hulk are, of course, self-referential.
Welcome to the MCU, by the way. You're joining at a bit of a low point.
Which is specifically Deadpool and Wolverine is itself a low point because of how much money it made.
It is, yeah, it is a low point. Made a lot of money.
Very
Absolute
depressing,
piss.
and it will decide the future, which is going to be filled with slop because that movie did so
Yep.
fucking well.
Marvel Studios itself has also become self-referential, returning to Robert Downey Jr. and the Russos.
I don't even. This is such a like.
Oh.
It's like factory analysis. It's such like. Give me something that you actually think and feel instead of just look. They've got Robert Downey Jr. back. That is a reference to the past because he played Iron Man.
Most people who watch Avengers know who the Russo brothers are.
Like, come on, give me something
He's got
interesting. Of
5
course,
minutes left to
everyone
make a
knows this
point.
is an incredibly
It's
desperate
incredible.
move, bringing back 2 of the most favored directors with one of the most favored actor from the MCU. Of course. Why do you think that Doctor Who did this? It didn't work, by the
It's
way.
their last move. It's their last play. We've all said it for 5 years. You bring Tony back $1 billion.
Yeah, I feel like
but we
this was the
never
talking
imagined they
point
would-
ever since he snapped.
Years
It was
ago.
like bringing him back will be the big final note of like, holy shit, we
Yeah.
need help.
But I never imagined them being in a position like this where like they desperately need him back to the point where it's glaringly obvious, rather than just doing it to make a big profit. Like this is them just trying to save their ass. Crazy.
Avengers Doomsday and Secret Wars, or like the Fast and Furious movies. They are now getting to a point that is so far and distant
Get
from
to
the
your
grounded reality
fucking
of the first
point,
film.
bro.
I wonder how many Easter eggs you found in the Fast X trailer. I'm sure that's a video that you made. Fast X trailer, all of the secrets, everything you need to know. I'm
Yeah,
sorry,
YouTube-
it's just difficult to take this seriously as a point of criticism when like this is the catalog of videos that they make.
It's true, man. Like the entire concept of an form, just making it so cringe now. I associate with those stupid. Ugh.
The first film that the characters have to call this out.
We've now been on
I know,
insane
shut-
missions.
Yeah, what?
Oh
Get
my
to the point, man. Yes.
And I ain't got
How is this
single
related to
star
Star Wars, bro? Like, get
Russian a
fuck.
Tyrese rant.
This is what I mean.
It's
It's
like
annoying
5
to me too
minutes of
because this
setup.
is just well trodden ground from every other YouTuber ever. Like this is none of this is news.
Yeah.
None of this is his own work.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Do
no.
YouTubers
also-
still do that thing of like stretching the like the time as much as possible to get more like
How the Matrix
Basically,
I don't
all of their
know,
videos are
algorithmically?
over 15 minutes. Yeah, like if you scroll through their entire timeline of videos, they're all above like 15. A handful of them are less than 10 minutes, but the vast majority are over 15 or 20 minutes long.
Yeah, because no other reasoning makes sense. Why are we talking about this? I'm being put to sleep.
Why is
Yeah.
it that
Why are
every
we-
single time that you need to break down all of the Easter eggs, regardless of the number of Easter eggs that you apparently find in each of them, that they generally are the same length? You know?
How many times in this video has he made a whole list of things that's completely irrelevant, and he just keeps going?
Show for it?
Or how The Matrix Resurrections was completely about what it means to make a Matrix sequel in this era.
Yeah, because they
Oh,
didn't want to
stop.
make
Yeah,
the
it was
sequel.
trash.
The company,
fucking
the
trash.
studio forced it to. So then they got to a point where they were like, okay, fine, I'm going to crash it. The movie will be terrible, and it'll be about how you shouldn't make sequels. That was like the super deliberate move because they didn't want to make. Yes, say something interesting.
Resurrecting you both was crazy expensive.
Now, we've always had sequels to blockbusters, but it used to be that those sequels were either tied to stars or to specific creative individuals. The thought was you couldn't do another Star Trek without Nimoy and Shatner until you recast them twice.
This is still actually very
just to
applicable
be-
to our
just to
era,
be-
by the way.
Because they made how many Star Trek movies
We-
there
we
were
just-
to the point where it was even past.
Well, they
TNG
ran out of
coming in.
steam. They couldn't do it even with their new cast. So, you know, that broke because people still prefer a Star Trek that is not evoked by the Abrams eras nor the Kurtzman shit. But what I was going to say is that a lot of these, we were talking about it earlier, right? Like the notion of trying to make a new Terminator film but no Arnie. That's a huge issue for producers. They'll just be like, I don't know, that seems like a big risk. And in the same vein, like the Buffy reboot has only got any life because Sarah Michelle Gellar has said that she'll come back. She said no forever, but now she's saying yes. That's why it's happening again. Being dragged in by the stuff. It's funny to use Ghostbusters. Isn't that precisely why they did more Ghostbusters? They got all of the actors back.
Well, they tried to do it without them, and it failed.
Yeah.
So then they were like, oh shit, we
Well,
gotta
to be
get the
fair,
actors back.
They were still in that movie.
They were, but they weren't playing the same characters.
No, but the
You know,
fact
that
that
would be the point.
like if you're gonna make this the claim that it's about a particular creative team or a star, it's like, yeah, but we're still in the era where these things are happening all the time. People being like, "Oh, Gladiator's happening," yeah, but it's Ridley Scott though, and you're like, "Oh, okay," and it's horrible. This has not changed.
You couldn't do another Ghostbusters without the original team until they got too old, and then all of a sudden you could reboot the
This is
franchise.
a really bad example because they're in that movie, and then they made movies after it.
And then, yes, they made 2 after it.
Or, more to the point, you couldn't make a Star Wars film without George Lucas until he sold the IP to Disney. See, George Lucas...
Yeah, see, this is what we talk about, just cutting out all the context surrounding culture. We still absolutely do this with... We just went over bringing back Iron Man and the Russos.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And that's the biggest movie deal we've seen in like history, and it's exactly matching what he just said we used to do but don't do anymore.
Surely this specific example is flawed anyway, because of course you can't make another Star Wars movie without George Lucas, while George Lucas owns Star Wars. So they couldn't make movies without George Lucas without buying it from him. And as soon as they did, then they made more.
It also doesn't respect the fact that a lot of people, culturally speaking, just didn't mind George Lucas being taken away from Star Wars. Like a lot of people were like, yeah, Disney, let's go, fine.
Refresh. Everyone was excited for Disney. Like people just forget
that's
that.
what.
And, like,
But again,
this
South
guy,
Park.
this guy's
South
reminding
Park
me
was
of
ahead of the curve on that one. They
Yeah.
were critical of it before it was popular.
Always looked at these movies
I was just gonna say this guy just reminds me of like Boogie. Like he just forgets what he fucking says.
This is
like,
all
has
just.
to make up
It feels like he's just
Like,
he's
you
just
know,
pulling
okay,
from
right.
random shit. Like this script
Yeah.
is so disjointed and non-researched.
I don't think he forgets anything. I don't
But
think
the-
he has any thoughts or opinions really
Yeah.
that are
Yeah,
particularly strongly held.
But the whole thing, like I was gonna say the same thing. I was in the kitchen though. you just made the point about the Russos and RDJ. I was gonna say the same thing of like, how can you put that 30 seconds ago and then
Yeah,
make
but
this
everybody
point now?
does that. That's not a Boogie thing. That's just everybody.
That's just
All
everybody.
the travel video essays do that.
We all think we take Star Wars personally, but for George Lucas, these movies
all
are
think?
personal.
What the fuck?
Not
What-
talking
No
another video
shit.
about how
Why
I
would
think
you
the
have to
prequels
say that? No shit, they were personal
You're
to him. He
fucking
made
brilliant.
them.
He made them, you idiots.
Was anyone
What's the
wondering this? Like,
are
He
about
keeps
George
saying these
Lucas.
stupid, redundant comments.
Maybe he
And of
thinks
course, the original films are all about
he
him wanting
thinks
to
he's
escape
smart.
from his life in
See,
Modesto,
guys,
California.
this is my point,
So,
right? Retarded confidence. This is all you need in life. Retarded confidence.
if George had made this sequel trilogy, they likely would have been still very personal to him. But
oh no shit, man! Wow, the director probably
Oh,
made them
really?
personally.
instead,
Wait, so
Lucasfilm-
wait, how this so okay? So everyone has made a Disney Star Wars movie without George Lucas. How does that make more sense than the prequels or the original trilogy? How is he gonna tie that thread together? How is that gonna work?
I think we're still waiting in this section for a point to be made because I don't know when it's coming.
likely
Yeah,
would
I
have
don't.
been still
He's got
very
4
personal
minutes
to
left.
him. But instead, Lucasfilm hired 2 Gen X directors who grew up playing with Star Wars action figures. So there was no way they could have made a Star Wars trilogy that was not entirely about what it means to be a Star Wars fan.
Oh my god.
What the
Where are you,
fuck?
dude?
No,
You're just driving off
what
the
the
road. Just he's in
That doesn't.
He's in a ditch.
Are you-
Upside down.
Ah!
My brain's gonna
It's
explode.
is the argument genuinely that if you hire people from a certain generation who grew up
They're-
watching a thing, they could only possibly make a thing that is about watching the thing?
And that's just
Yeah,
no, that's just
or
not-
his
that's just
commentary
wrong.
about the thing. That's
That's
what he's
the 10
saying.
10 millionth time
Like-
he's just been wrong. What do you fucking mean?
Which doesn't-
Like, it
Because
comes down
earlier
to
on,
the
he was
talent
talking
and
about how
the-
all this stuff is supposed to be reminiscent of other things.
No,
He
and
was
also
saying
the
Star
problem.
Wars is like
this-
Dune. It's like this
Yeah.
tapestry here.
And,
it's
and
like
his fucking.
this other thing.
I just realized another problem he has. Like, he doesn't actually show the meta commentary part for each part of the movie, and except for TLJ, he doesn't say, in TFA, this is what it needs to be. Did he do that? I don't remember him doing that.
I think it's safe
Not
to
for the Force
say.
Awakens.
Safe to say he's
Yeah.
jumping the barrel.
Yeah.
I would want them to be
That sounds
invested in Star
exciting.
Wars and have an understanding of the characters and fundamentally understand what made it work. Like you need that's the number one rule. If you don't even know why it's popular, you shouldn't be in charge of it. And like we're getting these people who fucking hate the franchise. The idea that they grew up at that time is fucking irrelevant. Like Ryan Johnson's an idiot. Like that trumps like the date of his birth. Like come on, man. It's a stupid point. All you've done in this video is make stupid point after stupid point and confuse us all.
Consider this. Every young character in these movies is a fan of the original trilogy characters.
Luke Skywalker.
Okay.
I thought he was a myth.
That's how they
Oh,
wrote
that
it.
fucking
they're
line.
heroes in
No,
universe.
but this is
the
just
point?
bad writing, is what this is in terms of like the idea of like a reverence that seems like it's not tethered to what would be happening in the story or the familiarity that any of the characters have. Like you can just overcome that by writing better. Like that's not something. Oh, well, you're Gen X, so you're just doomed to do that.
I hate that shit, man. You're just bound to this fate of whatever, era you grew up in. It's
This is a Millennium Falcon. You're Han Solo.
I've never
why
met
did she
him.
know Han Solo but not Luke? I'll never get over it.
It's
Thinks
fine.
Luke is a myth,
Oh, this
but
is
knows
what we
everything
look
about
like.
Han.
Some of us. Others look different.
Finn's-
And it doesn't. Okay, time out. Also, like this is. It's like 60 years after, or however many years it took before
Not
from
60
last.
years. It's a lot less
Yeah.
than that.
It's not history fades to myth part. This is just
No.
history, right? This
No,
is like
it'd be like the idea of saying George H.W. Bush. I thought he was a myth.
It was a myth.
Like,
Yeah, no, it's crazy.
I
It's
was.
crazy.
Ronald Reagan. I thought he was a legend.
That's the way our culture like preserves the history of wars and everything. Major part of our species. Luke Skywalker saved fucking like the galaxy. Like this guy would be.
It would have spread
Oh
like
my
wildfire.
God.
Everyone would
You're like
know.
wildfire. He'd be Jesus. It's stupid. It's a disrespect to Luke. It's he's not even on screen yet, and they're already shitting it, man. Crazy.
Well, she certainly is that.
Or remember this clip in the trailer?
It's true. The Force, the
Also in the movie, otherwise.
Jedi, all of it.
That's where they got the
It's all true.
footage.
That was
Close your
effective
mouth,
because
Ray.
Han is talking to us or to our kids.
Yeah, but that's
We've already
bad
gone over all
writing.
this.
That's
Yeah,
not-
this whole
this
movie
not
is wish
something that
fulfillment
is,
for
like-
Star Wars fans.
Why are we saying like, well, if it was made by someone from Gen X, it had to be like this?
Yeah, this was like something they were deliberately doing, and it did what it was supposed to do in the first like year. This was all planned. This is all surgical.
As well as to the characters.
Can
in
you
the
see
scene.
30 years from now, guys, like a Gen Zer making a film about Skibidi Toilet? And of course, that movie
Don't even say
can
that.
only
Don't
be
even
a
say
question. Can only question.
Kylo Ren
Like,
is a Vader
about-
fanboy who cosplays as
I
his
long
idol
for the
and
days
even
of my
keeps Vader
childhood.
collectibles around. So the first movie
Whatever.
establishes that all these people are fans, but the second movie shows us how they have to learn to.
Yeah, see, this is the movie Bob point. It's like the second movie is about is directed at you, the fans.
Take the lead from their idols and to stop relying on this older generation.
You
to fix
can't
every-
use Poe
What
as
do
an
you-
example.
you
The
can't
film
use
said he
Poe
was
as Ray.
wrong.
He did that.
Yeah,
He did that,
exactly.
and he was wrong.
Idiot.
He was apparently
Ray was
wrong.
also wrong. Like
If you look at the left,
Yeah.
I always find it interesting that Leia's daughter literally was on Poe's side. Like she's like, "Fuck this!" Like nobody wanted Hodo to be in charge.
Although it was
It makes no
insane, but
sense.
the film backed
It's
her throughout the
insane.
whole thing.
Every problem
also-
for them. Hell, the movie even
Tell us
features
the
kids
plan.
playing with Star Wars action figures.
Oh, Broom
Whoa,
Boy.
that's wild, dude.
Oh.
Room Boy is incredible. And how did he even know about Luke? That happened like 2 hours. Get out of cattle bite. Like it's so stupid.
Nah, this spread super fast, but
Because it's
Luke
a
just
bad
movie.
saving the universe didn't spread at all.
Showing us that
Luke
the
dying
older
like a
story-
fart in the wind spread better than him
All of
fucking
the
like, saving
Empire
Alex.
word hadn't gotten out yet.
Yeah.
The rest of TLJ is that you have to kill the past.
Oh,
Mhm.
God, it's all
That
so
was a lot.
incoherent.
can inspire
As
us,
stated by the villain of the film.
but we have to stake our own path forward. So the third movie,
Yeah, so you steal someone's name.
Yeah, and
What?
you bring back Palpatine as well, the villain who was
No, that's meta
decisively
commentary.
defeated.
Disney stealing a
Ah, yeah.
name to create some new monstrosity based off what came before. No, that's some real meta shit.
And they never had Kylo acknowledge the fact that he had been his whole life is a lie. All the voices lie. Everything is
Yeah, he didn't seem that bothered to
He's
like
nuts. He's like, "Oh,
address that,
shit,
did
really?"
he? Yeah.
he didn't care.
third movie finally shows the kids rising up to defeat the evil that their parents could not defeat.
Oh, my fingers.
Oh no.
Rising up to
Oh, no.
defeat the evil when the rules as stated meant they lost.
I find it funny
So,
saying
yeah.
rising up to defeat the evil that their parents couldn't. It's like Ray's parents. What? Ray, he's her grandfather.
He's a
You just say a word.
Also, evil their parents couldn't defeat. It's like they defeated him. This is all
They did
nonsense.
defeat
Not
him.
Insane
canon.
take. This is an
He died.
insane fucking take. This is so retarded.
Well, yeah, because the take seems to be look at how soulless, unimaginative, and exploitative this movie is, and that is a thematic through line, and that makes it good.
Oh,
That
okay.
makes
It's
it
not.
makes sense.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Well, to be fair, he just said it. He just said it makes sense. He doesn't say it's good. It's just saying he's just saying it makes sense.
Almost more offensive to say it makes sense.
So this
He also
movie
pointing
is
out
about
everything
the
that's
kids
stupid in it. Like he's balanced it out. I like no idea what he's gonna conclude at the end.
finally redeeming the parents, just as on a metacultural level.
Redeeming the parents, as if Han was
What?
watching all of that
Why-
and thinking,
why-
you know what?
what did
I feel
Ray-
better about everything now.
If
What did
we're
Ray's
to say that
parents
in a
do?
meta reason, does this mean that the sequel had to redeem the original trilogy? Because that would be the only analogy that would work based on what you said. The idea that they had to redeem
remember,
their parents must mean that the sequel trilogy had to be created to redeem the original trilogy.
It's not quite redeeming the original. It's redeeming the original trilogy characters for the time in between the OT and the sequels for all the mistakes they made off screen.
Although it
Well,
is
that-
for
then
being
that's a
unable
real
to defeat the evil that they did defeat in the OT. So
Yeah, because
technically
they
it's
didn't
still
truly
redeeming their
defeat him.
failures. Well, yeah, they only
mean,
threw
if
him down and
anything-
exploded him twice, and then
That's not enough. You got to
enough,
explode him
really.
3 times.
Because
It's like
arguably,
it's like-
the state of the galaxy is worse because they won in the original trilogy. Because the new trilogy starts off and 5 planets get exploded.
Yeah, it would have been better to just leave Emperor Palpatine
It
in
would've-
charge in the original Empire.
It would have been just better to, you know what? This is just the way things are. Keep your head down, carry on.
That's what we've
At least
learned.
the planets are getting blowed up.
It's about how Abrams and Johnson were trying to make a Star Wars trilogy that redeemed the franchise in the eyes of the prequel haters.
They
Oh,
destroyed
franchise?
everything.
What the
Okay.
fuck?
Wait.
I mean, if that was their attempt, then they failed miserably.
Read the prequels. Is that what he said?
That
Well,
is
I mean,
it.
the fact that
what's the
Disney,
thing-
after they they've been trying so hard. We talked about it earlier. The prequel nostalgia was in and still kind of is in like super full swing, where they're doing everything they can to get the prequel nostalgia because the sequel stuff didn't stick. No one gave a damn about the sequel trilogy. So what did they move right to? Oh shit! Back to the original trilogy and really back to the prequels. That's what people want.
Yeah, 20 years from now, they're not going to be milking Rey, Poe, and Finn and Phasma.
Fuck no.
Characters for nostalgia.
But
You can't. There's nothing
wait,
there. No one's going to care.
My head hurts because I'm so confused. The prequels didn't need redeeming, right? Am I the
No,
only one?
they treat them like they do.
They were
treat
bad
them like
movies, but they have
Star
a good
Wars.
reputation.
Yeah, so
It was
his fucking
successful for the Star Wars IP, but the films themselves were low quality. But it was a
Star Wars
a
was
plus
healthy.
of-
The IP was
Yes,
strong.
it was.
Yeah.
Yes. The films were bad, but they were excellent for the Star Wars property and the brand and what they were able to invigorate and awaken and the things that they created, the movies and the comics and the
Wait, so-
games and all the stories and stuff that
Are
came
we saying
out.
that they were bad movies, but they were good Star Wars?
Good Star
movies?
Wars.
Oh,
yeah.
We
This is
finally
it.
figured it out. We figured it out. That's what he was trying to say this whole time.
That's what he said, which is what he did say. Then why would they need to be redeemed? Why would you need to redeem good Star Wars movies with bad Star Wars movies? That don't really make sense.
No, that was our
Just to
logic. He
show
doesn't have one. He does
No,
not.
no,
have
no,
one.
no.
Yeah,
His logic was that the prequels were good Star Wars movies and bad movies, and that the sequel trilogy was good movies but bad Star Wars movies. That was his point, not ours.
Well, so if he was going, but that's the point, though. We don't know what he's trying to say because our logic works. His is insane, and I don't even fucking track what he's saying.
What is the nature of redemption if you're redeeming things that, by your own admission, worked as Star Wars movies?
Yeah. So his title
does that
doesn't. This
mean?
video doesn't make sense at all. Like from a fundamental thesis statement standpoint, this video is shit.
You only just got that? This video is shit.
Like he's dancing. It's like he's dancing around using these arguments and dropping metatextual words like words that
Bringing
make him
up
sound
Jesus and
intelligent.
the Romans and all that. Don't forget
Yeah,
that.
like just Jesus was pierced on the side, like Kylo. Like shut the fuck up, bro.
Oh my
You're
God,
saying
man.
nothing. This is retarded. Oh my god, like it's like
This will begin to make things right.
Now, I personally would have rather have seen a trilogy about the kids making the same mistakes as the old generation, but
I
then learning
personally
from
would
those
want you to shut the fuck up.
Yes,
Oh
man,
my.
that's the point.
We,
Please.
by the laws of time, he will shut the fuck up soon.
mistakes to prevent the rise of a new evil. Instead, we got a trilogy that's much more reflective of our times that we live in. These movies focus on the actions of the original trilogy.
Wait, so are we nostalgic about something that has to be redeemed? What the fuck
Well,
are
so
you
what he has
talking about?
done is
Skip the line,
said
bro.
you might have made the mistake of thinking that they focus on the past, but they're actually reflecting modern times' interest in focusing on the past. You see? Like, oh.
But how does that tie into redemption shit? Like what he was saying.
I don't fucking know.
And our new heroes are reacting to the actions that those characters took decades ago. The original trilogy characters are
You're pretending as though it's the actions of the OT, but it's the actions of shit we never saw.
Yeah.
still driving the plot, especially after this moment.
Somehow Palpatine returned.
So a movie franchise about characters reacting to the actions of people in older movies seems pretty apt for our requel.
What a broad statement. Characters reacting to the actions of characters from older movies. Like
literally any story in continuity has that.
Yeah.
Like, every single one.
Era. Now, ultimately, though, this trilogy is about the way that we consume media. Is media mindless entertainment, or are we looking for something more?
What?
And I think
where did this come from?
Where did that come from? First of all, where did this come from? And secondly, when has there ever been a case?
Somehow there is a
case.
Somehow
just killed the whole cast.
In a case that, oh yeah, is media just mindless entertainment, or can it be more? A question asked by nobody ever in all the fucking time.
Somehow media literacy has returned, or whatever the fuck.
Are stories just pointless bullshit, or do they mean something to us? Like, what?
They say there's no such thing as a stupid question. However, there clearly is.
Today I'm setting out to prove that wrong. Here we go.
Shit, dude.
I know there's that Mr. Garrison quote, isn't there? There are no stupid questions, there are only stupid people. I think that works pretty well.
Well,
Today I learned Star Wars sequel trilogy is about medieval times, Roman Empire, biblical storytelling
And it makes sense.
and what did he
And
just
barrels. Don't forget the
Barrels,
barrels.
yeah.
Barrels are exciting. Barrels are exciting.
I can't believe he pointed that out. Quality, like this. I'm
That's
gonna
what
think
makes a
about
good
that the next time I
film.
write a script.
Movies
Why is it
didn't
well written? Fucking barrels.
connect with us because they were movies about movies. Instead of, using the language of cinema to tell a new
No.
story, they told a story that is just about Star Wars stories.
Why are you saying
So
this
that
like
makes
it's a
it
plot?
so this is a bad movie, but a good Star Wars.
Well,
What
if
he's
you
do-
ever asked me, why do you love the original trilogy? Why do you love the Lord of the Rings? Why do you like all of these films? What resonates in your heart about all these movies you love? I would never say, well, they remind me of movies. You know, movies. I like movies, and they remind me of movies. And boy, I
Movies
sure do
about
love that.
movies. Ugh. It's
yeah,
yeah.
feels like
If
a
you actually love a
movie, you
piece
know?
of media, you can explain why. Love to explain why and break down the different reasons. And it just you wouldn't be as empty as this dude. He's got nothing to say. Easy.
Star Wars franchise is now in this weird conversation with itself. Fan backlash over The Last Jedi prompted Rose's role to be cut down. And
I'm sorry, like, what the fuck were they gonna do with her anyway? Let's be fucking honest here, right? Like, the cast they've got to they were trying to repair all the damage TLJ did. It's like, give Rose a bigger role. Like, why? What the fuck is the point?
She shouldn't even exist.
Yeah, she was invented, just tossed in.
Oh.
She's got more screen time than, like, Leia.
Maz Kanata was more important than freaking Rose. Where'd the stupid lightsaber come from, bitch? Like, she still hasn't
God,
told
it's
us
such.
about
You
that.
can tell he is Chat GPT. He doesn't require it. This is just stuff he knows. It's all just in there, and he's just randomly splattering it out.
Well, yeah, it's
There's
a whole
nothing-
bunch
That's
of
offensive to
other
Chat
people's
GPT.
ideas, thoughts, amalgamated and regurgitated, but by an entity that doesn't have the capacity to understand any of that.
Yeah, he's just tossing it out. It's like, yeah, it had backlash. Remember how they removed Rose?
Remember how
You're like,
Rose
what?
Tico had less of a role because of the backlash? Remember how TLJ is about failure? Remember how
The prequels
all
got
of the problem
backlash.
with
Ahmed
Rise of
Best had a
Skywalker-
suicidal attempt. It's
Remember,
like,
it was that's
random shit.
Like, yep. Mm-hmm.
Clash over The Last Jedi prompted Rose's role to be cut down, and also the numerous other shifts that we've already talked about in this video.
That's also not even like. There's no confirmation of that her role was cut down because of fan backlash.
No, everybody just concludes that must have been the case.
When like you could
hilarious.
easily obviously have just concluded this. Like I just don't know what the fuck to do with the character, and I want the screen time of the other characters.
What would JJ have to do with? Do you think JJ wanted Rose to deal with all the other things he had?
I'm saying.
Yeah,
He's
all
gotta
that on
make
your
his
plate,
cast
and then it's like, make some room for Rose, baby.
He literally has a cast full
also-
of characters that don't know each other. You got time.
And I don't like this framing of backlash as just being bad. Fan backlash is just bad. It's just
Look
a
at Sonic.
negative thing.
Look at Sonic.
Any
Sonic
fan
needs to shut
backlash
that
is
down
bad.
from now on. Yeah, Sonic should shut that down from now on. Like the fans spoke up, and look at Sonic. They fixed it, and now they have a successful trilogy. Isn't that the case?
So this franchise was reacting to its fans in real time, reacting to
That was a terrible thing that
No,
was
don't
happening.
you
That
put
was a
this on
terrible-
me. Don't you put this
terrible
on
play.
me.
Also a terrible fucking play. Also,
Yeah.
just make a good story.
It's
Ju-
like
ju-
the
don't-
peak of
don't give a shit
insecurity.
about-
This
yeah.
franchise, it doesn't know what the fuck it's supposed to be
Yeah.
doing to make money anymore, which is remarkable for Star Wars.
us, just as fans were reacting to the movies. And this is perfect for who we are today. Not a single action can happen without it being loaded into a social media site. Everybody giving their 2 cents. New memes being created. New-
Is this the analysis?
Yeah, we get a say.
The movies
the
reacted
common
to people
person gets
reacting to
say.
the movies, therefore they became what they are, which is a reflection of society, which is all about reactions to reactions to reactions to reactions. The essay
What
complete.
about the
Yeah, that is the
story?
statement.
What about the characters and their
Well, it's just weird, isn't
dialogue
it?
and what they say?
All these other franchises that don't seem to be succumbing to this, it just happens to be terrible writing. I wonder if that's the case for Star Wars too, and it's not all of whatever the hell we've just been over.
New videos being created, new remixes. So these movies are actually the perfect franchise for our time.
Good God.
No.
It's weird because they don't seem perfect.
In a sense, I'm like, what are you trying to say? That we deserve this? Like, this? Do we earn this crap? Why are you saying this?
I wouldn't wish the sequel trilogy on my worst enemy.
Exactly.
No.
Everything now is a reference or an Easter egg. Everything is
Your channel. It's
You're
like-
propagating that.
You idiots! Like what? Look at your
Isn't
content.
it cool?
Like,
All these Easter eggs. Wow, look at that. It's a reference to this. 97 and a half things you didn't notice about
You know,
Glub Shitto's magical jungle
Screen
adventure.
Crush,
I'm
you
going-
can
oh my
make
God,
new
how can
things
you
if
say
you
that?
want to. You can
Oh
do
my
that.
god, guys, the top research result for Screen Crush in YouTube is Captain America First Avenger, full breakdown and Marvel Easter eggs everyone missed. It's a fucking hour of what the
is like
It's
That's what I
just
mean. I
soulless
almost find
fast
it
food
silly.
YouTube content.
Yeah, like I mean, I've said it a few times already, but it is almost like fascinating to even make these points when like your channel is a heavy contributor to the culture that we currently find ourselves in.
everything now is a
Like
reference.
why the
full of
fuck
shit.
you know why should like the mode of engagement with like for instance the trailer for Fantastic Four instead of being I wonder what the story is going to be about, I wonder what themes it's going to convey and what that's going to mean to me, instead it's like, well shit, here are all the Easter eggs that you might have missed, this is a reference to this comic, this is a reference to this movie. Like I don't know, it's just this has been a pretty grim one, honestly.
You
Like,
wanted to look off at the end and sort of just say, it's like, am I the bad guy? And then just ends the video like that.
Oh my
How
god,
can
I
we
just
profit from the thing that we say is a problem that we are contributing to? Well, we make a video about it.
I just saw the like dislike ratio to this video. It's like 3.5k likes to 6.2 dislikes.
Yeah.
Good
Yeah.
point. True. Good point.
The
Easter
comments
egg.
are roasting him.
Yeah, like
Naturally.
it makes no sense. They should.
Well,
be.
hang on.
But-
we are a literal
Yeah,
less
yeah.
than a minute out. Let's just do that,
Okay,
and
let's
then we
just-
can talk
yeah,
about
yeah,
the
alright.
comment.
Yes.
Everything is
Yeah,
like
yeah,
a
yeah,
remixed
let's get outta
video.
here.
Now, maybe these sequels were not the Star Wars that we needed, but they were the Star Wars we deserved. Yeah,
But he really, oh wow, he did go the deserve
Oh,
route.
wow.
You.
Wow.
Ringing endorsement
Maybe
there.
you deserved it.
Wow.
I like the parts of the movie with lightsabers. Those are fun. Me too, buddy. Just a reminder, the Screen Crush live show is on tour
God, have we
right
done
now.
it?
You can find links to all the upcoming
We
cities
through?
down in the description below. So, what do you think about the Star Wars sequel trilogy?
outta
Loser
here.
goes
Comment
to base.
below.
Your thoughts
I
down in the
think
comments
it's
or on
terrible.
Yes, I read
X,
every
Twitter, and
comment.
all
Say
that
it.
stuff,
Travel to see
or
this
on our
guy.
free-to-join Discord server, which
Oh,
is like the
boy.
internet before it got awful. And if it's your first time here, please subscribe and smash that bell for alerts.
No.
For Screen Crush,
Nah,
I'm
I'm
Ryan
good.
Airy.
Bye,
You
bye,
suck.
Ryan.
You sucked,
Damn.
man.
We
Imagine
did it.
being a
You're
Through.
actually
fan
vile.
of this.
Your
We did
dog's
it.
cool though. He gets a pass.
The evil is defeated.
What a twat,
okay.
man! Like that's
Another adventure
ugh.
complete.
Another adventure.
I like, yes, I'm looking at the comments, by the way. We've never really seen a Jedi on screen struggle with their dark side. Lol, this can't be real.
Yeah, I'm gonna like that. I'm gonna
Yeah,
like
that's
that
one of
comment.
those ones where it's crazy.
Praise sequels, criticize prequels, diminish Luke's character arc, blame fans. Also, not a Disney shill. Like,
Yeah, and it also espouses the idea of the prequels getting needed to be redeemed. Like,
I mean,
they did it.
In a sense, thinking about that observation, it's like, I mean, what is this channel's content if only forced to like cover like new original things, or you know, things that aren't part of like major science fiction fantasy franchises? What, like, you know what I mean? Like, what's it going to be for, you know, like all of the Easter eggs in fuck, I'm trying to think about what no, not
He doesn't-
Echo. Like
He
that's
doesn't have his
part
own
of,
opinions
like,
on anything.
what if it was like all of the Easter eggs in Companion, that new movie that just came out, or like all of the Easter eggs and references in Conclave, or all of the Easter eggs and references in
I see a problem. You're trying to reference something obscure, but you want people to actually know that it's real. Like, it's not like made up.
I suppose the point being that like this is a channel that essentially exists on the basis of being able to reference franchises that are long running. You know, like what is the basis of being able to make observations about Easter eggs if you're making it about films or TV shows that don't have some established history that they can call back to?
Yeah, nothing to work with without that.
What an awful video.
It's terrible.
I
Someone said in the chat it's a crap video, but
This is
It's
this is
a
the
bad
cancer of YouTube right here. Channels like this.
Mhm.
They're not going to care about the like-dislike ratio. It doesn't matter. They made their money. They got their views. They got their sponsorship in. That's what's important. They'll just roll right through with the next video. And the next video, nothing will change as long as the views
You
are
know,
there. None of this is about artistic merit.
It feels like bargain bin wisecrack to an extent, right? With the
Yeah.
references to
you're
history
right.
or any kind of philosophy quote, and then just some commentary on culture in general. But it all feels like lower quality, all of it. Even though wisecracks suck as well.
Yeah,
Mhm.
you're the discount
It's
of a
a.
discount.
I almost feel bad for the guy. I can't imagine like writing
Don't.
any of these down or thinking of any of this.
I
And
don't feel
then
bad for this guy.
holy shit. That's I would be I would be dead by the end of this. I
Well,
can't
this
imagine spewing so much nonsense on purpose. There's
because you
no
don't
way he
care.
doesn't know.
This
like
is like business. This is
cry in
just
the
a
shower
business
after
to
they get
I
a
generate
can't
video.
imagine coming
views.
up with so much shit.
Yeah.
They
I
didn't.
can't.
This script is generated, not written.
Yeah.
It
Well,
makes you feel better about your own writing. Like, it can't be as bad.
why don't we check
Like, this
out that meme that Beowyn created? Beautiful meme.
Oh yeah.
Fucking
Spooky
artist.
Sheev voice, the dark side of the path. Just the spooky Sheev ghost in the helmet. What the fuck?
The
Like,
floating, yeah, floating in the air. Woo!
that was just somebody casually was like, that would have been better. It's like, are you insane? Like, if you thought
You're a psychopath.
Kylo's face.
You're on drugs.
this would have made the story better, guys. Everyone would have loved it. Then we
Every
got
time
the-
it would have come on screen, ooh, remember Darth Vader? This is a reference to Darth Vader. Oh wow.
got the live
What a
art
cool
shade
Easter
one as
egg.
well.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Because there's that
You
bit where
guys can-
Snoke tells him to take his ridiculous mask off, but coming from a floating helmet, that would be even better. 'Cause it's like, you think that's a helmet?
Put me on. You know you
Make
wanna.
a comedy gold. Oh my god.
They jump now. Oh, jeez.
Best Star Wars of all time. Oh my god. Such a goof.
Like, you just want to, because he does those get-togethers, right? And you think there's got to be some passion there. There's humans involved in it, but you kind of wonder when watching a video like that. It's like, is there anyone in there? Is there soul? Is there heart?
Yeah, who goes to that?
It's anti.
Well, I guess enough people to justify its existence, but I suppose it is a
guess.
question of like, what is the nature of the engagement with the media? Because this was just so fucking shallow,
do you
and
get out of
not particularly original at all.
This calling
it's
this
too hard to
shallow
follow,
is
and I don't know
insult
what
to
you'd get from it.
puddles, man.
I can't wait to meet Screen Crush Ryan from Screen Crush. He's such a cool, insightful, intelligent guy. I've learned so much from him.
How many times have we
Wow.
covered him
When I
now?
grow up, I want to be just like.
If I see
Three?
this guy on the
it
street,
three?
I'm running the opposite direction.
I think because last time we talked a lot about like the blockbuster background, and we pointed out like there's a unusually high amount of Matthew Broderick films he had displayed and things like that. He had a different intro, I think, but I can't remember. It's been a while.
Well, I guess we all survived, right? That's the conclusion here.
Mhm.
We did make it,
Congratulations.
but I got to check in 2 hours to see if I'm not vomiting and have
Yeah,
explosive
yeah.
diarrhea. Because sometimes it takes a while to work itself through your
That's in the
system.
contracts that all of you had to sign before you came here. Just make sure you check all those things.
Yes,
Alright,
EFAP
alright.
cannot be held responsible for.
Because the thing is,
For any
nobody should be
negative
watching
health
all of
repercussions.
that. Most people would click off within the first few minutes, but we like to really do challenges on here. It's like Jackass, but for video essays.
It keeps us sharp.
It really does. It's a tough.
Keeps us.
tough
Our
challenge.
brains are calloused from all
Oh
of
my
this
God.
this hard work that they've been doing.
In any
Yeah,
case,
the self-harm clause that was really good putting
know.
it there.
We gotta
Muller.
get covered
That
legally,
was a
though.
very good. Yeah, you had to put that in there. Yeah.
before we head out, why doesn't everybody tell the chat what they're up to? Why don't we start with Weekend Warrior? We haven't seen you in ages. How you doing, buddy? What are you up to?
Yeah, it's been a minute. I'm just busy with real life shit, and I think I'll be busy. But if you need me to pop in and I have time, I can give you that. This was fun.
Well, we always
I
love to
miss
have you,
doing
man.
this.
It's nice to speak
Yeah.
to you
Yeah.
again.
Yeah, and just watch more EFAP, everyone. That's the tweet.
We'll be here. Like, I'm sure you haven't forgotten that Lord of the Rings video from.
Oh my god, dude, that was like, oh my god, I can't forget that shit. Oh shit.
Oh my god, yeah, that's
That
one of the
actually
best
popped up in my
EFAPs of all time.
recommendeds earlier today before E EFAP.
Is that
Was
93?
90 for whatever reason. Number 93
93, yeah.
popped right up in the
Oh, shit.
recommendeds. It's like, hey, it's your old friend. It's your good buddy. You want to watch that again, right? And I'm like,
That
I
is
don't know
a
if I'm ready for that
proper
again.
one.
Crazy though.
It's burned into my memory like staring at the sun.
Yeah.
Brooks, how
Legendary
about you, fella? What you up to?
You. Yeah, I had a great response. Top 5 Marvel.
Oh.
Really put a lot of work into
Hey,
that.
you're cutting out a bit.
Yeah.
Give
Am
that
I?
one another go. Yeah, you're
Hello,
cutting
hello?
out a bit.
Better?
Hi, hello. Yeah. Well, I don't
Yeah,
know.
no.
You gave me one word to test it with, so I couldn't really give you a great answer.
Okay, no, I was just saying I had a really good response to my top 5 Marvel videos. Basically the top 5 wasted
What are
Marvel
they?
characters. The top 5 wasted Marvel characters. I'm not gonna waste it. Go check out the video if any. But
Yeah, you can't be
put a shit
spoiling
ton of
that.
work into it.
True,
Put a
because if
shit
you
ton
would
of
have
work
said it
into
here,
it.
I wouldn't have watched it. Yeah.
Ask Gogor watched it. He said he enjoyed it. I don't think he would. I think he's the type of dude who tell me if it was shit. So appreciate
Would
it.
he recommend it?
Yeah, I think he would. So you ask him.
Oh, okay. Well, that's fair enough. He's
Wow,
got
if,
good taste.
if you just
Mhm.
put words in his mouth, he's gonna expose you, expose
No,
video.
That's right.
and-
He has a lot of sway. I mean, he does editing for us, so he can slip you into a video.
Mm.
He said
No,
it'd
he's
be
cool. We did the
good.
arcade
It'd be
thing together.
good.
Yes, good stuff. But I'm gonna also do the top 5 deleted scenes, and I
Ooh.
feel like there's so many interesting things to be able to discuss through a lot of the iconic franchises. And
Wait,
one
top
hint for
5
that
deleted
video,
scenes of all time.
top 5 deleted scenes of all time and the effect that they had on the
Interesting.
story. And in my opinion,
Interesting.
I think one of the most interesting ones is actually an Iron Man. So I will
Tell
give
me-
you that's one
Ooh.
teaser for the video. I think it's a scene that would have changed the course of the MCU had it been incorporated. I think it's that important. So
Wow.
yeah, that's what I'm up to.
Neato.
Wow.
Well, plenty to be excited about. Nuts, what are you up to?
Not much.
Are you going to
Just
change your icon
surviving.
when we see old Grogu in the
Oh,
Mandalorian
no.
movie
Yeah.
when he's a teenager and he's got like hair growing everywhere and he's
Fuck no.
saying swear words and he doesn't.
want him to be
I
like-
don't have to do what you tell me, Dad.
I want him to be
You're
in the
not my
John
real
Connor
dad.
phase when he's just a dick in his foster parents.
Is he going to be like an angsty teen in a Star Wars world?
You're not really my dad.
If I could cut this damn baby in my own 2 hands, like in pieces, I would do it.
Whoa.
Why are you
Whoa.
using him as your icon then? If you have
I was
so much
wondering the same
vitriol
thing.
and
I don't know what
hatred,
to do with him. I don't know what to do with. I don't know how to get rid of him.
like like
but-
in your options, your Discord options,
See, that's
or
good
like what do you
stuff.
mean?
Don't know how to get rid of it.
I just-
I just
We
can't
can
seem to
send
find the
you-
change profile picture button. It's just it keeps running away.
Man.
No, I don't know what to do with it. Like honestly, I don't know what to put instead of it. I don't know. Like it's a thing that was there and it has stayed there, and I don't know what to do with him. Honestly,
You could make an
that's
you have to
just
make
the
an
thing.
OC inspired by Baby Grogu with the big ears.
I wish I was that creative. That's the problem. But yeah, I don't know. I hate this baby so goddamn much. But I think it's kind of like at this point like an inside joke of like everyone just assumes that I'm like a huge fanatic, and I don't care. Like I could not give a
All right, well, fair
less of a fuck.
Is this like Stockholm syndrome or?
Yeah, I'm a victim.
I hate this baby imprisoning me.
You're wearing the skin of your enemies. That's what you're doing.
Yeah, there's something to
there
that.
you go.
That's
Apparently, yeah.
true.
It's like
That's
drinking your
true.
enemy's blood to gain their power.
Get the lure.
Yeah,
that's
and
the lure.
it's really I mean it's funny. I think I find it funny at this point. It's just so absurd. I haven't even seen like Mandalorian after the first season. I think I have seen the second season. I don't remember any of it, so
It's
it's
all
funny
crap.
to me.
It is a bit
I
of a
don't
fever
care.
dream.
Yeah, and I started doing those like little animation pieces that I find like very fun, and I'm like, you know
Oh,
what?
look
Maybe
good.
I don't know what to do with it anyway. Yeah, I really don't have an answer to. But I hate this baby. I would.
You're halfway
I
there
would
with your
love to.
animations. You have your little goblin guy with the
You
ears.
can
and
definitely
you
move
just gotta
away
build
from
off of
Baby
that.
Yoda, but keep the aspects you enjoy about the character, I think. We can find
Yeah, make a
solutions.
little
Yeah.
goblin goober or a little kobold or something.
Yeah. Someone somewhere said that when I draw it, the silhouette sort of reminds them, instead of ears, they imagine it's like the vampire coat thing. But I
Oh,
think
the
that's
collar.
just too much
Oh,
like
yeah.
Mahler.
Oh, that's only at Halloween. I don't have them normally.
Yeah, he does.
Oh, really?
He wears it
Oh.
around the
Rags,
house.
don't tell
I
people.
mean, I could make that a thing.
It's my house
maybe.
attire. It's my bathrobe. Oh, it's my sleeping.
Jammies.
Nah.
Yeah, that's a fun idea.
Oh.
Anyway, yeah. Outside of just being a hater of Baby Yoda, yeah, I think I'm working on a Rogue One video that it might be out maybe next week if I'm too lazy. Maybe in 2 weeks, maybe, or it's not somewhere around, until the next year, I guess.
Well,
So yeah, that's what
a
I've
great.
been up to.
That's a great timeline. Yeah.
you also released an Arcane Season 2 video that is incredibly cathartic. EFAP chat,
Oh,
it is
thank you.
16,
I'm gonna have to check
27 minutes long. I just checked. So it's perfectly reasonable in length, and you'll find it quite a good cap off to the Arcane arc. It's
Oh, thank you very much.
and the little goblin
Therapeutic.
character is in there at one point hanging itself, so
So that's fun.
yeah,
Tune in for that.
there's tone to be considered throughout it. But yeah, it's good stuff. And
Fucking baby Jinx,
Thank
that
you very
stupid little
much.
kid that blew up himself. You just don't remind me.
it's
of that
just
stupid-
interesting to think about because from what I've seen, Arcane Season 2's sentiment, it's just crashed. Nobody's talking
It's
about it being
Very
good.
low, very
Yeah.
quickly.
Arcane Season 1 had people like hyenas, just like no. Like it's everyone had the same experience, just getting harassed into watching that season. No one's gonna do that with the second one. It's like they watched it, they liked it, they forgot about it, or they actually think of it critically and they realize that it's a piece of shit like we do. But there's no praise like the first season one.
It seems any of the holdouts have all joined team like, man, that was bad. Like yes, it
Yeah.
was.
A Greek tragedy.
Yes, beautiful. Well, Mr. Platoon, how about yourself? Any updates since last week?
No, not really. I'm mostly waiting for Captain Falcon to show us his moves, but there might be an Emilia Perez second channel thing at some point next week.
God.
But, yeah, I know. I've got nothing else to do because an editor's working on an Arcane video, funnily enough. But that means I've got nothing to do, so
You can help
I
him
would
out.
probably do that. I could, but he's good, and I'm not as good.
He's in the cave, like, help me, and you're like, I'm busy writing something else. Sorry.
May I have a
I'm
drop
probably-
of water to cool my tongue, Father Abraham? No.
If he
Tell me when it's
slows down
finished.
too much, I do periodically whip him just to keep him going. But I've
Yeah, of
probably got like 6 hours of that video to do later this year, so I'll be doing
It's
some
the
of it.
fear of the
It's
whip
just-
that the real power comes.
That's it.
Yeah.
Free Rags, how about yourselves? Anything you guys want to mention?
Yeah, probably within the next 2 or 3 days, I should have a video out. And then on the 12th, February the 12th, it's my birthday. So I'm going to have some drunkles, and I'm going to do that Gollum stream that I owe everybody for the hoodie
Rags.
sales, because they were so
Rags,
great. So
Rags, don't play that game.
He has
Rags.
to. He
I
has
have
to do it. It's an honor thing.
I've given my word. I've given my
no.
word.
And
as
remember,
as
it's
a
not just
virtuous
playing
dog.
it, completing it.
Oh no! Oh my god!
Yeah, I think that's sort of baked into it. So we're gonna do our first stream on that, and it'll be fun. We're gonna have a great time. I put out a Dog Bites video several days ago or whatever as well, but hopefully within the next 2 or 3 days, I'll have a video out on the main channel, and then it'll be Gollum time. Won't that be fun? I think so. So I'll see everyone there. Fun.
I'm just working. I'm in the dungeon. I'm just working away. That's the
I am
update.
also in the dungeon with him. We are side by side in dungeonness. Lots of dungeoning.
Yes.
Your dungeon pals, your cage buddies is
All
what I'm
I
getting,
can
right?
say is I
Caged
look forward
warriors.
to a time where I can be more detailed, but right now it is way too early to
likewise.
be detailed.
Is it a video game or is it a movie? Or you can't even tell us that.
That's not something I would ever reveal. Are you kidding me? It'll
Oh,
set millions of
God damn it. Oh,
expectations.
okay.
Can't say a single thing.
All
Other
right.
than, I think I did mention somewhere, it could have been Twitter or Discord or Reddit maybe, but there are big projects being made at similar times, which is why lots of delays have happened, but it's all going to make sense eventually. You guys are going to be like,
All right.
oh, that's what you're doing? I'll be like, yes, that's what I was doing. You're like, oh. But until then, full time in the dungeon. As for what EFAP fellas you could expect, next week we're doing Captain Falcon, of course.
Captain Falcon. Yeah.
Ooh, have fun, guys.
Exciting, yes. I can't wait for And then
Yeah,
in
no
other
problem, man.
other news, the comedy arc is just not ready to go, and it probably won't be at least for a little while. There's a cast for it, and some of them are very unavailable with reason, like good reason. So it's just a matter of we have to wait until it's all done. I don't want to start releasing it and then it just stops randomly. I want to make sure it's consistent, like the War arc, which, if you remember, took me and Rags so long that Fringy wasn't even in it, even though he was a part of the show for like 2 years while it was coming out.
It took a depressingly long amount of time to
Yeah,
finish the War arc. It was an era of time.
So, things. Oh, so many things. Things are on the way, but right now, that's about all we can say. And in addition to, of course, thanks for joining us. Hope you had fun tonight, and we shall see you.
I know we did.
Next time, whenever that may be. For now.
Yeah, everyone.
Bye-bye.
We will see you next week.
See you later, everybody.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Toodaloo.
Bye, guys.
See ya.